101. Familial Love. POV Beru. How does one greet an acquaintance that he's supposed to be closer to than he actually is? Well, I will answer this conundrum right now. I just arrived at her front door and rang the bell. She's taking a bit to answer. I think Izuku is at school now too? Well, I just hope she's not at work. Why not check it, just to make sure? Just as I was about to look through the walls to check for her, Inko decided to open the door. The smile on her face was honestly quite nice to see. Beru. I'm so glad to see you drop by. Did you come to stay? I could start making some food for you. Or were you just passing by? Inko spoke with a warm smile on her face. It helped relieve some of my stress. I honestly expected her to be a bit mad at me for that whole kerfuffle 2 months back. I never truly apologized for failing to protect Izuku back then. But then again, I guess she never really blamed me. Although she was pretty confrontational towards me back then. I guess she was truly just stressed. Inko, it's nice to see you're still so caring. I'll stay a bit, it's been a while since we've spoken, I said while sidestepping her and walking into the house. I also wrapped my hand around her and dragged her towards the couch. I ended up having to use my tail to close the door. Inko was a bit startled at first, but she relaxed after a few seconds of me carrying her. Why did I do this? I don't really feel like standing at the door for long, and she'd likely feel obligated to go and cook something if I just let her. So I'll make sure she just sits down and talks with me. In the end, we sat down beside each other. She started the conversation with a smile. You know, you should be careful when you grab a woman like that. People outside might get the wrong idea. Is this Inko's attempt at making me embarrassed? It's not that great. But I guess it would have worked on someone like Izuku. I don't mind any misunderstanding, they can be fun sometimes. I leaned in closer to her while speaking in a lower voice, almost a whisper. And, just as I expected it, she turned red almost instantly. Ha! Don't try to embarrass me if you're this soft. I did give her some space afterwards though. No need to bully Inko right now. Although her reactions can be pretty fun apparently. She was quite silent after that, leaving me to restart the conversation. How are things with Izuku lately? She seemed really glad to change the subject. She sighed, and with a smile on her face, she started speaking about how Izuku has been enjoying his school life, as well as how happy he was as pursued his dreams. It's honestly pretty nice to see her so invested in a story. It's also nice that she stopped trying to cook for me. I'm really not hungry and I'd hate to waste food. Oh, Beru. What happened with the whole villain attack 2 days ago? I saw it on the news. I found it quite strange that they blamed you like that. She probably saw one of the reports of the more butthurt journalists. Either that or someone is trying to lessen the influence of heroes in general. I've seen similar things happen to others recently. I wonder if the ones behind that are in the same group as the clone villains? Sadly, they targeted me, like I cared or something, but the situation was cleared up eventually, I said with a relaxed tone. I won't burden Inko with any of my concerns. There's no real reason to do that after all. POV narration. Still. I found what you did to be amazing. I'm really proud that you've become a hero. She said while patting Beru's shoulder. The affection in her voice was apparent. Even though Beru wasn't her child, she still found herself feeling happy for his accomplishments. She knew how rough his beginning was, she knew that his start in life was by no means a good one. And yet, all of that didn't matter at all. He became a figure that motivated countless children in the younger generations. He had unknowingly become a pillar of strength in the eyes of those around him. And it wasn't that he was incapable of seeing that. He just didn't consider it all that much. He still considered his public identity to be as simple as that of an underground hero. But he was in fact a contender for the title of Symbol of Peace. A person that many believed would pick up All Might's mantle one day and carry on his legacy. Beru would have found that silly if he knew about it. But people couldn't really help feeling like that. Strength speaks, and Beru had proven himself to be a reliable hero, even taking down the strongest and most infamous villain of Japan all by himself. So, even though Beru had no idea just how important he was in the eyes of the public, Inko clearly knew about it. She was also a member of the public after all. And, Beru was quite stumped when hearing those words. I'm proud of you was a phrase he had never heard from anyone. He never had any parents, not in his past life or his current one. He was not quite used to such comments. Maybe it was only possible because Inko saw him as her own child? Well, he didn't see Inko as a parent, hell he was likely older than her. But the words still held weight. And Beru was happy to hear them, although he was quite stuck thinking about how to respond to them. Inko was quite stressed when seeing Beru's silence. She was extremely happy that he had finally visited her again. She had honestly thought that their last meeting had driven him away from her. Even if it had ended well, she had still blamed him for everything, not even considering his hardships at all. She almost jumped in excitement when seeing him at the door. she waited around a bit before opening it, just to calm her nerves down a bit. I'm happy to hear that. In the end, Beru opened his mouth and mouthed those words to Inko. And she was relieved to hear his response. She didn't even find it awkward. In her mind, Beru was a person that had been deprived of any parental love in his whole life. He had turned out all right through his own effort alone, and Inko found that truth to be somewhat depressing. Well, this whole hero business is a lot less of what I thought it would be. Inko was happy to hear Beru start speaking to her so openly. I wasn't sure at first about what I wanted to do. Saving people had never been something I thought about, but I ended up fighting villains often and I ended up caring for some people, actively trying to save lives too. Beru's words somewhat befuddled Inko. In truth, she didn't really know Beru's personality all that well. Not as well as she would have liked to anyways. So, hearing his perspective on things gave her a good feeling. That Beru was letting her learn more about him. Nowadays I don't even patrol or look for people to save, I just live my life how I want to and I still end up saving people from time to time. Are you truly proud hearing that? Beru's question was a serious one. Inko thought of it as a test. Beru's view of the world was obviously not going to be conventional, that much was to be expected. Inko herself had quite a few questions about his views on the world. But, since Inko wanted to show Beru that he wasn't alone in the world, she was going to accept him as he was. Of course, regardless of what your intentions are, you are still out there, putting yourself in danger to save the lives of others. It's something not many can do. Inko said with a warm smile. In the end, Beru just decided to take that comment in stride. Deciding not to think much about it in the end. No point in stressing over things right now. I doubt Inko would start lying to me to make me feel better anyway. Beru was a bit paranoid in nature, but not of his own fault. He was simply not used to trusting people. He only started to learn about doing that in the last years of his current life. Before that, he lived a solitary life. He wasn't paranoid out of fear, he simply wasn't used to relying on others. He always tried to overthink everything and every action that others took around him. Sometimes, he would still act like that even now. But it was at least a bit better now. Enough to accept Inko's attempt at showing him some parental love. This moment was broken by the sound of an opening door, accompanied by some screams. Old hag! Why are we even eating here anyway? Beru somewhat recognized that voice, but he didn't quite remember who it belonged to. Shut up, you little shit! I said we're coming over for dinner. I gotta catch up with old Inko, see how she's faring up. Another unfamiliar voice. A woman this time. Please, let's calm down a bit. No reason to fight here. This one was the voice of a meek middle-aged man. Beru was confused for a bit. Inko also gained a look of remembrance on her face. As a family of three, as well as Izuku, walked into the living room. The Bakugos were coming today. And she had gotten so taken with Beru that she had forgotten about cooking. Sorry for not uploading yesterday, I really had no time to write at all. I managed to get some time in now though, so that's nice. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 102, Explosive Pasta Dinner. POV narration. Izuku and the rest were quite surprised to see Inko just sitting on the couch with Beru. Oh, we've got visitors? Beru said in a calm tone while looking at the people that entered the living room. He saw them clearly. A middle-aged couple, they both seemed to have a somewhat familiar spiky hairstyle. The woman was blonde, while the man had brown hair. Behind them, there were also Izuku and his explosive classmate. Beru had somewhat forgotten Katsuki's name. Beru instantly realized that the couple was likely the explosive teen's parents. It was quite obvious to anyone with a good pair of eyes. Beru slowly got up from the couch while Inko sprung into action. I forgotten her. Her mind was running on overdrive. The insectoid tilted his head a bit when seeing her run around all panicked. Mitsuki, Katsuki Bakugo's mother, just laughed when she saw her friend scamper about trying to put together something to eat. Izuku and Bakugo were just looking around the room awkwardly. The only thought on the mind of the explosive teen was, why is this guy here? He looked at Izuku with a questioning glare. The broccoli-headed teen didn't seem to know how to respond to that glare. He just shrugged a bit. Stop panicking, Inko. We don't bite, waiting isn't a problem. Mitsuki did decide to calm down her friend eventually though. Nice to meet you all. Name's Beru. Beru did decide to introduce himself eventually. Bah! You didn't even need to introduce yourself. Who doesn't know you nowadays? Mitsuki said with a smile while Bakugo just grumbled at the side. He was currently hoping that his old hag wouldn't embarrass him in front of Beru. Not that he cared for Beru's opinion or anything. My name is Masaru Bakugo, my wife over there is named Mitsuki. Masaru, Bakugo's father was the one to step up and shake Beru's hand with a wry smile. It's my understanding that you already know my son from class. He said with that same smile while Bakugo himself just scoffed a bit. Yep, I do. Little bundle of positivity and happy thoughts he is. Beru's words instantly made Mitsuki laugh out loud, making Bakugo turn red in embarrassment. Yes. He does have some temper issues. Masaru said with a bit of sweat on his brow. He was, by far, the calmest and less violent member of that household. I don't have any issues. And stop laughing, you old hag. Bakugo finally decided to fight back. But his whining didn't stop Mitsuki from finding the conversation amusing. Anyway, let's take a seat or something, no need to stand all day, Beru said as he grew some more tails and pulled over chairs to the table. Masaru was a bit startled at first, but then he just nodded and went to the table with the rest of his family. Izuku just looked at Beru for a bit, his gaze seemed a bit confused. Don't look at me like that, I did say that I'd visit sometimes, I've just been busy till now, Beru said while also walking over to the kitchen. Inko was still gathering ingredients while trying to converse with Mitsuki and Masaru. Bakugo was just being himself and grunting from time to time. Or, maybe it was more of a growl? Hard to say with him. Even the narrator is confused. Izuku was also being his shy self and not speaking at all while sitting at that table and looking at his empty plate. Inko, how about you go sit down for now and I handle cooking? Beru said as he stood beside Inko in the small kitchen. She was startled by his sudden appearance. And she was just about to refute it until Mitsuki interrupted her. Hey! You know how to cook? She asked in a confused tone. She moved her gaze to her own son to the side who just stared at the walls. Of course I do, I've had time to learn, I also enjoy it, but I more enjoy Western cuisine. Beru's words managed to impress her even more, making her stare at her son even harder. Why can't you be this nice? Her thoughts were so obvious that Masaru had to cough a bit and distract her from Bakugo for a while. Anyway, Inko, I'm kinda curious now. I wanna see how well he cooks. Mitsuki was obviously not going to complain about getting to spend even more time with her friend while Beru took care of dinner. To the side, Bakugo mumbled something about Beru being a show-off or something. Inko reluctantly moved away from the kitchen while Beru started cooking at a speed that most of them could barely follow with their eyes. Do you have to cut things so fast? Aren't you scared you'd cut yourself or something? Mitsuki asked while looking at how Beru cooked things with a fire quirk. Well, kitchen knives can't really cut me no matter how much strength is behind them, I also can regenerate, so no need to worry. So, the evening continued. POV Beru. So, we all sat at the table eating some pasta while Inko and Mitsuki kept talking about random things. Masaru didn't really say much, he just seemed happy that his wife was catching up with an old friend. Bakugo and Izuku are just awkwardly sitting there, not really saying much. If I'm honest, I can kinda tell where Bakugo got his attitude from. Although he seems a bit more arrogant than his mom, so his temper is a bit amplified sometimes. Masaru seems to have a pretty chill personality. I guess it kind of balances out his wife's temper? Beru, where did you learn to make this? Would you mind giving me the recipe? Mitsuki also spoke to me from time to time. I learned this on the internet, I'll write it down for you, it's not really anything complicated, although I did have to warp to the store to get a few things for it. The dinner went on with a little incident, we spoke, we ate. I found out that I have quite a bit in common with Masaru. I also found out that I am actually a lot more famous than I thought I was. Mitsuki made it a point to mention that I am basically as famous as All Might himself at this point. I've gotta say, I don't really know what to do about the fame. I'm not accustomed to it, but I also didn't notice much of a change. I guess it's because I don't really go out on the streets all that often. I mainly teleport around for travel, so I don't get to meet many fans. Oh well, everything went pretty well. I left the Midoriya residence quite happy at having made a few new friends. Bakugo is still not willing to admit that he liked my pasta, even though he was the only one to ask for seconds. I mean, I still gave him seconds, but he didn't really speak since his mom seemed to be constantly staring at him or something. Is this one of those fabled "my parents are making me ashamed" situations? I wouldn't know, my parents were never anything but ashamed to me. Well, I don't actually know my parents in this life. But they don't seem like model citizens since they abandoned me. I didn't find it strange back then since I barely knew anything about this world. But mutation quirks aren't exactly new. So they were likely just scum. Not really worth thinking about. For now, I have a bit of free time still. Kenji will contact me when he gets information about the clone villain group that has been irritating Japan for a while. I've already been asked to take part in the raid team. And I obviously won't decline. I want to see this group brought down. But I am not exactly hurried about it. If they were going to do something drastic, they would have done it already. In truth, they might not know that one of their own got captured. Which will work against them. Honestly, things would be a bit dire if they took Suma or something like that. I made sure to check, and I don't actually know any of the nomas that were taken. That doesn't mean that I won't save them though. I still took it upon myself to help the nomas, which means all of them, not just the ones I happen to have some connection to. So, I'll have to be ready to work in a team this time. That's not really something I'm used to, but I'm sure I can manage. I wonder who my teammates will be though. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 103, Panic on all sides. POV narration. Going against the hopes of the chief of police, Gettin's arrest was a fact that they came to know not long after it had happened. With the Gettin clone that had taken his place at their base confessing that the original had asked for a spot in the mission and that he had happily given it to him. So, they needed to hope that Gettin would not rat them out. Gettin may not have been one of the executives, but he was still an important member. He knew most of the executives in Redestro personally. They had no choice but to find a way to rescue Gettin before it was too late. The problem was that it was almost impossible to rescue him with their current manpower. Sure, they could create clones thanks to Twice's ability, but the clones were already proved to not be all that strong. Not only that, it was mentally exhausting for Twice to make so many clones. Twice had always been a lonely individual. He had made clones of himself to have company, only to end up watching them fight over who was and wasn't the original. That even left him scared and confused. He didn't even know if he was the original anymore. He wasn't sure of anything. But, he eventually managed to hear about the Meta Liberation Army. He didn't care much for their motives, but he saw their recruitment as a chance to make a few friends. Which was something he clearly lacked. But not all went according to plan. He and the recruits were all made to fight for their spots within the team. In a sense, the situation forced Twice to do something he dreaded. He created clones of himself to win against the man that was testing him. Skeptic's quirk was also somewhat similar to his. The fight ended up being a clash of human-shaped dolls and clones. He was accepted into the army, and he started making clones of others to show his usefulness in hopes that others would accept him. He, however, was still not overly comfortable with making more clones of himself. Too bad his opinion mattered little to Redestro. Twice wanted to be useful, to be accepted. And, unfortunately for him, he had picked the wrong crowd. The first time he made an army of clones made Redestro smile with glee. But in doing so, he had needed to also create an army of his own clones. After all, Twice's quirk, could only copy something else other than him 2 times. He could only create an army of other people by endlessly cloning himself and asking each clone to make more clones. It was a tedious process and it filled Twice with anxiety. Not to say that he didn't like some of his new teammates. There were some he got along with, like Magni and Skeptic and Trumpet. But some people didn't like him. Namely Dabby, Moonfish, who didn't seem to like anyone, and Gettin. There were a few others that hadn't quite made their opinions obvious. Redestro quickly called him in to discuss how they were going to defend against a potential raid, as well as how they were going to try and retrieve Gettin. While all of that was happening with the Meta Liberation Army, someone else, from a different organization, was trying to wrap her head around her own situation and conundrums. It took the Hero Public Safety Commission a while to realize that Lady Nagant was under police custody. Not only that, she seemed to be protected by them. The realization came as a shock to Oyama. The president of the commission quickly started trying to get in contact with a few agents to capture Lady Nagant's family. She only managed to learn that the mother was also put in custody and that there was nothing they could hold against Lady Nagant to silence her. They couldn't even speak to her directly. To put even more salt on the wound, Bara didn't seem to be responding to any of her calls. She only got a message or two, usually written in the following manner. Great to see you're looking for me. Kind of flattering really. But I'm on vacation for a bit, gotta take care of myself and all that. Cheers and good luck. With love Baru. She could basically feel a blood vessel pop in her forehead when reading that message. But there was nothing she could do to force Baru to help the commission. So, her strategy became a passive one. She started preparing for any accusation that was to be thrown her way. Unfortunately for her, just as she started preparing, the information became public. Kenji obviously realized that the agents of the commission started snooping around his turf. So he decided to rush the publication of his case against them. He had already built enough evidence, and he had more than enough to at least convict the leaders. Oyama almost ripped her hair out when seeing the news that evening. Tonight's breaking news: government organization turns out to be, in fact, just as evil and sinister as most villainous ones. She gritted her teeth until she could feel pain. She once again tried to call Baru, only to be met with the same response. Or, lack of response as some would put it. She ended up smashing her phone on the table out of frustration. Then, it finally clicked to her. She started asking herself a few questions as her rage died down and was replaced by calm. Who exactly reacted heavily after hearing her plan to capture Lady Nagant? Who could have given the chief of police the information that Lady Nagant was important to them? Who could have orchestrated this entire thing with little effort and time investment? There was only one person powerful and cunning enough to do so that she knew. And the answer made her feel dread. It was obviously none other than Baru. The realization only helped to make her despair more. Why has it come to this? Fighting Baru was not something their organization was prepared for. Nay, it wasn't something that Japan was prepared for. The country was still somewhat recovering after escaping from All For One's control. And they hadn't even managed to get rid of all of it properly. Only after his death did they have some closure on the matter. But the damage that All For One had done to their society was still felt by most people in power. So, there was no delusion in Oyama's mind that they would be capable of fighting Beru. Sure, the insectoid might not have as many subordinates, but one thing was for certain. He was a lot stronger than All For One had been. So, Oyama only had one choice. Playing things smart, and preparing for the worst possible outcome. And, while she was doing all of that, a meeting was happening in a special room within the police force HQ. POV Beru. A lot of shit has happened. Just today, Kenji decided to rat out the commission, then I got called to join the raid briefing. The raid will actually happen tonight, and there are a few colorful characters in it. With the information extracted from the prisoner, we can tell for certain that the group is hiding under the guise of a company. They are all equipped and their numbers are quite impressive. Not to mention the clones, they seem to have a lot of powerful villains in their group. Naomasa, one of the detectives, is the person giving us the briefing. He seems to be the stone-faced type. At least at first glance. As for the raid team, just send me at M. I don't need any team. One of them is a person I know quite well. I have to say Rabbit Lady is still as bold as I remember her. Humph, I also doubt this will be this large of an issue. Said the tall man with a fiery beard to my side, Endeavor obviously. Now there's no need to get all fired up over this, we'll all get a chance at some action, I said, trying to help the detective bring things down a notch. Naomasa just sighed and said. Beru is right. There are around 15,000 villains. There could also be many clones around, but this estimate is already large. We have to proceed with caution. The information made Mirko smile. I wonder if I'll meet that shape-shifting bastard there. She said under her breath. I almost spit out my coke when I heard her. What's this fixation of hers on me? That's unlikely. Said a blonde dude while combing his head. The thing that stands out about this guy is that he wears his jeans above his nose. It's a really unique take on hero costumes, I kinda like it. Indeed, this Meta Liberation Army seems to be quite willing to cripple and kill civilians and heroes alike. The giant villain was reluctant to even heavily injure us. Another hero dressed as a ninja spoke up. I gotta say, it's a bit embarrassing to hear them talk about me like that. But I guess that's what happens when you run around with two-eyed titties, ha ha ha, funny word. Let's get back on track. I believe we have something important right now. Like the Meta Liberation Army. Said Cementos. He's also part of this raid. I believe they need him in order to keep the damage to the surroundings to a minimum. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 104, Raid, Shadow Leg. Okay, I'll stop, planning. POV Beru. So, what exactly is the plan here? Asked the ninja while looking at the location of the raid. Apparently, the Meta Liberation Army has built an entire city as their headquarters. Daika City is the name. Well, it's a relatively small city, as only around 20,000 people live in it. Out of which, 15,000 are all soldiers in this army. It's honestly a bit strange to hear about this. I didn't think that this organization would be this big. How exactly did something like this fly under the radar? Well, I guess it's a city built in a mountain range. And to outsiders, it's a completely normal city. But still. Well, the enemy we're facing has much larger numbers than what we can realistically mobilize. We plan to split you all up into groups and infiltrate the city to take out the top brass. Or the leaders. Naomasa showed us some images of the leaders. It seems that none of them really have some secret identity. The leader, is called Redestro, apparently, after some other villain, I don't really know much about. He's actually the CEO of Ditnerat, a company that produces lifestyle support items. There's also a blue-skinned woman, her villain name is Curious, she's a reporter apparently. One of them is a politician, Trumpet is his name. And the other is also the owner of some other company, Feel Good Inc., the name sounds familiar. Anyway, his villain name is Skeptic. We know for a fact that these four are leaders of the army, they should be the ones that we have to watch out for the most. But there have been some powerful recruits recently. Then he showed some photos of the clones. He still didn't have the name for many of the newer recruits. And it's understandable, it's already a miracle that they got this much information out of that Getten guy. Currently, we're struggling to find a way to amass more people to help in this raid. The people at this table are all going to be leading a team. Naomasa said while looking at everyone here. I think most of the heroes that are in the top 10 are here. But I can't be too sure. I'm not exactly a hero nerd. To this day, Spider-Man is still a more familiar hero name to me than all of the people in this room. I could hear a tisk from my side when the talk of leading teams was brought up. What's the use of a team? They're only going to drag me down. Mirko really doesn't like working with others, hey? The situation isn't the type that allows for such flexibility. Even you might be in danger if you are swarmed by thousands of villains at once. Neomasa's words managed to calm her down. But now I want to complain since it seems fun to do. What about me though? I said as I raised my arm, almost like I'm in school all over again. Can I go to the toilet, teacher? That is what I was about to say. But my actual words will be, I can take care of myself. I don't really want to brag and say that even if the entire army attacks me all at once, they probably wouldn't even be able to scratch my exoskeleton. I mean, it would be the truth, but it still sounds like bragging for some reason. We are aware of your strength, but we are afraid that there would be too many casualties if we just send you. This way, you are more inclined to hold back. Well, I can't really argue with that. If killing all villains was acceptable, they'd probably just send me an Endeavor in and tell us to go ham. But this would result in a massacre that could potentially shake the country. It's really not a good look for heroes in general. Well, at that point, there would definitely be protests about unjust killings or something. Well, I guess that's true enough, I said as I put my arm down. Mirko at the side just stared at me with a raised eyebrow. But I ain't really the leading type. I prefer laying back and just listening most times. Now that I think about it, this seems like a lie considering how much I've been manipulating people and scheming. But I genuinely hate leading positions. I remember that I was once told to lead some group of people within the gang back in the day. I ended up just assigning one of them as my right-hand man and letting him do everything. Should I do this now too? Nah, that would be pretty chaotic to do in the middle of the mission. Well, that's a bit problematic. Oh, I also forgot about this, but I have zero education about this hero business. So I probably wouldn't even be a good leader, to begin with. I can't say that out loud, because it would be pretty dumb to say considering my fake background. But this fact just further solidifies my laziness and unwillingness to lead. How about this? Beru, you can join a team and I will split the responsibilities and members of your team with the others. Neomasa seems to still be pretty flexible. I guess that as long as I am in a team, it doesn't matter much. Which team is going to be in the front, fighting villains? I obviously still want some action. I'm just not willing to work hard enough to lead people. I mean, for me, fighting is the easiest thing to do. It's also pretty boring to do. It's kinda like cheating on a game, it ruins the fun and leaves you feeling quite empty at the end. That would be the assault team. They would be tasked with attracting the attention of the army while the infiltration team deals with the leaders. Meh, that's good enough for me. Great, I'll join that. Neomasa just smiled a bit when hearing me. Well then, your leader will be Mirko. Do try to get along. Fuck. I kinda wanted to go all giant on them. But I guess I have a few other quirks to scare and fight them with. What? I already told you all that I don't want a team. And now you give me one more member? He's also a brat to top it all off. Damn, Mirko is really mad today, her ears are all raised and everything. Chill, we can always just compete on kill captures. I could feel Neomasa's gaze on me when I verbally slipped up there. What can I say, I do see this situation as a video game at this point. Maybe because the numbers are a bit unrealistic? Humph. Just don't drag me down. I won't even bother responding to this. Endeavor just looked at me with a bit of pity. I guess the guy feels bad for me because I picked the leader with the worst temper? He's part of the flanking team, which will help the assault team then split off from them to aid the infiltration team. The infiltration team is led by the ninja, there are also a few more teams for support and sabotage. Overall, this whole ordeal is a lot more planned out than I thought it would be. I mean, I doubt it's even been 2 days since they got all of the information on the Meta Liberation Army. So, the raid is to be carried out tonight. And, I gotta say, I'm a bit excited about it. It's been a while since I've been in a large fight, against something else other than clones. I may not be obsessed with fighting anymore, but it's still fun from time to time. POV narration. While the raid finished being planned out, Redestro also started making his move. Not physically, of course. He still didn't know about the attack, nor did he have any option besides increasing his defenses. Instead, he decided to start rapidly trying to spread the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army. It was a bit of a desperate effort. Paying and contacting journalists and trying his best to recruit some new people at the last minute. But he also decided to do something else. Since this was the last stand of the army, he was going to use all of his ammunition. He contacted a few more famous publications anonymously and sent them all the recordings of Beru torturing and mocking the villain called Stain. Unfortunately, Stain had survived, but the shock value was still there, even without the knowledge of the villain's death. Still, the spreading of that video needed to happen quickly, so Redestro sent it to all of the media sites and news stations possible. He needed that video publicized as soon as possible. And, he succeeded. After an hour, there were already articles written about it. The video was even censored and publicized. Overall, it was an odd way to start the fight. But it still marked the beginning. The last stand of the Meta Liberation Army started with an unconventional attack. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 105, Reaction and Assault Team. POV Beru. How does a raid usually go? My question was promptly ignored by Mirko, with good reason. I've been asking basic questions like that for a while now. I kinda like seeing her get so worked up. She is trying her hardest to ignore me, but I have a trait that many don't have. I am unwittingly persistent. I mean, I already should have some idea of what to do. If only I properly listened to Naome's briefing. Anyway, this raid is structured strangely if you ask me. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the assault team is supposed to be the most eye-catching one. Which would be Endeavor, by the way. But, instead, he's part of the flanking team. Now that I think about it, I guess my quirk is a lot flashier than his, or at least just as flashy. I mean, I can also spit out flames and roast villains. Although, I was kindly asked to keep the killings to a minimum. Mirko is still walking in front of me acting all annoyed. Oi, do you think they'll have any ice cream trucks in their city? I wonder how many of them will escape. I do like slipping genuine concerns among my random and otherwise stupid questions. I've yet to get a response though. Mirko isn't a fun person. Beru. I heard someone shout from behind me. What I turned around and looked at the policeman, he was huffing and acting all tired. Mirko also stopped, she looked a bit confused. The both of you might want to see this. The policeman gestured for them to re-enter the conference room. Inside were just a few heroes that had yet to leave, as well as the chief of police. Surprisingly, Mirko also seemed interested, so she walked in and we both sat down. What's the deal with all the silence? Is someone coming out of the closet or something? From the confusion in their eyes, I can tell that they aren't really familiar with my terminology. I should have honestly expected this after all of my interactions in UA, but it seems that my jokes are otherworldly to them. Hui. I think this isn't the time for jokes. Something quite serious just happened. Kenji is the first one to respond to my poorly constructed joke. Well, how about you tell me what's going on instead of just staring at each other acting all serious? Ha, I'm sure this one got a smirk out of Mirko. She's also curious, so I probably voiced her sentiments perfectly. Kenji just sighed and fingered his laptop's keyboard a bit, the projector then showed us a video. The quality was quite poor, but it was more than watchable. Look at the screen for now. It should explain everything. On the screen I could see myself in all of my beauty, ripping Stain's arm off. Threw him into the wall of an adjacent building then dragged him back out. He was clearly all broken and bruised. I guess this doesn't paint me in the best of lights. I guess some security cameras did catch that, hey? The video even had a few changing angles at times. It's like a full action flick. Well, it's more of a torture snuff film, but hey. Could be worse. Hero is just a title, it always was and always will be to some, it's just a job to others, it's an honor, who cares? And it got worse. I mean, in retrospect, my mouth seems to get me in trouble very often. Maybe I have something to fix in that aspect? Nah, I'm fine as is. Besides, I doubt this will be that big of a deal, not that I'd care either way. Worst case scenario, they retract my hero license, ooh the horror. But that's highly unlikely since I'm still one of the strongest heroes. So, not my problem. Now that I think about it, I think Stain survived through that. So the backlash won't even be that large. The only thing that bothered me about that was, how the fuck did that guy live through that? I thought he was deader than my will to live. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I broke a lot of his bones, besides the ripped off arm and all that, and he was apparently still conscious when the police arrived. Only falling asleep after the paramedics got there. The story of his survival was transmitted to me through a message of all things. I wasn't even called or anything. I guess Kenji didn't see it as a necessity to call me at the time. Well, fair enough I guess. He probably only told me out of courtesy anyway. So how public is this video exactly? Stupid question, and badly worded. From looking at everyone's expression, besides Mirko, one can guess that the situation is already gone to shit. Well. It's currently live on most TV stations. We weren't quick enough to stop all of them. Kenji just sighed as he rubbed his dog nose with frustration. I thought you guys wiped the footage, didn't think this would be a problem. I didn't even think this would be a problem. The timing is a bit shitty too. Well. We did check the camera footage and got rid of everything from that alleyway. But it seems someone was faster than us. Kenji really seems to not be having a great time. Yeah, no shit Beru. After an extremely quick investigation, many of the first sources of this video were all media companies funded by the Didnerat company. Which is, as previously discussed, owned by the Meta Liberation Army. Ooh. I guess the grim atmosphere makes sense now. They had no genuine reason to release this footage now, they were likely keeping it for a special occasion or something, and I doubt that they'd use it randomly after a half-failed raid on the research lab. This can only mean that they know an attack is coming. They realized that the ice guy will snitch and they will be forced to defend themselves. But I can't really see how releasing this would help their case. Are they trying to do as much damage as possible before going down? Well, this is before the fight even started. From your expressions, I think you've all realized the meaning of this event. At this point, everyone has already gathered back into the meeting room. They know we're coming. Endeavor said while gritting his teeth. Mirko just seemed to be a bit irritated. I guess infiltration will be a lot more difficult, but she still acknowledged the rise in difficulty. Attacking an army of over 15,000 villains is already risky enough when you take them by surprise, for them, not me, but now they will be up in arms and ready to meet our offense. The people in the room don't really seem bothered by the video itself and its contents. It's just the message that it portrays. We are expecting you. Kinda bold of them, didn't expect that big nose guy to have this many guts. What are we going to do? We might need more time for preparations. The ninja guy, Edshot, we learning names today bois, seems to be a bit more concerned. Admittedly, his part of the mission just became a hell of a lot more difficult. He's supposed to lead the infiltration squad, but that might be easier said than done now that they expect to be attacked. The more we wait, the more time they have to prepare. We are already gathered together and somewhat prepared to face their forces, although we might need some adjustments to our plans. I decided to also have a say in the situation. Kenji seemed to also agree with my words. Beru is right. Letting them grow further would be dangerous. Infiltration has become too dangerous, we need to scrap that idea. Edshot seemed a bit discouraged, but he still nodded with resolution. Now I could infiltrate the compound easily. I can also take out their leaders before the fight starts. I could honestly crush this group by myself, but I don't want to sound too cocky. I don't want to be that dickish character that's always with his head up his own ass. That might be an option. Letting you go alone might be risky still. It's not that I don't believe in you. I just don't want things to get too dirty. Wow. It's not that I don't believe in you, I just don't believe in you to be able to hold back to capture the leaders and not brutally maim/kill them. I've really left a bad impression on Kenji with the whole stain thingy. I've thought of a course of action. We must prepare a proper assault. The sabotage teams will proceed as before, the infiltration team will be merged with the assault team and the flanking team. Kenji started explaining the new plan as everyone in the room stared at him with a serious gaze. Even Mirko seems to be taking things seriously now, even with all of her hatred for teamwork, or whatever her problem is. This raid will be completely reliant on these two teams now. We must successfully break through the enemy's defenses at first, then the infiltration team will reform and start acting separately, tracking down the leaders. Well, the plan sounds a bit better. Now, some more involved people in position would be something like I'll do it all myself. I no need people. But I really don't see the appeal of fighting that many people by myself. Not that I see the appeal of fighting them at all. I'm just doing my duty as a hero. Besides, being so reliant on my own strength isn't a good thing. If I started doing everything myself, then I'd become a pillar or a symbol, kinda like Toshi. And I don't want that at all. Well, the meeting ended with Kenji explaining a few more things about the plan. Namely, the fact that a frontal assault is basically all we can do at this point is somewhat concerning. But I can handle anything that's thrown at me. There was no mention of a punishment for my actions, but I guess that's completely reliant on the reaction of the public towards that video. So I guess that's going to be addressed later. After the meeting, I followed Mirko again, asking her questions and being ignored. Eventually, we arrived at our destination. Yet another separate room within the police building. Inside are the members of the assault team. This is probably one of the bigger rooms in this building. Around 300 battle-ready heroes, this is a huge-ass room/amphitheater. A few familiar faces too. Like Baseball Girl, Mountain Lady, Morning Wood, Kamui Woods, only seen him on the news, Orca Head, Gang Orca, still cool looking. And a few more people that I'm really not willing to name. Well, also Aizawa, Midnight, and Cementos. The three people I know best in this group. I happily left the side of the grumpy team leader, Mirko, and approached the teachers. Hey, glad to see you guys are still active heroes after all that teaching stuff. There were various reactions to my greeting. Midnight awkwardly smiled. Last meeting is still somewhat fresh, I guess. Aizawa groaned, and Concrete Man gave me a slanted sideways glare. Beru. A delight to see you. Aizawa is lacking his usual enthusiasm, JK he never had any. Yeah, how come Toshi ain't here? I dunno man, seems like a pretty big raid to me. Doesn't seem like the type that the symbol of peace would lose. He will be joining the assault team later. You already know why. I'd ask why he's not a leader, but that guy really isn't a great leader. He'd be an inspiring one, but he wouldn't be able to give cohesive commands at all. Understandable, everyone in this room should have a rough idea of what's been discussed in the previous meeting. The leader, Mirko, is only gathering them now to prepare for the incoming battle. I could see that Midnight wanted to say something to me, but I didn't really press her about it. She also ended up not saying anything. This isn't really the time for romantic drama really. Although, I guess I can make sure nothing happens to her. Just because I'm a good colleague. The raid starts in 3 hours. I wonder how prepared the Meta Liberation Army will be. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 106, Scout and Recon. POV Beru. In the end, not much else happened before the raid. I only went away momentarily to make some small preparations to my arsenal. I don't really want to be caught in too troublesome a situation. Other than that, a bit of talking, a bit of briefing from Mirko. Even with all her disdain for teamwork and teams in general, she gives a pretty swell pep talk. Well, I guess that's a hero for you, they are kinda trained to be versatile. Although not all have a knack for leadership. Currently, roughly 300 heroes are all preparing to be transported somewhere near Dika City, the headquarters of the Meta Liberation Army. That transportation would normally take around 2 hours from our current location. But we do have me. Who in the name of God tries to ride a helicopter when they can just teleport? Alright everyone. Buckle up and stand straight, prepare your stomach and your brains for disorientations. You're about to experience the Beru Express teleportation service now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride, thank you. I teleported on the stage next to Mirko and said my piece with great energy. I was expecting at least a few laughs, but I guess they are all a bit tense. Can't blame them, the heroes are vastly outnumbered in this raid. But they don't have much to fear. Our enemies are nowhere near as skilled as us. I'm not even putting myself in that equation, that would be unfair. A group of 300 heroes won't get easily overwhelmed. Well, the mission of the assault team turned from being loud and gaining the attention of the army, to somehow breaking through the defenses of the army and allowing the rest of the teams to do their jobs. The sabotage teams are the only ones that still have some work. They need to cut the power to the entire city from the nearby power plants. Not only electricity, gas, water, just about every facility possible. That would likely be more efficient if we just asked the government to do it. But there's no time for stupid paperwork and meeting arrangements. We need to take things into our own hands, and Kenji has the jurisdiction to make such choices in dire times. After looking at the silent and wary crowd for a moment, I just breathed a frustrated sigh. If only Mike was here. Then I'd at least be vibing with him. You guys are no fun, oh well, whatever. As I breathed out another sigh, a purple mist seeped out of my mouth and expanded into the crowd. Some were taken by surprise, jumping backwards or trying to avoid it. But it covered the entire room in seconds. The heroes were left baffled at the speed of the mist. Truth be told, Kurogiri could never make it this fast. But I can combine a few more quirks with his. In the first place, Warp Gate is an artificial quirk, a combination of multiple quirks that somehow gave All For One this result. And it only worked on Kurogiri for some reason. All For One himself didn't have this quirk in his arsenal. Killing the old fuck would have been impossible otherwise. Well, not really. I could cut his head off before he even got to blink once. But that's just details. A warning would have been appreciated. Said Mirko from my side. She was one of the people that jumped back when I started spitting out the mist. Did I do that whole speech for nothing? What were you expecting? What the hell? Does she want me to give her written instructions on how to react to my teleportation quirk or something? Tisk. Just do it already. I just rolled my eyes and snapped my finger once. The sound of which echoed in the large room quite easily. Then, everybody started sinking into the purple mist. Most of the heroes looked uncomfortable, so I took the executive decision to make them even more uncomfortable. Oh, it's so nice to have this many people enter my body at once. I could hear Mirko's teeth cracking. What can I say, this would have worked better if I was like Kurogiri, made out of the purple smoke. But I'm not, so it doesn't hit the same. Can you be serious for ONC? Mirko was starting to shout, so I warped her away quickly to let her cool down for a few seconds. Geez, people need to remember how to take a joke. The heroes looked at me strangely. Not even Nemuri, who I expected to be fully on board with that joke, was smiling. Oh well, you can never please everyone, or anyone at all. POV Midnight. Since when is Bear so close with that rabbit hero? I mean, it's been a few days since I've last spoke to him after that home visit that I still look back on and cringe. But when did he get the time to get this close with someone? I know Mirko a bit, she's not the type to fall in love and all that. But she never, and I mean never, tolerates that much nonsense from anyone. Yet, she seems to be ignoring Bear mostly. She only got mad at that last part, but usually, someone joking with her and annoying her like that would be kicked at least a few times. Not only that, when she was mad she said for once. That implies that she has already spent some time with Bear before because he's never serious. Mental gymnastics and overthinking all in one paragraph. I find this rather suspicious. But it's probably just my imagination. Right? POV narration. It was indeed her imagination. But that misunderstanding was to be cleared much later. For now, these thoughts will weigh on Nemuri's mind. But enough of drama. We have a war to wage. Beru teleported all of the groups to their assigned drop-off spots and then rejoined with his team. There, the insectoid could instantly tell that Mirko was a bit less aggressive towards him and that something seemed up with Nemuri. All Might was the last to show up. Beru received a ring on his watch to warp him after he reached his team. POV Beru. Ooh, the all-stars coming in. I opened up a portal and out came a serious-looking All Might wearing his hero costume. Beru. It's been a while. Toshi turned to me with his usual smile. Even though he's serious, he's still pretty relaxed compared to the others. I guess being strong can do that to someone. Still, I can tell that the very appearance of All Might has boosted the morale of this small army to the roof. And yes, 300 is a small army. I think it would actually be decent-sized in the Middle Ages. But, enough about that, there are plenty of things to do right now. And none of them involves me thinking about stupid things. First off, usually, they'd have a small scouting team to gouge their defenses. But they have me, so I'm the scouting team here. I don't really mind, it's about as easy as anything these days. Being stuffed with powers like a turkey on Independence Day still has its advantages. I'll go check them out, be right back, hope you don't miss me too much. I warped away as the last words escaped my mouth. I arrived above the site of Daika City. I was so high in the sky that it's really improbable for anyone to see me or hear the flapping of my wings. After activating high-spec and looking down, I can see that they are indeed quite prepared for a raid to happen. Their numbers were given to us wrongly, or maybe they managed to recruit more people in that short time. That's unlikely, not with the number present here. Maybe our source of information was never right, to begin with. There are at least 30,000 people that I can see with my eyes currently, and that's without counting the thousands of clones that litter the streets of that blasted city. All of the fighters seem to be pretty well equipped with gadgets and I can also see traces of traps here and there. The traps were probably set up long before they knew a raid was going to happen though, preemptively. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special around these parts. Overall, these fighters shouldn't be too much of an issue. The problem will likely arrive when the leaders of the army intervene. I doubt any of them are weak, but it's going to be successful either way. Our numbers are not much in comparison, but quality does have value in these situations. Without much further ado, I warped back to the team and looked at them with a bit of pity. Okay, first off, their numbers are jacked. It's more around 30,000 than 15,000, that's without the clones, and there are plenty of those around. I spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear me. I could hear quite a few gasps and a lot of whispering. Mirko looked at the team with a critical eye. It seems that many are intimidated by the doubling of the number of villains. But there were still a few that kept their composure. And, thankfully, they still have All Might to rely on. I understand, young Beru. Their numbers matter little, we are all professional heroes. Being outnumbered is part of our job. His ever-present smile and serious words seemed to calm down most of the people in the team. Yeah, well, I can take care of all the clones if you want me to, I said while looking at Mirko. How are you going to tell if they're real or not? She said skeptically. She clearly doesn't want any unneeded casualties. Yep, I can use a quirk to determine that now, don't worry too much, I said while waving her concerns off. It didn't really work. But the effort's there. So I can't really complain. Sready about yesterday, couldn't write at all. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 107, The First Clash. POV narration. And so, the assault team commenced its operations in this raid. Emboldened by the presence of both the symbol of peace and a young hero with the strength to match him. Although many still had some reservations about Beru, after all, he wasn't exactly acting seriously at all, even All Might was taking things seriously. It made the pro-heroes think that Beru was still fresh. Strength didn't matter if one lacked seriosity. A lack of curiosity could lead to a lack of decisiveness, and that could prove deadly for those Beru would need to save. But these same reservations weren't held by those that had personally witnessed Beru fight in the past. They didn't find Beru's general lack of seriousness to be a problem. They knew that during a fight, there was nothing anyone could do against the insectoid. All Might and the teachers of UA knew that best they would all rather fight the entire Liberation Army by themselves than have to fight a villain version of Beru. And they weren't the only ones that had seen Beru in action. Many heroes were present and watched as the insectoid burned 100 clones alive into a pit. It was a graphic scene, and it gave them a strange feeling at first, but it also made them realize just how powerful Beru was. Hearing it from others and seeing it on a screen simply couldn't compare to the real thing. It was the same effect that All Might had on students when they saw his strength. Everyone knows that All Might can change the weather with his fists, but they still get surprised when he performs feats of strength directly in front of them. So, the team was mostly set. They advanced towards Daika City at a good pace. They were all rushing through the forests, using different means and utilizing their quirks in different ways. Aizawa and Midnight were just riding in Bear's shoulders though. Eraser had a really annoyed look on his face while Midnight looked embarrassed. It was to ensure that they would be able to keep their positions in case of an ambush. Both of their quirks were basically essential to the operation itself. All Might was at the very front of that group. Mirko was right behind him. When they reached Dika City, they were quickly greeted by an alarm, much like they were expecting to. After all, their entire purpose was to make as much noise as possible and distract the main force of the army. The second the alarm sounded in their ears, the heroes in the back seemed to gulp a bit. This was a stressful situation, but they weren't about to cower there. Trap 100 meters ahead. Mighty Bear's loud voice reminded everyone that they had surveillance on the area, they weren't going to be ambushed. All Might acted accordingly, although hearing Bear call him mighty made him raise his eyebrows in exasperation. Smash! The raid was started off with an explosive entrance. All Might punching the ground and blowing the traps from in front of him away, along with the entire street and a few buildings. Thankfully, there weren't any civilians present in Dika town, all of them had left, leaving only the soldiers of the Meta Liberation Army to protect it. The heroes quickly started rushing into the city. Then it happened, countless villains started appearing from street corners and rushing the heroes. Lacquered chain prison. The heroes quickly started fighting. The first one to move was already using his special move. Kamui Woods extended his arms as branches started growing out of them and entangling as many villains as possible. But the villains were too many, their wills were also not a joke, they were more than willing to jump on the heads of their comrades in order to rush the hero. Thankfully, Kamui wasn't alone. Dozens of heroes intercepted the hundreds of villains and a huge brawl broke out. Mount Lady! Now! One hero shouted after punching a villain through his guard and breaking his arm. Then, MT Lady sprung into action. She quickly rose to her full size and proceeded to jump into the middle of the crowd of villains. Her flashy move was done with a smile, the shockwave of her landing blew away many of the villains nearby. But it didn't blow away nearly enough of them. They quickly started trying to crawl up her, it looked like a swarm of ants trying to dwarf an elephant. But they weren't exactly harmless. The brawl was a brutal one for both sides. Many heroes were being injured constantly. Thankfully, the hero side had the ultimate card to control the fight. Beru, more specifically, his warp quirk. That coupled with his ability to basically slow down time in his mind. Well, he was observing all of the battles at once and making sure that no hero got seriously injured. Every time a bullet got a bit too close to the head of a hero, he would create a screen in between that person and the attack. Smash! Dozens of villains were blown away by the pressure of All Might's fists. He didn't actually hit anyone directly, that would most certainly be fatal. No, he was using wind pressure to knock out the fighters that approached him. During that whole slugfest, the clones had yet to appear. But when they did, it was noticeable. Countless gouts of blue fire seemed to rain down on top of a group of heroes that had been circled by the soldiers of the Meta Liberation Army. Time seemed to move in slow motion as one of them looked up to see a sky of blue flames. But such an attack would obviously not go over well with Bear still around. The insectoid analyzed the situation with interest. He was in no hurry, the flames were basically standing still in his perspective. After a while, he decided that warping that much fire away was simply not practical, using a water quirk would both create mist and likely flood the street. So, the only option he could use. Wind. His hand moved at speeds that vastly surpassed the speed of sound. His forearm became an inflated balloon as he released a powerful stream of air in the direction of the flames. It was a half-power air cannon, but it was released by Beru. The air pressure blew away all of the flames in an instant, there was simply no contest to be had in that aspect. Beru. Deal with the clones. Mirko was also fighting with her all, but she didn't lose control of her team, she was constantly checking on the way things were progressing. Sure, Beru said with a relaxed voice as he looked at the rooftops. The clones with ranged quirks were all perked up on buildings everywhere across the fight. The ones that had just released their flames seemed to be confused, but that only lasted 1 second. As Beru took to a higher vantage point and activated high spec once more. But this time, he activated yet another quirk. His red bug eyes seemed to gain an unnatural shine to them. The second his gaze met one of the clones. That clone burst into a viscous liquid. Erasure was the perfect weapon against the clones, they were made by a quirk after all. It wasn't hard for Beru to kindly ask Aizawa for a strand of hair. All he got was a weird look and a need to negate having odd fetishes. It was certainly a decent trade-off to being able to technically turn off all quirks, with the exception of mutants, but come on now, we're cherry-picking here. And so, with high-spec active, in less than a second, Beru had scanned the entire crowd that the heroes were fighting, as well as all of the ones perched up on rooftops. The site was quickly filled with viscous liquid. It was clear that they had mixed in clones with the regular fighters. Beru just sighed when seeing that. They had barely started, but they had already attracted 5,000 of the army. From his vantage point, he could also see the rest of the army was starting to make its way towards them. I should probably look for the Nomus. was the thought on his mind. There was no doubt in his mind that the heroes were able to handle themselves. All Might being there gave him some peace of mind. But there was also another objective that he had. That cloning quirk. I guess I'll get that too. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 108. Dramatic Dualism. POV narration. While the heroes and the Liberation Army were fighting, Twice was just sitting in his room, listlessly staring at the walls. Why? He remembered the discussion he had had with Redestro. It hadn't gone quite well. Your meta ability will be a great asset to our win against the heroes in the upcoming raid. The long-nosed leader of the army spoke with a confident smile on his face. But Twice didn't quite share the man's enthusiasm. Do we really need to make more clones? He was already struggling with himself. When making clones of the army he was just reminding himself of his past. The possibility that he was also nothing but a clone. But Redestro lacked that context about Twice. He just saw the duplication quirked man as a coward. He looked at him with scorn. Then another smile reached his face as he hid his anger behind a feeble mask. Of course we do. Your meta ability is a gift from God. Why would you hesitate to use it? Redestro did his best to up Twice's morale, but it didn't do much to help. Twice just looked on with an empty gaze and nodded his head. Redestro got what he wanted, and Twice was forced to watch a lot more of his clones die. After all, there was nothing for them to do after they had finished cloning others. It was an endless cycle of him watching versions of himself, just as real as he was, die to create an army for Redestro. What am I doing? There he was, huddled in his bed, staring at the ceiling with an empty gaze. Then a voice woke him up. What the hell are you doing? Moping around all pathetically like a wimp. It was his own voice. His personalities clashed and he ended up scolding himself in the process. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence ever since he had joined the Liberation Army. He wanted companionship, but he was only being used for his powers. He wasn't an idiot. He could clearly see it. Why are we letting these punks walk all over us? He raised an eyebrow at his own question. At this point, he realized that it was a good question. That's right. Why? He said as he slowly started getting back up. He looked in the mirror to see his own tired face, split down the middle as if he was cut in half and stitched back together. One side of his face seemed to be irritated, angry, the other was calm, traces of tears on its eye. It was as if two people were living in the same body. A double personality. I guess we can find friendship elsewhere. If we really look for it. I'm done. Now, his calm side spoke up, as his angry side also smiled. Twice put on his mask, for one last time. Escaping. What is there left for me to do if I escape? Maybe I can gain friends among the heroes if the villains aren't willing to show me anything other than indifference. He spoke to himself while staring at the mirror. I don't know about that. We'll likely just get arrested honestly. His angry side was being really blunt when speaking, like usual. I'd rather take my chances. I've nothing left here. Big Sis Magni also left already. I don't even know what I was waiting for all this time. Magna had been the only person that Twice had managed to truly bond with. And she had left the Liberation Army not long after seeing how they were using Twice. She wasn't interested in the group anymore. She informed Twice of what they were doing. Of how they were just treating him as a clone-making machine. But he refused to listen at the time, mistaking the admiration they showed for his ability with admiration for his own self. They never truly cared about him, only Magna watched out for him, and he had refused to run with her. Now he was going to go out alone. He walked down the hallways of the base, wearing his villain costume for one last time while humming to himself. Suddenly, he could hear yet another person humming down the same corridor. Looking there, he could spot a silhouette in the darkness. A tall being, an oddly shaped head, antennas dangling in front of its face. Large beady red eyes and a set of mandibles that looked like they could crush anything. Broad shoulders, long legs, powerful black exoskeleton covered his entire body. Now Twice recognized the figure. He stopped in his tracks as he looked at the menacing figure of the hero in front of him. His humming had stopped, but Barry's had not. He kept humming the same tune that Twice had been humming. Twice sweated a bit, his seemingly carefree humming only made things worse. Barry was casually walking in the middle of the headquarters of the Liberation Army, no care in the world for its defenses and the number of people guarding it. Why'd you stop humming? It was a really catchy tune. I kinda want to know the end of it, Barry said with a happy tone. It is easy to not antagonize others when you never see anything as a danger. Barry had no reason to act cautious, he had no reason to attack first. So he decided to see what the deal with the person in front of him was. But he hadn't quite abandoned his support duty. His eyes were darting through the walls as he opened up portals around the heroes to block attacks from time to time. Having high spec made him able to multitask effectively. Now, he was free to talk to the person in front of him, without ever losing sight of the heroes in the city. Well, you did surprise me quite a bit. But I guess that doesn't matter much. I was about to quit this organization anyway. Twice said with a wry smile underneath his mask. He had hoped that he would get to help some people before he was captured. Just to ease his own mind, maybe make a few friends along the way. But his hopes were short-lived. Meeting Bear sealed his fate. Or did it? How come? I don't think the morale is this low in the army. The people outside seem to be fighting rather furiously, Bear said with a bit of curiosity in his gaze. He was in no hurry, there was still time before the flanking team made an appearance and he didn't feel like rushing things. It's just. All that's been happening is me using my quirk for them. That's all. I was made a leader in name, I was treated well on paper. But I'm tired of all of these reach-arounds. I just want honesty for once. Twice spoke with the same smile on his masked face. Bear was simply looking at the man. Why is he telling me all of this? He was genuinely confused, but he also managed to realize who the man in front of him was. Say, are you the one that clones people? Bear asked while tilting his head to the side for a second. Twice just gulped, he didn't seem to know how to respond to that. He knew that he contributed to the hardships of the heroes that were fighting outside. But now the situation was out of his hands. He also thought that any hope of him making a friend among the heroes was gone. In the end, he just nodded once. Bear just stared at him for a while. Then Twice opened his mouth once more. Jay, just give me a chance. I will help the heroes this time. I promise. He tried his best to appeal to Bear's sympathy, but there wasn't really much of that left in Beru, to begin with. Oh, for fuck's sake. Then the other side of Twice burst out in anger. Surprising even Beru. Stop toying with him, you overgrown fucking ant. Either give him a chance or kill him, Alria. Twice quickly covered his own mouth in a panic. He looked at Beru with fear, expecting the worst to happen. But then he saw that the insectoid had just burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Twice looked at Beru with a weirded out gaze as he thought he is either mad, or amused. It was hard for him to tell. Beru on the other hand, damn. This guy is really cool. It's been a long time since someone had the balls to actually do that to me, knowing full well who and what I am. It took him a while to finish laughing. Then he spoke up to the stressed out Twice. All right, I'll give you a chance. What do you want? Twice immediately teared up when hearing Bear's words. I want to help. Twice said with determination. Bear just smirked mentally as he nodded. Well then, let's start helping, shall we? And so, an unlikely union started. Twice ended up joining the hero side. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 109, Clones and Nomus. POV Beru. Okay, so what's the plan? I asked while crossing my arms and staring down at the cloning quirked villain. Honestly, this guy seems to be the furthest from evil as can be. But whatever, villain it is. It's more convenient to call him that. Well, I can dispel my clones. But I don't think there are that many of them left. I did feel them being destroyed a minute or two ago. He seems to be pretty flustered about this. Can't really blame him, poor guy probably won't even be all that strong by himself. I mean, his strength likely comes from numbers. Sorry I guess, but you can still aid the heroes outside, subdue the members of the Liberation Army and whatnot, I said while raising my finger. I guess that can work. But I don't really like making clones of myself. I'd like to avoid that if possible. He was interrupted by none other than himself. Oh, shut up already, you idiot. You know that you're the original, why are you acting like such a pussy? Damn, he's really hard on himself. I don't really know him well, so I can't speak for him. But he sure knows how to make things awkward for himself. I guess he does have a reason to be reluctant to use his strength. Maybe that's also why he's not comfortable being around people that only care about his ability. I mean, that's what this Meta Liberation Army is all about. They want a society that completely relies on the individual strength of one's quirk. It's basically an edgelord's wet dream. I really don't find the allure in that. That would basically mean that I'd be put on a pedestal for nothing other than being able to punch harder than others. It would make me feel quite stupid. There's also the fact that humanity is currently on the brink of experiencing extinction due to the rising strength of these quirks that the Liberation Army venerates so much. I can see that Twice is quite downtrodden. I guess he's not really in high spirits right now. Well, here's where my greatest skill comes into play. Raising the morale of others. After all, my greatest trait is my overwhelming charisma. Whatever you say, pal. Oi, don't be so mopey. Yep. That's about the extent of my social skills. I mean, I don't even know this guy's name. What the fuck am I supposed to tell him? Although, surprisingly, he found my comment amusing. Ha ha ha. You're really bad at this. What did you say, you little shit? That wasn't even his bad side speaking. Wahahaha. That was fucking terrible. Wow. I guess both sides unite when faced with a common enemy. I'd fuck off and help heroes or something. I opened up a portal underneath him and dropped him near the battlefield. I could still hear his laughter as I closed up the portal. Let's never talk about that ever again. POV narration. The heroes were quite surprised to hear such lively laughter coming from their side. Many of them turned around only to see an unknown man to the side, wearing a spandex costume, holding his belly while laughing. It's leader Twice. Ha, he's come to assist the army. Shouted one of the villains as the rest also started gaining morale. After all, having a leader among them inspired them to fight even harder. The heroes quickly tensed up, as the newly arrived leader got up and looked at the crowd that was caught in a standstill. I guess I can't just mope around forever, he said with an amused smile. He slowly walked towards the fighting, spreading his arms apart as he sprouted countless clones of himself. The Liberation Army soldiers all smiled when seeing the meta ability of one of their revered leaders. It mattered little that Twice was a new member, he was already recognized for his powers. Shit. It's the clone user. Where's Beru? Mirko said while dealing with a few villains to the side. All Might was also preoccupied fighting a few hundred villains by himself. I'll hold him back, shouted Aizawa as he prepared to use Erasure on Twice. But he didn't get to. Hundreds of clones rushed into the fray, cutting up villains left and right using various picked-up weapons, as well as the measuring tape that each was wearing at the wrist. What? Aizawa was confused at the scene. I'll be helping you guys today. About 10 clones of Twice spoke at the same time, they kept blocking bullets with their bodies, as well as rushing into the army fearlessly. The heroes looked on with awe before they all grit their teeth and rejoined the battle. Leader. What is the MHA? A member of the army was trying to find answers before he was swarmed by around 5 clones. Shut it. All 5 of them spoke at the same time. POV Beru. Damn, that guy is pretty decent. I guess these types of fights are his forte, hey? I already warped out of the building, I'm currently looking at the scene from the sky. At least 2,000 villains have already been defeated. But there are many more left. I've also yet to find any of the Nomus. They weren't in the same building as that cloning guy. But they should be somewhere in the city. I guess I'll fly around a bit more and check on them. 3 minutes later. Yep, found them. Seriously, what's the deal with evil scientists in underground bunkers? It took me a while to find since I am also constantly helping the heroes. But apparently, now they have another pretty decent support. Twice seems to be taking a lot of hits for the heroes regularly. His style of supporting the heroes is actually quite cool. He's basically using his many bodies as a shield. It's actually quite strange to see. It basically means that he's willing to take bullets for them since the clones all retain his personality and have his memories. They don't just listen to orders from what I've observed. They are him. I guess it does make sense now, why he'd be reluctant to constantly clone himself like that. I guess I didn't really think of the implications of creating so many versions of myself beforehand. It would be like I created a version of myself only intending to eventually kill it, or get it killed. A person just like me that I am supposed to see as expandable. That duplication quirk is actually quite sick. Not in a good way. I mean, I'd likely still use it. But it would be hard for me to see perfect replicas of me as just clones. I have a strand of his hair, and I've been considering whether or not this would be a good thing to have. I got the strand after walking into his room for a few seconds by the way. It's not exactly hard to find hair in someone's shower or pillows. But I guess I can just take it. I don't even have to use it all that often, nor do I plan to. But it can be useful to me. I have big plans with it in mind. I guess I'll have to see where the world takes me. Now on to the rescuing of the Nomus. I warped myself into that well-lit laboratory and looked around for a bit. On a table, I could see some familiar notes. I guess they also nabbed Kaihude's handbooks from the laboratory. It would have been odd if they didn't honestly. Near the table, I could see a sickly-looking man standing near the table, laughing while staring at the dozen Nomus on the side of the room. He eventually noticed my presence. Oh? The little experiment crawls into my palms at last. Geez, who the fuck talks like that? Does he think he's in a drama club or something? Regardless, he is dying for calling me an experiment. Dude, you sound pretty pathetic. You're basically the discount villain in a children's coloring book. Does that make you feel fulfilled? I don't even care to learn this guy's name. I've no idea what crack den the Meta Liberation Army has collected this guy from, but I really don't feel like learning. Your jests don't hide your panic well at all. I have already gained control of these soldiers. You are currently surrounded. I think he's grossly overestimating what a few low-end and mid-end Nomus can achieve. Okay? I said while staring at the Nomus and counting them. Exactly 14, the number that went missing after the attack. Ha ha ha. I managed to even learn from the notes of the genius Kaihude Gariki himself. There's no stopping the army after I've finished creating the more Nomus. Sure thing, pal. But now. You will have to die here. Be ripped apart by the beings that were created after you. I guess he's not gotten to reading the research notes on me if he thinks a few Nomas are enough to take me out. All of the Nomas sprung into action and started approaching me. I don't really want to harm them since they aren't at fault here. Good thing I don't have to. Stand down. I shouted as all of the Nomas stopped in their tracks. While the idiot was about to keep talking. But I just walked up to him. I think you are mentally challenged. You just called Kaihude a genius, yet you think any crook and half-ass scientist from Wish can take control of his creations. Kaihude has given absolute command of the Nomas to all of the closer servants of All for One. That includes little old me. That command takes priority over anything put in place after it. It was how he had designed all of the Nomas. To make sure that there was no way they would ever be used against him or All for One. I walked up to the scientist that was trembling in fear. I gotta say, this dude isn't really all that stupid. He was able to figure out how to control them pretty quickly, all things considered. But he was stupid to think that such scenarios weren't already explored by Kaihude in the past. That mad fucker had a contingency plan for just about every occasion. Including me apparently, although mine turned out to be pretty useless. He was cut off as the air left his lungs. One of my hands completely impaled his chest and resurfaced on the other side. I could see his eyes turn bloodshot instantly, as blood came out of his mouth like a fountain. He looked at me in shock and fear. "Quit your stammering, it's annoying," I said. After staring him in the eyes for a second. His hands tightly clenched my own as I held him up without any issue. After a few more seconds, they limply fell to the side, his struggle came to an end as the light was snuffed out of his eyes. I flicked my hand to the side, nailing the man into a nearby wall and preparing to walk out. Not after warping all of the Nomas back to the research institute, I obviously wouldn't let them just hang around in Dika City. I also took back the research notes. No need for other hands to touch these after all. I think the flanking team will appear soon. I muttered while lazily walking out of the bunker. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 110, all thoughts, get it, and flank. POV All Might. I've been trying to watch Beru closely this entire fight, he keeps slipping away from time to day, but he's consistently been assisting and supporting the heroes that are fighting. He's been reduced to a supporting role exactly because they didn't know if Beru could be trusted not to kill all of the villains that he fought. I at least hold back my punches and never directly touch any of the villains, I'm still injuring them, but the chances of them actually dying are extremely low. But Beru doesn't quite seem to have the same reservations as the rest of the heroes. It's as concerning as can be, honestly. I'd really wish he wasn't like this. I wish he was more like the young man he's supposed to be. But I guess innocence was never something that he got to learn about. I don't even blame him for his mindset, he's never had a figure to guide him in life. He was always by himself, molding his own ideas and creating his own set of morals. It's already far too late to get him to learn about other methods. The best thing I can do right now is to make sure that he doesn't do anything too drastic. That he doesn't end up in a huge controversy, and that the government doesn't decide that he's no longer worth the risk. The other team will soon be joining us. I could hear a clear voice from the small receiver in my left ear. It was obviously the rabbit hero's voice. Quite a lot of strange things have been happening, I mean, there is even a villain assisting the heroes and saving their lives. I don't really know what prompted his change in allegiance, but I doubt he would have gone this far just to gain our trust. He's already taken out well over 400 villains just with the sheer number of clones he's produced. His quirk is truly remarkable, I find it regretful that he ended up in a life of crime. But I guess that him helping out us heroes is already a good sign. I turned my body, twirling it along with the punch that I'm currently directing at the ground to my side. The shockwave of my fists seems to be enough to keep most of the people present at bay. But I can't get too careless, I need to constantly watch out for any hidden attacks. There are plenty of attempts, but I can thankfully brush off most of them as quickly as they come up. Suddenly, I could hear a shout from the sides, our group of 300 has already gotten surrounded. It's to be expected when you think about it. It doesn't matter how much training one has, fighting against 30,000 people isn't exactly a great plan. Most of the heroes are already showing signs of tiredness. I can't afford to do the same, unfortunately. As the symbol of peace, I must stand tall. I would also usually need to make sure that there are no casualties on our side, but Bear and the cloning villain seem to have that on lockdown. Oi! Big guy! We're breaking out! Punch a hole into their group! I suddenly heard a voice to my side, it was the villain that's been helping us. Or, at least a clone of his. I did as he told me for now, there should still be some minutes before Endeavor and his team arrive at this site, staying encircled will just tire us out more. Twirling around, I unleashed a smash to the scores of villains in front of me. The duplicating villain acted almost instantly. I was honestly not expecting this type of teamwork from him. He started duplicating himself instantly, he filled the gap that my punch had created and continued pushing further into the crowd. It wasn't enough to break through, but it was enough to give the heroes a bit more room for breathing. Shit. I was hoping that would work. From my side, the villain spoke with a bit of frustration. Well, there are quite a lot of people in this liberation army, I doubt you'd have enough stamina to outnumber them by yourself. I said while swinging my fists to keep the villains in check. Well, it was worth a shot. Names twice by the way. He shouted while kicking a villain away. It's a bit strange to see a villain act like this near a hero. Or at least it would be. If only Bear wasn't actually a villain originally too. I am somewhat accustomed to unnatural things because of him. Now. I heard an angry voice to the side, I could see another group of heroes, half of our numbers, attacking one side of the villains. Many were perked up on rooftops shooting down with either nets or their quirks. Endeavor himself was unleashing some fires, but he was keeping his temperature at a somewhat minimum, only trying to cover as much terrain as possible. Now. This is where the plan actually starts. POV Beru. Here I am, sitting down on the edge of a random building, overlooking the entire situation from a bird's point of view. I gotta say, Endeavor is really going hard on these poor fellas. I feel so bad that I almost want to warp them away or something. Almost. He's not actually harming anyone, at least not that badly. Second-degree burns aren't fatal, usually, so they'll be fine. I wonder where I should be going now. I guess I could talk with the leader of this army. He's been a pretty annoying thorn in my side for a while. But actually acting on my own like that would likely not be appreciated by Kenji and the people that planned this raid. Really, everything would have been over if they just let me spray a bit of fire around. A few thousand people burned to death in seconds, then the rest would likely just give up or something. Unless they are completely brainwashed, that is. I guess I can now understand why that wouldn't be a viable option. A group of villains this large is usually impossible, villains are a rowdy bunch and an extremely unstable factor. One day they are with you, the next they move to another country and rat you out. Can't trust them. So, I guess it's only reasonable to assume that some type of mental manipulation is in place to prevent anything too bad from happening. And if that's truly the case, then outright killing them all would be an inhumane act. It would be like carpet bombing a cult. Some people in there might deserve the carpet bombing, but not all of them. Why do I always find odd analogies to explain things? I guess that's just who I am, hey? I can see that the hero parties are currently meeting up and preparing to break through the villain barricade. The flanking team chose to break in from a less defended spot, now they are both surrounded. Well, they won't be for long. The combination of heroes will be enough to break through the tides of villains directed towards the inner city. They also have the help of that cloning villain that I still didn't really get the name of. Breaking through the barricade will be much easier with him on our side. Well, it would be much easier if I just released an air cannon and crushed all of the bones in their bodies. But that would be quite drastic. Whatever, I'll just make sure that there aren't any casualties for now. What a strange coincidence. To think I'd meet you here. I heard a voice to my side. Looking in that direction, I could clearly see a man that's half bald, with a long nose and wearing a suit. He's obviously Redestro, the leader of this meta-liberation army. Yet, what a coincidence, almost like I'm part of the raid team or something, I said with a bit of sarcasm, nothing new. Indeed. Would you have some time to speak perhaps? Now, what does this Pinocchio ripoff want from me? If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 111, Clash of Ideology. POV Beru. What do you want, Redestro? My impatient tone doesn't even seem to faze him. It's already strange that he expects me to actually be willing to speak to him. I'm only doing so out of curiosity and boredom. This entire raid is basically me on the sidelines and other people getting some action. Well, I'm glad there's no need for senseless introductions. I guess I can get straight to the point. Glad that there was no need for introductions, but you still added that sentence in place, to waste my time all the same. Here I am, saying this like I'm actually doing something fulfilling with my time. Not just practicing my warping quirk. Do go on, I'm sure you've got plenty of other stuff to do, wouldn't want to hold you back, I said with some hidden sarcasm. I doubt he caught it, it's a bit hard to judge my tone when I already sound sarcastic most times. Well, I was planning on giving you an invitation to our cause. I know of what you've been through because of this strange quirkist society. This conversation is only happening due to that upbringing in the first place. You would never have listened to a villain otherwise. This dude is overthinking a lot. But I guess he came to the most logical conclusion to come to. He doesn't know that I'm already reaching the age where having a midlife crisis is acceptable. Well, I think I'm still a decade off of that. But what's 10 more years anyway? I agree that the treatment of me wasn't all that great at first, but it was mostly cause of my unlucky ass landing right into the hand of people that didn't quite like mutant quirks, to begin with, I said while stretching a bit. Also, I opened up a portal in front of a villain that was about to tackle a hero. He ended up tackling himself off of a building. Regrettable. Still, the very existence of such people is a sign that our society has failed in many ways. Your ability is one of the most powerful, yet you were treated like dirt from birth since the day you were suddenly called a hero. This long-nosed bastard really likes to cherry-pick his information. Even before I was publicly called a hero, I was already pretty much venerated by the mutant quirk community, liked by the overall public, and even accepted by the police. It only took a bit of pushing to legally clean my name because of those factors. But I guess this guy needs to paint things in a bleaker light if he wants to draw me into his little group. My dream, my father's dream, the entire reason for the Liberation Army's existence. We wish to shift the balance of power to those that are truly powerful. Quirks are controlled and regulated to a sickening degree, the strength of a quirk matters little, and many are judged due to the nature of their quirks. Damn, this guy can really go on. At least his words are fun to poke at. I already know of the Liberation Army's goals and whatnot. A society where strength is the main decider for everything or something like that. Sounds a bit like bad planning. Not everyone with a strong quirk wants to be a leader. Not everyone with a powerful ability has a constant wish for validation and admiration that they can only fulfill by being above others socially. Once again, this offer of his is really catered to a certain type of individual. Unfortunately, I don't count myself in that group. So to cut a very long story short, you want the people to value power overall? Regardless of nature and whatnot. Redestro seemed a bit taken aback when I interrupted him from continuing his speech. But he did regain his composure rather quickly. This makes me wonder what gives him the confidence to come and seek me out like this. One wrong word and his head could be rolling on the ground faster than he can blink. He nodded to my words, allowing me to continue for a bit. That's already the case, isn't it? Well, not in every case but in plenty of cases, powerful quirks are venerated, people with the potential to become great heroes or something, I said while tilting my head at him. Indeed, that can be the case sometimes. But there are also others like you. Extremely powerful abilities that get completely ignored due to looks or other superficial things. Raw strength and usefulness should be the one and only way to determine how valuable a person can be. But that's not the case, unfortunately. I mean, he's not completely wrong with his words. That's exactly what he wants me to think. I'm well aware that this is nothing more than an attempt at negotiation. He's using plenty of techniques that I've heard of and can't name, but at least I can tell that he's trying to string me along. Yet, I can't really agree to that one. Chief usefulness, power, strength, what's all of it worth in the end? Do you think everything's gonna be fine and peachy when the strongest rule? Did you stop to think of how people with weaker quirks would be treated? Nah, you don't give a shit. Redestro seems to be widening his eyes for the first time since the conversation started. I was honestly thinking he's one of those people that are just constantly squinting or something. Everyone would be treated equally, that is part of our go damn, this dude is probably out of ideas or something. That's not how the world works. Just like there is discrimination towards villainous quirks now, there will be towards exceedingly weak ones then. I'm not even going to mention quirkless, by the way. My interjection seems to have finally made him realize that his persuasion check failed. I guess he forgot to add enough skill points to speech or something. Too bad he can't load away from this mistake. Damn, I guess I really shouldn't have spent all of that time with Shiggy. I've devolved into actually using game terminology. I see that you aren't willing to see things from our point of view. Regrettable, I was hoping that it wouldn't come to this. Long Nose is using the usual "the problem is on you, not me" technique. It was ineffective though. What were you expecting? Well, I guess I better start doing my job now. I'm still a hero, you know? I slowly got up as Redestro took a step back. Of course. He then released a sigh, after which he moved his arm in a strange way, likely signaling someone over or something. After which, I could spot a small light being shined into the window of a room underneath me. It's so small that almost no one would notice it. But time does move in slow motion currently, so I do have time to analyze my surroundings to greater extents. I heard a small rumble. I could see the floor underneath me slowly disintegrate. But I guess it's only slow for me. God bless high spec. I simply did a small jump, as a hand also appeared from underneath. It seemed to try to grasp my leg or the place where my leg previously was. I stepped to the side. As Redestro's hand turned black and became larger, he brought it over his head and tried to get a hold of me. I simply swiped my hand once in his direction. My claws expanded from a few centimeters to almost a meter. But I only used them to deal superficial cuts to his extended arm as I was backing off. At least for now. Rude inviting guests without telling me, I said as I watched a masked man climb out of that hole that was created just now. A man wearing a strange type of bird beak mask. Reminds me of a plague doctor mask, but seems a bit different. Other than that, he's dressed quite casually. Black suit pants, black shirt, the only thing that's not quite formal is his green jacket, it even has a thick purple fur collar. Well, not like we were fully expecting this to work. Redestro said while the other man just squinted at me. I guess I can entertain myself with you guys for a bit. Doubt I'll get in much shit for dealing with you myself in this situation. Not like I went seeking out trouble, I said while stretching my shoulders for a bit. The two of them tensed up and both adopted some type of fighting form. I'll thank them for relieving my boredom some other time. Sready about yesterday, dunno what's up honestly. Might be getting a lil bunt out. But the stories are both reaching their endings, on Patreon at least, so don't worry about me dropping them. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 112, Overhaul and Redestro. POV narration. The partnership between the Shihasaikai and the Meta Liberation Army was an extremely strange and spur-of-the-moment deal. It was a rushed ordeal that was made with the sole purpose to take down the two most powerful heroes alive. All Might and Beru. They came into contact after Redestro learned of their brand new product, the quirk-destroying drug. It was a tool that the long-nosed CEO could see the applications of. Especially in the upcoming battle. He cared little for the unethical methods of production. He rushed to meet and talk with the leader of the dealers and creators of that weapon. In their talk, the two of them could agree about plenty of things, and, apparently, they had a common enemy. Well, they were villains, so they would obviously have a common enemy. But this time, the enemy happened to be attacking the Meta Liberation Army. So the Shihasaikai was rather inclined to help them. Why? Well, now that the news of their drug was spreading throughout the underworld, heroes were bound to take notice of their presence. And that wasn't a good thing. So, to lighten the load, Overhaul decided that helping the Meta Liberation Army take out a few of the bad actors among the heroes would only be beneficial to them. But, the deal wasn't all that simple. There was yet another issue that Redestro had no idea of. Overhaul absolutely despised anything that the Meta Liberation Army stood for. So, one can guess what his choice was in that matter. I'll help them, both sides will be weakened by the end. It will be easier to kill them both. After all he needed to take care of his foes was a simple touch. The second he touched someone, he could decompose them on a molecular level. The defense didn't matter, neither did strength. All he needed to do was get close, and the fight was done. Redestro was unaware of this, he had no way of knowing just how much Overhaul despised quirks. He actually respected the man greatly due to the power of his quirk. Well, he didn't actually know him well enough to trust him. But he still didn't account for the strange clash of ideologies that could happen in between the army and the Shihasaikai. Whether it was out of poor planning, hurry, or complete and utter incompetence, he was going to see the consequences of his own actions. But, for now, Overhaul had a similar goal to his. Take down the two strongest heroes. Turning on the Liberation Army while these two were still alive was simply foolish. So, he needed to learn to prioritize. That's how they reached their current situation. The two leaders of their respective groups staring down a bored and dangerous individual that they saw as the biggest threat to their respective causes. All Might was also a large threat, but Beru was much stronger, that was a known fact in the underworld. The two villains circled around the hero with wary gazes. But Beru was not really putting as much effort into his performance. So, how are we gonna do this? Blackjack? Strip poker? Not that I have any clothes. Maybe Russian roulette? I like playing the version with 5 bullets by the way. He said while pulling onto his hands and stretching a bit. Almost like he was preparing for a light jog or something. Overhaul gritted his teeth through his mask and Redestro smirked as some of his skin turned a pitch black. It would be wise for you to take this a bit more seriously. The suited CEO said as some veins appeared on his forehead. Overhaul was silent, but his eyes seemed to be burning a hole through Beru's skull. Nat, I think you guys should first prove that you're to be treated seriously. The only person that had that connotation is All for One. By the way, my standards are a bit too high, Beru said dismissively. He was also referring to peak All for One. Not the weakened version he ended up fighting. Even while fighting the two of them, he was constantly supporting the heroes. He found it strange that some of the villains seemed to be aiming specifically in non-vital places. But he blocked those bullets nonetheless. The bullets themselves also seemed to be a bit different, but he didn't look too deeply into it. Overhaul growled as he crouched down, he placed both his hands on the roof of that building as he stared at Beru. Redestro also started growing larger and larger as he grew more frustrated. Suddenly, Beru saw the floor underneath him shift. Countless spikes were raised, trying to dig into him. But it was just concrete, although their speed was quite decent in his opinion. Interesting ability, Plague Doctor, but you're aiming a bit out of your league here. He was going to continue taunting the masked man. But he also noticed that Redestro was already at his side. A fist about as large as he was, coming directly from his side. Beru looked curiously at the fist, wondering why Redestro's power also turned him black. He raised his arm slightly, intending to stop the punch, but just as he was about to do that, Overhaul also rushed in, a hand outstretched, trying to touch his torso. He seems to be somehow manipulating the things he touches. Better not let him do as he pleases. He had already analyzed the quirk that Overhaul used. He didn't know everything about it, but it quite obviously had a lot to do with his hands. Palms specifically. So, he raised his legs at an unbelievable speed and kicked Overhaul away. The masked villain broke through the protective railing of the roof and flew straight into a neighboring office building. He smashed through the glass head first as Beru looked at him and wondered if he went a bit too hard. But that wondering had left him open for a split second, that coupled with him kicking Overhaul away, gave Redestro ample time to punch Beru. And he did punch him. His large, black fist connected to Beru's side as the insectoid thought it's been a while since I've had sushi. I should definitely try it tonight. Redestro's punch was powerful, the type that none could usually ignore. The ground under Beru cracked and segmented as the building trembled. Beru was then sent flying into the same office building as Overhaul, creating a sonic boom that broke most of the windows in that office. Such a loud fight instantly caught the attention of the other heroes. They were just about to start breaking through the inner parts of the city. But they were stopped in their tracks when seeing a building further into the city be almost toppled down. Who is fighting there? Did another villain defect? Mirko was instantly questioning the situation. It's probably Beru, honestly, said Cement, tossed to the side. Yes, seems like something he'd do, Aizawa responded plainly as he stared at another villain in the crowd that was trying to use a long-ranged quirk. Can you guys stop debating and start helping? Midnight started nagging them as she spread her miasma into the crowd in front of her. Now would be a good time to mention that the equipment all of the heroes received also had a special gas mask. They anticipated the extensive use of her somnambulist quirk, so they prepared accordingly. We're helping. Stop complaining already. Aizawa said in a tired tone as he stopped to put some drops in his dry eyes. Taking a break mid-battle isn't really a good idea, said Cementos with the same disinterested face as he rose concrete walls and dropped them onto the villains. Yet. This isn't really a fight though, Aizawa said while starting at a villain charging at him. Just as he was about to reach him, a black portal opened up and swallowed the villain. This feels more like a test we'd give the students, he said with a wry smile. He had absolute trust that Beru would support him, so he was quite free to treat his dry eyes to some rest. Cementos just sighed, he had absolutely no way to refute that. POV Beru. Damn, who knew Long Nose can punch that good? I remember that muscular guy, he was actually weak by comparison. That's pretty impressive honestly. Still not enough to warrant any seriosity. But I still won't let the masked guy touch me. Stranger danger and all that. I slowly got out of the rubble of the collapsing office building and looked around. Suddenly, I felt the wind to my side shift. It was none other than the masked villain. He'd have taken me by surprise if he wasn't moving in slow motion. Well, slow motion is actually comparably fast when I look at this. I know. Since he uses his quirk with his arms, then he's not really that big a deal without them. Brilliance. I gave him one last sideways glance as I swiped one of my hands in his direction. His wrists were cleanly cut off, his eyes widened in panic and fear as he watched his hands fly off into the rubble. From his running position, he ended up tumbling onto the floor and hitting his face onto the ground. He then released one of those usual blood-curdling screams that people I fight tend to release by the end. Looking at the blood on my claws, I guess taking his quirk is only natural at this point. Although I don't really see much reason to use it. Who knows? It's in front of me, I guess. Looking up onto the building, I could see Redestro. He looked at me with a serious gaze. I guess he saw the spectacle. I unfurled my wings and appeared in front of him. Say, how's about we just end this war? It's kind of boring to me. Redestro took an unsteady step back as he sweated a bit. Still, for some strange reason, he seems composed. Even though it's pretty clear that he dealt no damage to me, and that his ally there can't even be of help anymore. What's he got up his sleeve? If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 113, Bloody Struggle. POV Beru. That was certainly something, Mr. Really thrilling experience. Now can we call this whole thing off so that I can go and enjoy some lasagna or something? I'm doing my best to use my charisma and persuasive skills to convince Redestro to just call it quits. But, for some reason, I really don't think it will work. I'm basically asking him to simply give up on all of his ideals. It's truly a waste of time. But, once again, I really don't have anything else to use this time on. Don't think this is already over. I am not the only member of the Liberation Army. Redestro said through his gritted teeth. Looking down, I could see that many members of the army had gathered to support their leader. Now there's no need for such hostility. My job isn't really to fight in this raid. I'd recommend not stirring the pot, as some would say. My words were only met with silence. I honestly don't think that the people below really care about my assigned role in this raid. But a word of caution is still there. I'm giving them a warning, that should be enough. I think you've been in power for too long. How about I help you understand your circumstances? Redestro really just gained a lot of confidence out of nowhere. He took out a small pistol. I almost scoffed a bit when he pointed it at me. The bullets themselves were really slow. I could follow them with my eyes, they all looked a bit strange. But they have little way of actually piercing my exoskeleton. I wonder what their deal is. But I'm not going to let them touch me. I am confident in my strength, but there are still abilities that I should be wary of. Like the quirk of that masked man. Well, former quirk. He technically still has it but isn't able to use it. I simply dodged those bullets, some of them were shot to close off a few retreating directions for me. I didn't think he was that good of a shot. In the end, I landed on the ground, right between all of his soldiers. The long-nosed villain looked a bit irritated when he saw me just avoid his special attack. What? Did you think I'd just stand there and take it? I think this guy has grossly miscalculated how conceited and arrogant I am. He probably thinks I'm too arrogant to take anything seriously. I don't really know what that bullet is, or what it can do. But that's exactly why I'm not letting it hit me. What if he managed to shit out some reality-bending quirk that works through bullets? What if it instantly kills me when it touches me? That's a really stupid notion that I don't even think is possible. But I don't fucking know, so why test fate like that? Still, Redestro gained a strange, demented smile on his face. I looked down at my feet, I could see a small pad, I stepped on it the moment I dodged that bullet. The soldiers around me appeared oblivious to this, they all eyed me like hawks. But, when looking through the ground, I could see something somewhat strange. It looked to be a small explosive, it looked to be some type of specially made frag grenade mine. Is this guy planning on getting rid of all of the people around me? Dodging this is possible, but I do want to see how these bullets affect others. So I'll just warp the mine further into the crowd. POV narration. Beru opened up a small portal and transported the bomb in the middle of a group of villains. Suddenly, fire erupted from that small device, those bullets spread out like shrapnel and sunk into the bodies of all of the nearby villains. Beru looked on in interest as some changes started to appear to the people that were hit by that shrapnel. He could see them changing, the ones that had mutations were becoming normal. He looked in astonishment as they all became quirkless. Just like that. He wasn't daft enough not to understand the implications of such a weapon. Now, he was happy enough to not have let any of those bullets even touch him. He had no way of knowing that they could only be in effect after they entered the body. Beru was technically safe from these bullets. But that much was to be expected. Now, why would Redestro be so happy? It's a shame that one didn't work. I guess we're on to plan B. The long-nosed villain said while eyeing the crowd below him. At that moment, Beru wondered if he should just teleport his head away from his shoulders. Ultimately, he decided against killing the leader. That landmine wasn't his attack, so he didn't care about it harming the villains with it. Beru looked strangely at the people around him, he just now noticed that all of them wore some type of collar. What's this? Mass bondage? He asked after seeing the strange mechanical contraptions on the collars. The soldiers of the Liberation Army were shaken by the explosion, and the ones that lost their quirks were even more so. But then Redestro raised an arm. Then pointed it at the ground. Suddenly, a small ding sound was heard from all of the collars that the soldiers of the Liberation Army were wearing. Not just the people near Beru, there were also quite a few fighting the other heroes. Suddenly, all of the soldiers seemed to grow stronger. And less conscious. Some seemed to be foaming at the mouth, they were likely injected with some strange drug. Or at least that was what Beru thought at that moment. Then, from the side, a steel wire came rushing towards him, one of the drugged villains had suddenly started attacking Beru. And, right after him, many more followed. Hundreds of attacks, from all directions. What was a man supposed to do in such a situation? Beru didn't really know, but he sure knew what to do for himself. He suddenly started opening up portals all around him, swallowing up attacks and spitting them back out at different villains in the crowd. There were many villains outfitted with collars present. But Redestro didn't have the time to prepare such a collar for all of the members of the army. Only around 1,000 wore the collars. And, at this command, they were all injected with yet another drug that he had gotten off of Overhaul's hands. Trigger, or the Japanese version of it. Trigger was a new and experimental drug, it was yet to be accepted in the medical field, but it was tested in the underworld in America. The Japanese version of the drug was basically a watered-down version of that. It greatly enhanced the power of one's quirk factor. But, in exchange, the user became highly unstable mentally. It could also cause permanent damage to some. The creator of the drug planned to make it go public and distribute it throughout the world. This is quite interesting. Redestro was also quite surprised by the effect of that drug. He knew that it would make his people stronger, but the boost in power was more than he had expected. With this, taking down Beru in All Might is actually possible. Redestro mused to himself with a smile. Yet pretty interesting in it? Said Beru at his side. He was just sitting down on the railing and looking down into the crowd. The frenzied drugged soldiers were still attacking the spot where he had been before. Redestro could feel the cold sweat on his back. He didn't even need to look to his side to understand who was sitting beside him. His eyes were wide in both panic and terror. He needed to quickly retreat, or at least that's what he thought. He didn't actually have the time to put that thought into action, as he felt himself slipping a bit. He fell down on his ass. He was confused, he didn't understand how he lost his balance so quickly. Then he looked down at his legs. They were both severed from knee down. His eyes widened in terror once more. This time, he also released a pained grunt. Damn, the cut was a bit off, I wanted it to be more straight. Beru said as he looked at Redestro's amputated legs. The cut was done at a slightly tilted angle, which was the reason he had slipped off in the first place. This isn't over yet. Redestro said through tired breaths as he held his stumps, trying his best to stop the bleeding. The long-nosed villain wasn't wrong, but he was also not right either. His fight was more than over, he needed to quickly get medical attention. But the raid itself was still in progress. The heroes now faced quite a few drugged villains. How would they fare against that, I wonder? If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 114, All Out War. POV narration. What happened to these guys? Asked a hero, as the person in front of him suddenly gained a lot of strength. The villain had some sort of strength-enhancing quirk. The hero, Death Arms, was somewhat evenly matched with the villain at first, but that changed after the drug was injected. The villain seemed to grow a few dozen centimeters, he managed to quickly overpower the hero. Death Arms was sent flying back into the crowd of heroes as the villain was about to rush further into the group and start brutally beating on more heroes. But the villain thankfully didn't get far, he was quickly gripped by his own clothes. Best Jeanist acted quickly, he used his quirk to try and incapacitate the villain. Unfortunately, he only managed to slow him down. The man seemed to angrily flex his body, ripping out of his clothes and rushing the heroes again. But this time they were all prepared, the villain was met with a hurried counterattack. Death Arms and Kamui Woods worked together to restrain the man. It took the concentrated effort of several heroes to take down the trigger-enhanced villain. Such a scene was showing itself repeatedly all around the battlefield. The only thing that kept the rest of the regular villains from rushing in was the series of portals that kept warping them back to their starting points. That and the miasma that kept making so many of them pass out. Beru was obviously not going to let things get too out of control, and Nemuri had released her quirk at full power after seeing that many heroes were getting overwhelmed. Her use of her quirk forced all of the heroes to put on their masks, and it forced All Might to go and fight further away from the group. The wind from his punches could potentially blow away the cloud of miasma and leave the heroes open for attack. All Might himself was in the middle of his own harsh battle against dozens of trigger-enhanced villains. It was getting harder and harder for him to hold back. He also realized that extending the fight, even more, would lead to his timer running out, so he decided to get serious. He was currently fighting the original Moonfish, enhanced with trigger. Along with quite a few other villains with troublesome quirks. He was injured here and there, a few broken teeth were lodged deep into his arms, but he was not the type to fall easily. Then, something unexpected happened. One of them managed to take Toshinori by surprise, he had a quirk that allowed him to grow and control the hair on his body, he managed to pull the symbol of peace and throw him upwards. The action made All Might lose his footing and showed the others an opening. If only they were still conscious enough to take it. But All Might was done playing around now, so he wasn't about to wait for them to make a few more moves. A single twitch of his brow, his ever-present smile disappearing for a split second as he twirled around in the air and aimed a full-powered punch straight at the ground, where most of the drugged-up villains were just waiting for him to land. The strength that his punch released was so great that, even with the precautions taken, it still managed to blow away some of Midnight's miasma. The villains that took the full brunt of that punch were buried into the street, the large crater he had created was filled with debris from the buildings that had been standing nearby until now. The rest of the heroes cheered when seeing All Might triumph like that, but not all of them were happy. Endeavor just scoffed and cursed at how little he could use his quirk. He was strong enough to dispatch thousands of villains on his own, but he needed to control his flames as to not kill them or injure his allies. It was a restriction that had plagued him for the entirety of his hero career. Now, it was just the same. He could only take care of the people nearest to him. Stop gaping and start slapping villains around you twerps. Mirko was quick to reprimand the heroes that had gotten distracted by All Might's attack. They all quickly got back into action as they were still stuck trying to defend against the trigger villains. Mirko herself was fighting and giving it her all, but even she couldn't afford to be careless in that situation. But the crowds of villains were starting to thin out. The problem was that the stamina of the heroes was also mostly gone. The plan had failed due to the sudden appearance of the trigger villains. Now, they were fully on the defense, trying to hold their positions. In the end, a lot of the heavy lifting ended up with Twice, who was tirelessly making more and more clones. He was forced to run away from the circle the heroes had formed for his lack of gas mask. But he was still actively assisting them. He created an entirely new circle and defended it himself, it was just him and his clones. Some of the heroes couldn't help but feel some admiration when seeing how determined the former villain was to help them. They were already refusing to actually call twice a villain subconsciously. He had already proved himself to be a great ally to many. "This is so shit," said MT Lady as she sat down in the middle of the circle kept by heroes. She was battered and bruised. She was constantly targeted when she grew in size, it was actually infuriating that she couldn't do anything about it. When she used her quirk, she'd simply get pushed back and forced to revert to normal as to not damage her own teammates. It was an extremely frustrating ordeal for her. The fight was looking bleaker, the situation getting worse and worse as the fatigue built on the heroes. All Might himself could basically feel his time running out. But he wasn't letting off so easily. He was still pounding on villains all around him. This is bad. What are we even supposed to do? Mirko was actually starting to panic a bit. She was not the type to be fearful. And she wasn't for herself, but she could see that the rest of her team was barely standing straight at that point. Aizawa was not even able to open his eyes anymore, Midnight was about to pass out herself, Cementos was slightly injured and breathing heavily. Such states were somewhat common among the group. From a distance, Bear looked with annoyance. I guess I need to help them now. The plan can go fuck itself. But, I can actually do this without getting any flack. The insectoid quickly disappeared from in front of Redestro, he warped himself into a forset and made a clone of himself. It wasn't hard since he already knew his own measurements. The clone looked around for a bit, then just nodded and transformed into someone else. It had the same memories as Beru, it knew what to do. The Beru clone quickly flew off and Beru himself warped back to Redestro, who hadn't even gotten to notice his absence. After all, it hadn't even taken a second. It just looked like he blinked in and out of existence for a split second. But Beru mentally smiled. Things are about to get really interesting. I should also deal with this dog. Not really worth keeping the discussion up, he thought while looking at Redestro. Well, this was a fun experience. I'm sure we'll meet again when you're behind bars or something, Beru said in an upbeat tone. And no. This is far from the last you'll hear of the Meta Liberation Army. Beru just tilted his head at Redestro. Sure, whatever, but you won't be part of it. Beru didn't want to continue the conversation, so he just opened up a portal underneath Redestro, sending him straight into the police station. He also smashed his head into the ground, just to make sure he wasn't going to wake up and cause any trouble. Then, Beru just walked over to the railing and looked at the army of villains gathered there. I guess a few casualties are acceptable at this point, he said out loud to no one in particular. Sorry about yesterday. Again. I really needed some sleep. The fact that I'm having some troubles at work definitely didn't help my tiredness at all. Don't worry though, at least I managed to post earlier today, smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 115, Giant and Dabby. POV narration. This is bad. Mirko was not having fun anymore. Even the heroes that had come in later were starting to tire out. Endeavor was one of the few that were still on full strength. He hadn't really used much of his power in fear of burning others. But now he couldn't even move away to start going full power since he was one of the few people left still defending the tired heroes. Fuck the plan. I hope Beru comes here and cuts them all down. But he's probably also in his own fight at this point. Mirko thought as she looked around herself. She knew that Beru was still helping them, but she also knew that he was definitely busy, not all of the villains were attacking the heroes. Beru was likely facing an army on his own too. I hate this so much. That was what she thought as a drugged villain approached her and sprouted blades from all over his body. Mirko got cut repeatedly all over her body as she tried to dodge and back off, only to end up being kicked by another villain and sent flying into a building. The pain didn't faze her, but she was annoyed that she had gotten distracted like that. She shakily got up, only to be met with the same figure that had kicked her. It was a large, hulking man, he raised his fist, and was about to bring it down on her. The rabbit hero was already far too tired to bring up any defense. But she was about to try to anyway. She gritted her teeth and raised her leg in a roundhouse kick. She managed to somehow narrowly avoid his punch with that motion, but her kick barely made the villain flinch. She was already far too tired to put much strength behind her kicks. Still, she managed to take a few steps back before preparing to dodge another hit. She wasn't the type to give up easily, she would even start biting her enemy to death if need be. But sitting down and giving up was simply not her style. She looked at the large villain with hate, she also noticed that the bladed villain was coming closer to her too. Then, out of nowhere, a large crack was heard. A shockwave spread out among the entire group of heroes and villains. It also managed to somewhat stagger the large villain that had kicked Mirko. Then, something else happened. While that villain was staggered, a large hand came around and slapped him alongside the bladed villain. They were sent flying into the crowd of villains as the large hand returned to normal. Mirko looked at the origin of the attack with a smile. This fucker. A man in a suit, his appearance seemed to be that of a middle-aged villain thug. But the smile on his face gave Mirko a strange, familiar vibe. She realized it was none other than the giant villain that had eluded them before. Well, I went and almost missed this party. Can't believe that you heroes failed to invite me here, that's downright cruel of you. The giant villain, who is none other than the bear clone, spoke with flair and energy. You. Endeavor commented to the side, he was just about to rush in and aid Mirko. The NR2 hero was shocked by the appearance of this enigmatic villain. What does your organization have to do with things this time? Said Mirko as she walked out of the buildings she had been smashed into. She was somewhat limping, but she was clearly unafraid of the presumably dangerous villain. That at least managed to calm some of the heroes down, not all of them knew the full story of the giant villain. Not much honestly. I don't know how you guys got yourselves into this huge of a mess. But I can't really let you all waste your lives here. You are heroes that are supposed to keep people safe. The giant villain spoke with a hand on his chest. Mirko just smirked while staring at him. She didn't believe a word that came out of his mouth. But she was damn glad to see him there. Well then. I guess I'll have to step in and help you guys out this one time. He said as he started hopping a bit and shadow boxing in the air. I still hate you. But that would be nice yet, Mirko said while she also ran in the middle of the hero circle and sat down. What should we do? Asked one of the heroes nearby. For now, try to get out of that guy's way, Mirko spoke up in her earpiece. Her command was heard by everyone, as she released a tired sigh. She looked at the giant villain with interest, then at the Liberation Army with a bit of pity. These guys are toast. She thought with a satisfied smile. Then, it started. As the bear clone continued shadow boxing towards the villains, suddenly, one of his jabs expanded. His hand grew large and crashed into the crowd of villains violently. It was clear that he was not holding anything back. The Liberation Army soldiers were sent flying and crushed among each other. It didn't matter much whether or not they were drugged. They were all sent flying anyway. The fight continued like that for a bit. The bear clone kept sending giant jabs at the army of villains surrounding it. The heroes winced as they watched the villains lay broken after being sent flying by his punches. But such a strategy wasn't going to work forever. And it certainly wasn't going to work with all of the triggered-up villains. One of them in particular managed to cover his entire body in a strange crystal that stuck to the ground. It managed to stop one of the jabs, and that created an opening. The villains rushed in and were about to reach the clone. But the clone just smiled. Suddenly, its entire body expanded exponentially, it used its full size, 35 meters of mass and power. But the heroes weren't quite hopeful when they saw that. He's a much bigger target now. One of the heroes muttered. They had seen MT Lady try something similar, but the villains were far too many, and she was tired out and forced to turn to normal. They were somewhat worried that the scene would repeat. But that worry didn't even cross Mirko's mind. She just felt pity for all of the villains rushing towards the giant villain. The bear clone raised one of its fists into the air, then proceeded to smash it into the ground with enough force to blow all of the people nearby away. The villains that had tried rushing in were the most affected. Even the crystal villain was crushed into the concrete street alongside the rest of them. The only reason the heroes were not blown away too was that Cementos had managed to raise a wall between everyone and the villains. The wall was crushed almost instantly, but it still protected them. All Might also decided to join in the fun with a large attack of his own. Since most of the heroes had retreated from the crowd of villains, he could somewhat go all out more easily. He released a smash that blew away hundreds of villains in front of him. Steam was coming out of his body but he was still persevering. The leaders aren't even here yet. That was his thought. He actually found the situation to be quite bad. He also didn't know what to think about the helping villains. Both Twice and the giant villain were aiding the heroes extensively. Endeavor himself was usually harsh on both villains and vigilantes. But even he didn't feel like scoffing at the two. Especially Twice, the cloning quirked man had completely earned Endeavor's respect. Even now, Twice was tirelessly fighting against many villains. Something that could only be admired. And, after seeing All Might, the giant, and Twice, all still fighting with their all, he started feeling inadequate. I am also strong. Why am I just sitting on my ass here? Since the villains stopped attacking the rest of the heroes, he had no reason not to seriously enter the fight. So, he jump-started into Katayan by delivering a full-powered punch into the torso of a strength-quirked villain. The villain bent strangely as that punch sent him tumbling to the ground. Then Endeavor started to raise his temperature. He started sending torrents of flames into the crowd. All until one point. A blue flame appeared and managed to suppress his own. It's that guy. He looked at the stitched villain warily. Dabby just smiled. Oh, so nice to meet you, father. That simple sentence simply broke Endeavor. It completely shut off his brain. And Dabby obviously knew that it would cause such a reaction since he wasted no time to start bombarding Endeavor with a concentrated stream of fire. Unfortunately for the young villain, things weren't going to happen his way. Just as he released his flames, a black portal swallowed his hands. In the back, in the middle of the still numerous villains, his hands appeared and started burning a few dozen people. Shit! He shouted, losing all of his composure and revealing a twisted and angry face. Toya! Endeavor finally recovered and shouted with all of his strength. There were plenty of emotions on his face. A mix of both sadness, joy, and panic. He was happy to learn that his son was still alive, but the circumstances of their meeting, as well as the crazed look on his face. It was simply devastating for him to see. What happened to you? The flaming hero asked in a shaky tone. Oh, shut up. Don't give me that stupid and fake caring look. You were the one that threw me away after little Shoto got his quirk. Dabi spoke with hate and vitriol that almost floored Endeavor. Endeavor's mind was suddenly filled with a rush of thoughts. It was due to his obsession that everything happened. His obsession rubbed off on the young Toya at the time. But even then, NG couldn't bring himself to see his own son injure himself with his own quirk. Even if it was a powerful quirk with the potential to overcome All Might, he couldn't bring himself to keep training Toya knowing that it was only hurting him. So, he decided to start concentrating on Shoto instead. He had no way of knowing that Toya, in his mind that was deluded by his father's obsession, took that change in demeanor as something else entirely. Now, NG was staring at the product of his own mistakes and stupidity. And he couldn't do anything other than stare. His son, his beloved flesh and blood was now a vengeful and murderous psychopath. All because of him. That realization simply broke the NR2 hero. For a second, he wished for nothing but Bear's portals to disappear so that his son's flames could swallow him whole. Oi! Stop whimpering like a bitch! Get in there and stop that villain already! The voice that woke him up belonged to none other than Mirko. She was oblivious to the situation, but she still managed to remind Endeavor of what he was. He was a hero. The NR.2 Pro hero to be exact. He had gravely failed his son, now he needed to do his best to at least be the one to capture him. If I get home, the first thing I must do is apologize to them all. He thought of all of his children. Only after seeing the deranged and crazed Dabi did he realize just how much he had messed everything up. And so, the bout between father and son was starting. On another side of the battlefield, Bear was still looking down at what was essentially 5,000 villains. He smiled as his arms inflated like balloons. He jumped into the air and flew a bit. He used a gigantification quirk in his arms and upper torso, it made him look funny, his proportions were way off. But, the next attack he released was anything but funny. 2. Fully powered gigantified air cannons hit the ground, what ensued could only be called an earthquake as his entire sector of the city was segmented and basically became a pit. It was unknown how many of the 5,000 survived. But everyone could hear and feel the attack. It had created quite the earthquake after all. Bear just sighed in satisfaction as he flew off to some other building, to observe things from there instead. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 116, Big Attack. POV Beru. I really don't get what Redestro thought would happen. It's not like I'd suddenly become afraid of a few villains. I guess he was hoping he'd be able to either get that masked villain to touch me or he'd get me on his side. But he was far too overconfident in all of his actions. Usually, confidence comes from somewhere, so I'm still waiting to see if something will pop up and surprise me. But I highly doubt it at this point. I also turned an entire district of this city into a pit, so I doubt they will be sending many more after me. I mean, I doubt they'll be sending anyone after me at this point. But there should still be some elites left inside this Meta Liberation Army. By now though, they'll start coming out. Like the blue fire guy that's currently fighting with Endeavor. I don't get why Flamebeard is hesitating so much when fighting that villain, but that's his deal, not mine. I'll just make sure he doesn't get too injured. My clone also seems to be having fun, smashing villains around with ease and turning the entire army into a joke. It's kind of funny to see from an outsider's perspective. Usually, I'm the one kicking ass. Well, I guess I still technically am the one doing it. But I can also look at it from a distance now. Now, what else should I do? I guess I'll start extracting the tired heroes from the fight. No use to keep them there and the plan has already fallen apart to this extent. No reason to endanger them any further. I guess that's something I can go over there and do myself though. No reason to wordlessly teleport them away. Might as well ask Mirko and the others how things are. POV narration. And so, Bear decided it was finally time to end things. He warped himself in front of the tired heroes and walked over to Rumi, who was intently observing the Gant villain as he pounded the Liberation Army. Damn, you guys got fucked. I guess the number difference became too much after the drug got introduced, Bear said, startling Mirko. The rabbit hero looked at the tall and looming insectoid with annoyance. A bit of an explanation on that would be helpful, by the way, she said while looking at the rest of the tired heroes. Many of them were listening to the conversation. Well, I don't know all that much about it. It's apparently making their quirks stronger but making them less intelligent. Everyone seemed to have expected that response. Mirko just scoffed and looked away. If you were going to say something so obvious, why did you even open your mouth? She said while looking at the situation a bit more closely. She could see that the giant villain, although getting attacked from all directions by hundreds of villains, remained unbothered by any damage done to his body. In truth, she was quite fascinated with the fighting style of that man. His use of excessive strength wasn't what impressed her though, rather, it was his complete control over it. She couldn't appreciate it in the past since she didn't know how he looked when going all out. But now, she knew that he wasn't even playing around with them the last time they tried to capture him. Damn, you're harsh. Beru also looked at his clone curiously. Do you think you can match that man? Mirko ended up voicing her thoughts by mistake. She was honestly curious if Beru had confidence in dealing with the elusive villain. Easily, though I hardly see any reason to. His answer made her scoff a bit. It didn't help that it sounded like boasting, but he was also being completely truthful. A clone didn't have the full strength of the original. It was also a lot less durable. But that wasn't possible to observe since, with the number of defensive quirks that the clone had, it would be impossible for anything less than All Might to actually deal any damage to it. Glad to see you love boasting so much. But this guy managed to escape from all of us before, don't look down on him. Beru almost laughed when hearing that. It had been him who escaped from everyone back then. But he was obviously not going to mention that part to the irritated rabbit hero. Meh, that doesn't say much anyway. I'll be teleporting all of the tired heroes away, Beru said while not giving Mirko any time to respond to his earlier jab. What? We can still fight. We just need a few seconds. One of the heroes spoke up while slowly trying to get up from the ground. Yeah, now the fight's almost over anyway. You all did well. I'm pretty sure you all held back these 30,000 villains for at least an hour or two, but any more than that is suicide. Beru's words were like a shower of cold water. They couldn't even refute them. The only reason they were even able to last this long was due to Beru and Twice. The giant came in much later when they were already down from the count. Midnight had completely overused her quirk in that time. Now, she was trying her best to regain her bearings. Her costume ripped in many places and her body filled with cuts and bruises. Seeing her like that was a large part of his decision to retreat the heroes. You know, if you're so tough, why didn't you act sooner? Mirko asked. She was really angered by the way Beru acted. He was so nonchalant about the situation that it actually got to her nerves. Calm down Tuts, I was specifically told that I can't go killing everyone, so joining the fight is basically a no-no for me. Beru's words still didn't sit right with the rabbit hero. Oh yeah? Are you lacking control to the extent where you can't fight without killing? Her question made sense. Beru could have still joined the fight if he were to hold back a lot. He was really great at holding back after all. It's just that. Yeah, that would be too big of a pain in the ass. Imagine trying to fight and protect 30,000 people at once. It's much easier to use a big attack and not worry about it. His reasoning was good. The reason he was here now was that he could stop caring about holding back. The situation had long since spiraled out of control. That was also why he didn't care about the 5,000 he Erkanonid. Oh yeah? Then why don't you use one of these fabled big attacks of yours and end the fight already? The plan is dead, who gives a shit anymore? Beru was about to rub the bridge of his nose, but then he remembered that he didn't have a nose. So he settled with just sarcastically saying. And why the hell do you think I'm here then? To admire the scenery? He said as he warped Twice and All Might into the crowd of heroes. Then he placed both of his hands on the ground. Using his earth manipulation quirk, coupled with the new quirk he had gotten from that masked villain, he raised high walls around the circle of heroes. The heroes looked around a bit confused, especially Twice and All Might. The two of them were a bit disoriented. Endeavor was further away, he had taken the fight with his son far enough from the main group to actually prevent either his or his son's flames from injuring any heroes. So, Beru didn't need to teleport him away. The walls rose higher and higher, in the end, they towered over most of the buildings nearby. Then, without waiting, Beru clapped his hands on the ground once more. This time, he used yet another combination of quirks, liquidification. He turned the earth into something similar to a liquid, then, he spread out that wall he had created all around the hero group like a tsunami. The tsunami ate away at the buildings and the people nearby. The earth was like a thick liquid, swallowing up all of the villains nearby and smashing them into buildings. The powerful waves continued expanding, leaving nothing but remains and debris behind. Hee, I guess I'll call this one, Mud Tsunami, Beru said while slowly getting up. The waves continued even after Beru had stopped controlling them. They had enough momentum, they continued to swallow up everything within a 5 kilometers radius. Beru ended up having to warp both Endeavor and Dabby away. He would have only taken Endeavor, but he saw that the two people were having a moment, so he didn't want to ruin that. What? How? Mirko was beyond confused when seeing just how destructive that move was. She thought that Beru would just start punching randomly. She knew he was strong, but she couldn't foresee just how devastating his abilities were when he actually wanted them to be. I'm sure there's plenty of survivors, but we'll have to call in quite a few rescue teams. I'll unearth the heads of most of them, just to make sure, Beru said as he placed his hands on the ground once more. Mirko could see heads sprouting out of the ground all over the battlefield. Villains had been completely buried alive in the wake of that nightmarish tsunami. There, I think that settles it, Beru said as he wiped some non-existent sweat from his non-existent brow. Young man. All Might looked at Beru with concern. But he ended up sighing when he saw that Beru still cared for their lives somehow. The gesture of making sure they had their heads uncovered was large in All Might's opinion. It meant that Beru wasn't as murderous as he had previously thought. Or as the stain recording made him seem. He couldn't help but smile as a lot of his paranoia vanished. Although his strength was enormous, he was far from a villain. That was the conclusion Toshinori arrived at. Oh, let's get you all to a hospital or something, Beru said after noticing the steam coming out of All Might. He was quick in sending the symbol of peace off. Mirko was still startled, but then she seemed to have remembered something. Wait. What about the giant villain? She didn't even notice that there were traces of concern in her voice. I'm sure the guy's fine, he probably rode the waves and fucked off. This move wasn't made to take out someone of his caliber. Beru actually managed to calm someone for once. Mirko also smiled when hearing Beru acknowledge the giant's strength. She had no idea he was basically jerking himself off with that compliment. You all should rest for now, don't worry about the cleanup. Beru waved his hand as he teleported all of the heroes away. Midnight also gave him a tired look, accompanied by an even more tired smile. They certainly had a lot to talk about. But, for now, Beru needed to talk with some other people. Like the chief of police, and go to Yuri. He also needed to prepare for the termination of his contract with the Public Hero Safety Commission. Oh, so much work. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 117, Aftermath and Plan. POV Beru. My conversation with Kenji wasn't all that interesting. The chief of police just felt that it was necessary to thank me for the support I had given the heroes throughout the raid. He also asked me about the whereabouts of the giant villain. I just told him that he likely got teleported away. All for One also had a teleportation quirk besides Kurogiri's. It's the weird vomit one. It wasn't hard to convince the chief of police that the super-duper secret organization also had a means of teleportation. In truth, my clone just warped itself off and is probably hanging around in some other country for now. Probably gaining a few more exotic looks for our identity collection. I mean, I won't be able to access its collection. But I sure as hell don't plan on making any more. This one is the only clone I'll ever make. Why? Because I don't want an identity crisis. My clone knows it's a clone, and it probably doesn't even care since it's my clone we're talking about here. I'm really lucky that I am what I'd call calm and collected, or what some would call severely troubled and highly unstable. I mean, what's a split personality and an originality complex to my already somewhat deranged psyche? Don't get me wrong, I damn sure made a lot of progress since I've started this journey into this strange world. But I somehow can't comprehend a few things. Like, why am I even here? What is the purpose of all of this? In my first life, I lived aimlessly and drifted from pleasure to pleasure. This life? Well, I guess I've at least got Toga. She's no less than a daughter to me at the point. I guess I kinda made it my goal to help her out for a while. Then there's Suma, Nizu, Toshi. Even Midnight. It's not that I don't have family and friends. It's just that I keep having this nagging feeling that I don't belong in this place, that I'm some kind of imposter. That everyone around me would live just fine even without me being here because I wasn't meant to be here in the first place. Although, if you think about it, I did change quite a lot of the people that I've interacted with over the years. So it's not like my absence wouldn't be noticed. I guess this feeling will stay with me for a while. Until I forget about it again, and I return to my usual happy state. It's kind of weird honestly. I'm not even disingenuous when I act happy, it's almost like I have some sort of ability to forget everything depressing when I'm near the people I care about. Well. That's enough debating on my life until now. There are still so many things left to do. For now, I guess I can go and see how Yuri is doing. I've yet to even give him high spec, but he's most likely looking at the nomus I sent him during the war with the Liberation Army. Now that I think about it, it's a really good thing that the raid happened sooner than later. The Liberation Army would have ended up making a lot more nomus, they would not hesitate to ruin the lives of so many people. It's always like that for people that believe they were fighting for a greater cause. It's funny that this somewhat reminds me of Vladislav. He used to postulate a lot, and he always considered the criminal syndicate to be of greater importance than any one individual. It's the same mindset really. Now that I think about it, I guess the Liberation Army was somewhat similar to my gang in many aspects. We even had a politician as part of the elite of the syndicate. Welp, better fly off to Yuri. I could teleport, but it's been a while since I've felt the wind on my face like that. POV narration. While Beru took off, the media was already reporting on the latest raid. They even managed to get camera footage. The ending of the raid was the most discussed part of the whole thing. The civilians all saw how the heroes were slowly getting overwhelmed, then Bear just appeared and buried all of the villains alive in a tsunami of mud. The appearance of the giant villain was somewhat overshadowed by the feat of strength that Bear the Ant King had shown. It was a mesmerizing scene for many. But it was also a hopeless one for some. Namely, Kirishima and Bakugo. Even Izuku to some extent. People that had set Bear as their goal, something to surpass or to defeat in the future. They all received a reminder of just how great the rift between them and Bear actually was. Many now speculated that Bear is actually stronger than All Might. Although that notion was still met with some scrutiny. Most people just said that All Might couldn't go all out because his allies were all around him, and that Bear just happened to have powers fit for the occasion. Then another piece of footage surfaced. At the time where the heroes were getting overwhelmed by numbers, Bear had also apparently been fighting an army of his own. He also dealt with the leaders of 2 crime organizations all at once. And the footage showed off even more of his strength. This also prompted yet another raid to happen, this time only the police and a few top heroes were involved. It was a raid on the organization Chihasaikai. They were discovered to be a drug-dealing and creating organization. And the police even managed to rescue a child from them. The condition of the said child left many of the heroes and policemen quite heartbroken. Only after she was shown the footage of Overhaul getting defeated did she manage to calm down. She actually seemed to gain some hope. She ended up asking to meet the one that had defeated Overhaul. But that was to happen in the future. For now, Bear was just sitting down on a chair. In front of him was Yuri, fiddling with some device that was found on the Meta Liberation Army HQ. So, even you have no idea what this thing is? Asked Bear while looking at the small device with confusion. It's probably not all that important. Likely an accessory to make the use of a certain quirk easier. But I can't discern which quirk it was used for. The doctor spoke while still not taking his eyes off the strange, crown-shaped device. Bear had apparently warped it in with the Nomus by mistake. So it was technically written off as an item recovered from a raid. But Yuri didn't seem to have much of an idea of its uses. How about you put it on? The insectoid said as he crossed his legs and arms. Yuri just looked at him, I'd rather not put something untested on my head thanks. He said it as if it was obvious. It made Bear scoff and throw his hands up. Fine, gimme, I'll use it. Bear extended one arm towards the scientist. I'm not entirely sure that's a good idea. The doctor said with a bit of concern laced in his voice. But since when was logic a good reason to stop an experiment? He ended up just shrugging and giving the crown-shaped device to Bear. Bear put it on, it seemed to readjust its shape automatically, it seemed to be molded for his head. Yuri just raised an eyebrow. Okay, so I just press this button. Bear just asked a rhetorical question as he actually pressed the button. A strange sound was heard, one that Bear found a bit familiar. Then he felt a small needle try and pierce his exoskeleton. Then he saw a few droplets of liquid roll down from the place the needle tried to pierce. I think it was one of those quirk-enhancing thingies, Bear said while taking off the crown. Yuri just rolled his eyes and took a small sample of the liquid. He put it through a strange machine. He explained that it was the type to usually find out the composition of most chemicals put in it. He waited for a minute, then looked at the results. Yep, not sure about that. I've already identified the origin of the strengthening drug. This thing is actually the blood of someone. Well, it's mixed with a few other components. But its main component is blood. Yuri then took a closer look at the results. Blood filled with an odd and very active quirk factor. This is rather strange. Yuri then stood up and walked over to some of the other blood samples he had in his possession. They were mainly from the Nomus. He put the 2 samples together and looked at them for a while under the microscope. Then, he blinked a few times. Then looked again. What the? He wiped off the lenses of his microscope, then the lenses of his glasses. Bear just looked at him like he would a crazy man on the streets. A crazed smile then reached the man's face. This is it. This is what we've been looking for. Bear then raised a non-existent eyebrow in confusion. Yuri almost looked like he was getting off. And Bear was about to laugh at him, but he didn't want to ruin the man's parade. Yuri, after noticing Bear's confused gaze, started explaining. This quirk factor completely suppresses all of the other quirk factors within the Nomu's DNA sample. It actually erases them. I don't really know how, I can find that out later. But the results are there. Bear then also got a bit excited. He wasn't as into the whole, save the world plan as Yuri was. But he could still be happy about it. Especially since he saw his usually cold and bored new friend look like a kid on Christmas. The amount of hope in his eyes was staggering to Bear. It was shinier than All Might's smile. That's amazing. But how do we get more of this thing? Bear asked while tilting his head. They had some samples, but it was hard to replicate the quirk with just what they had now. And it was also likely going to suppress the rest of the quirks inside their bodies if either of them got it. Well, the reaction it would have on Beru was yet to be known. His DNA just took on the attributes of that of others. It wasn't quite possible to know how his original quirk would react to copying the perfect natural quirk suppressant. Well, I can search the database to see whose blood this is. If they're even in the database, that is. If not, then we'll have to make do with the few droplets that we have. It's not ideal, but it's more than nothing. Yori didn't even stop for a second. He almost ran towards the computer. He inserted some of the data about the blood and DNA that was discovered in that machine onto a computer database. This thing should find us the blood's owner. If they are registered, that is. Yori said while staring at the loading screen intently. Beru must have sat there for at least half an hour before he heard any response from Yori. This might be a problem. He said while rubbing the bridge of his nose and taking his glasses off. What? Beru said as he got up from his chair to take a look at the screen. Yet. That can certainly be an issue. The database showed a freshly added file of a horned little girl. The entries weren't even completed thoroughly. Beru then looked at Yori intently. The message was clear. I know. We aren't going to be using kids. The somewhat insane scientist said while rolling his eyes. He was clearly just joking. He himself wouldn't have used a child in his experiments. That was what made him different from Kaihude after all. I have another idea. Yori said with a smile while staring at Beru. The only thought in Beru's mind was. I'm not gonna like this, am I? If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 118, Rewinding Genetics. POV Beru. I dunno man, I don't like this plan all that much, I said while staring at Yori, who somewhat dismissed my worries, waving them off with the classic. Oh, man up. What's the worst that can happen? I doubt all of your quirks will disappear due to a single quirk. The plan is quite obvious. Yori wants me to get a lick of the remaining blood. I mean, I'd usually not really care all that much about it. But I'm not sure how willing I am to lose all of my powers right now. I don't believe they are necessary for my ideal normal life, but I still have the commission to deal with when they eventually realize that I'm the one behind their downfall. I also need to protect the people near me from the government if need be. So, while I don't like the idea of it, I do need this power to keep my normal life intact. Still, it's quite literally impossible for me to know exactly how my quirk would react to this. I honestly think it would just absorb it, but there's always that small chance that it would get rid of my powers indefinitely. Beru. How about this? I'll take care of stuff for you if this does make you quirkless. I can make sure that you and the people around you will be safe. Yori is driving a strong point here. I mean, I know he's trustworthy, I've also given him high spec, so he must also trust me at this point. Well, it's between this and implicating a little girl in this whole mess. And this girl has already been used as an experiment before, so I'm not sure how comfortable I am with doing it. I guess there isn't really much of a choice. Okay, I guess this is worth a try, but we have no actual idea what this quirk does, or what it is. Yori just nodded. Looking at the results of the small tests I've managed to run on it. Yori took a second to look at his computer for a bit. I am still not quite used to all of the programs he's utilizing, so not a lot of the stuff he's reading makes sense to me. Well, it's actually a bit different from what I've imagined. It seems to rewind the genes to a certain point in time before they were infected with quirk factor. Yori looked at the results with great interest. Does that mean that, with the right dosage, we would be able to weaken the quirk factor of an individual? My question made Yori smile. That, my friend, is a possibility, as well as the result we're striving for. He said while turning around and handing me a small sample of the blood we have. Welp, it's now or never, I guess. At this point, at least I'm working towards something grand. POV narration. Beru took the sample and gave it a simple lick with his somewhat unnaturally long tongue. Yori just looked at him intently. He prepared a notebook to write down any sudden changes and even concentrated his high spec to look at Beru's possible transformation. Then, after exactly 15 seconds, something amazing happened. Yes, it's not working, Beru said while looking at his own body with little care in his eyes. Yori just smiled wryly. In truth, that had been one of the most likely results in his eyes. Well, I guess we can take a break for today. We can wonder what to do with this situation later. Maybe we can ask the girl to help in the end. But I'm a bit hesitant to involve a kid. Might be better to wait for her to grow up a bit. Yori said while stretching his hands above his head. In truth, although his experiment with Beru wasn't quite successful, the appearance of this quirk was exactly what he needed. With it, he could create a world that still had quirks, but with no danger of actually going into quirk factor overdrive. Of course, each generation would have to be dosage accordingly, but that was a problem to think about when the time came. For now, the doctor was satisfied with just knowing that a solution to their problems existed. Welp, see ya next week, maybe we can get a drink or something, Beru said while slowly getting up. Drinking isn't good for the brain, I'd prefer not to, Yori said while looking at Beru with a signature look of superiority. Dude, you've got enough quirks to cover for that. High spec can literally allow you to think at light speed, Beru said while looking frustrated with the scientist. Well, I don't wish to be stupid at light speed. So I'll refrain from indulging in alcoholic beverages. Beru ended up rolling his beady eyes and leaving through a portal. Suit yourself was the last thing he said to the doctor before disappearing. Beru arrived in his dorm room to a familiar scene. Toga was just laying down on the bed, half naked, half drowsy, and looking listlessly at the television. Geez, since when were you a NEET? Beru asked while looking at the scene with a concerned eye. Beru. Thank God you're here. I was starting to get so bored. Toga instantly shot up from the bed when she saw Beru. She immediately jumped and hugged him. She could be somewhat affectionate, regardless of her occasional sadism and bloodthirst. I already told you to get a friend or something, Beru said while half hugging Toga and half throwing her back onto the bed. He ended up just laying beside her and watching TV. I have friends. They're just boring sometimes. She said with a somewhat devious smile. We've already talked about this. You can't kill your friends, young girl. Beru instantly took an authoritative tone while still laying on the bed. Only his tone seemed to care about the subject, the rest of his body was still wondering whether or not to react. It's not about killing. I'm already over that, I'll kill villains instead. But they are always talking about boring stuff, like guys and clothes and things like that. They weren't even interested in my knife collection. Beru seemed to check out mentally right about there. POV Beru. Hey, I thought Toga liked buying clothes. When did she change that about herself? Meh, I guess she needs to get a boyfriend or a crush to actually care what she's dressed as or something. Welp, to each their own. I switched the channel on the television and landed right onto my favorite one. The news channel. After the raid, many villains were found to be beyond any help. Some can't wonder but think how justified this use of force was from the Ant King Beru. They always complain. I don't care, they can eat my ass, but it always seems to irritate Toga. Why are they always idiots? Yep, she's certainly irritated. Good thing she doesn't know where these guys live, I'm sure she'd try to visit them, nothing but a little friendly visit of course. Well, such arguments can find their way into the mouths of others. But we are talking about a situation where a group of a bit over 400 heroes were facing close to 30,000. We can't exactly ask the heroes to hold back too much. The CO host script seems to be a bit more calming. I like this guy. Yeah, I think that's the point. I guess they're trying to attract fans of mine to this station? I dunno, I guess I'm famous enough to warrant that type of attention. Regardless, on that day, a criminal organization of sizes that Japan has never heard of went down. All thanks to the efforts of the raid team, a coalition of heroes and the police force. Let us give them a round of AP. This is getting boring. I'm guessing the commission did their part in not letting my name get too stained in this whole mess. Either them or Yuri. I doubt the commission have the time to think about me right now. Well, they should, but they will only get the clue that allows them to tie me to this mess later. Me going missing in action, on their asses wouldn't instantly put me in the crossfire. But I left a message for them after the whole case ends in court. It will be quite fun to watch Oyama's reaction. Yeah, this is boring, I'll go to sleep, I said while just closing my eyes and dozing off. Okay. I'll sleep next to you. Toga really likes to state the obvious, as if this isn't exactly what she's been doing for a good few months already. So, the two of us drifted off to sleep like usual. The morning wasn't exactly the same though. For the peeps saying that it was simple to just copy her quirk. They have no idea what it is, which was made obvious in this chap. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 119, Humanity Restored. POV Beru. I woke up to hear a small scream from beside me. I woke up and rubbed my eyes, I could see Toga grabbing a knife from the side. What's up, Tog? I stopped dead in my tracks as I noticed something wrong with my tone. Then I looked down, I noticed something wrong with my body too. That's odd, I don't remember having skin. Wait, what? Who are you? Where's Beru? Toga asked while putting her knife somewhat near my neck. Sheesh, calm down already. I looked at her and blinked a few times. I guess that quirk did have some effects after all. I'll have to go and check myself in the mirror to learn if I'm at least as handsome as I am when in my xenomorph form. Who are she? Was about to start repeating herself, but I'm starting to not like having a knife to my neck, so I'll stop her a bit. I grabbed her knife arm and pulled her towards me. We're still on the bed, so she doesn't exactly have the greatest of footing. I ended up flipping her on the bed and getting the knife away from me. Stop being an idiot. I'm obviously Beru. Who exactly could replace me in this manner anyway? This genuinely is kinda weird. I mean, I'm currently keeping Toga down by her hand and neck while we're both somewhat naked, she's wearing underwear at least, I'm not exactly presentable. Oh yeah? Well, if you're Beru, then tell me my favorite flavor of juice. What? This is the stupidest test question I've heard. How am I supposed to know that? I'm starting to get a bit irritated at this point. I told you about it. Wait a goddamn second, she already fucking knows I'm me. I told you, she says, this idiot is just messing with me. Enough playing. I've gotta check my new looks in the mirror, or at least find out what the fuck is happening. I got up from the bed and headed for the bathroom. In retrospect, I should have known that Toga realized who I was from the beginning. If a random naked man just slept on her bed, then she'd do more than hold her knife a safe distance away from their neck. Welp, better make my way to that goddamn mirror. I need to at least get an idea of what's happened. I know that I have a more human body, but I don't really know my face all that well. I at least know that my body looks ripped, my shoulders are broad. At least that's a thing. I'm around 1.95 meters in height. It's a pretty decent height to be at, a bit smaller than my better form. Looking in the mirror, I could see an unfamiliar face looking back at me. Long black hair, black eyes. My features are normal enough. Well, my jawline is pretty well defined, but that's not exactly a mutation. Something else is though. I can see a decently sized horn on the side of my head. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the hell this is. But I guess this is the quirk I absorbed? I remember the little girl in the photo also had a small horn. I kinda want to use it now. Let's see, it could rewind genetics, right? Let's try rewinding something else, like my bathtub. Toga forgot to clean it after taking a bath and it's filled with her goddamn hair. I concentrated a bit. I have a lot of experience using and controlling quirks, so this came a bit more naturally to me. Looking in the mirror, I can see a strange yellowish light enveloping me and my horn just grew a few inches. I blinked once, and the bathtub was basically as good as new. Somehow, the problem? Well, it's not even connected to the fucking water pipes anymore. And now I've got a leak in my bathroom. I guess this ability works? Somewhat? I retracted the bathroom to the way it was when it was being installed. I really need to learn how to control this properly. But hey, I can see my horn retracting itself when looking in the mirror. I can also see something else, it retracted a bit too much, actually completely disappeared. And then? Well, I can feel my spine shifting, my muscles twitching as my body started morphing strangely. After a few minutes of somewhat strange sensations, I looked into the mirror to see that I'm back to my former glory. Yep, still handsome. I looked into the mirror to see that I've also grown back to my full height. Well, I don't actually have a specific height, I usually alter it how I see fit, but I guess my usual is around 2 meters, with a huge hunchback. If I stood straight I'd probably have around 20 more centimeters to work with. That's without my occasional height adjustments. Now, to test my quirks a bit. I simply picked up our one toothbrush and dropped it. I then concentrated and turned on high spec, which is clearly still working since this damn toothbrush is damn near standing still. So I guess I still have my quirks? Oh, fuck. I should have tested to see if I still had any quirks while human. I guess that can come later or something. For now, I better go and tell Yori that he can stick it and that I may be losing my powers because of him. Well, I'm not exactly panicked. But I'm certainly not stoked about this whole mess. But I guess we could use my blood now that I have that quirk. So it's a win anyway. Welp, I'll head to the lab after I beat Toga over the head a bit for startling me this early in the morning. POV narration. Bara did just as he had planned. After chastising Toga for a bit, he would feel bad if he actually hit her outside of sparring. He warped himself straight into Yori's laboratory. The scientist didn't seem to have gotten a wink of sleep. He had been extensively testing the small samples that they had, trying to replicate them in order to not involve a small child in their quest to save the world. Oi, it actually did something, Bara said as soon as he walked in from his portal. Not even bothering to give any context or anything. What? The quirk. Yori instantly got up, he seemed to be filled with energy, despite his lack of sleep. That was just because he had a lot of quirks that allowed him to require less rest, much like Beru. No, the fleshlight I borrowed from you without telling you, of course, it's the fucking quirk number. Beru said while he walked forwards and sat down on a chair at the same table as Yori. No need for the sass. So, what does it do? He asked while he readjusted his glasses and gained a smile on his face. Well, I woke up human, and naked. I also had a horn. Yori just raised an eyebrow at Beru's shitty explanation. Okay, basically, I think the quirk rewinded my genes to the point where I no longer had any quirk, but for some reason, I still had that quirk. Beru's explanation this time seemed to at least somewhat satisfy Yori. I see. Did you manage to do some tests? Beru looked down a bit. Well, I broke the bathtub by turning it back in time to before it was installed. I think I forgot to tell anyone about the leaks. Yori just nodded as he scribbled a few things down. Okay, so we at least know that this quirk has the ability to turn things back in time. There are still many things to find out, but we also know that it can rewind genetics permanently. Beru would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. It ended up just being a head tilt and a wide eye. Well, I can understand that confused look. I've been doing some tests on that sample. I found out that the effects are basically permanent for as long as that quirk factor remains in the system. Yori said while tapping the table once. A holographic diagram of some DNA appeared. It was titled Rewind Number 1 and it showed how the quirk factor remained inside the body and basically shut off quirks. Okay, so why didn't it work for me in that way? Beru asked, although he could come to some conclusions by himself. Well, that's because of your original quirk. You did manage to copy this ability it seems, but it's not as simple as that. Quirk factor seems to be the type that charges up over time, so it had no immediate effects. Yori pulled out a few more test files and results. My guess is that you somehow turned that quirk on in your sleep and it was charged enough to rewind your genetics to before you had any quirks automatically. But that would have likely been temporary. Yori continued explaining things. Beru was understanding his words, and at that point, he had already reached his answers. So, he was somewhat dozing off. I will need to see how exactly this quirk manifests in your body, but the fact that you still have your quirks now must mean that your original quirk is still the one that rules over your genetics. Beru just nodded along and stretched his arms. Were you listening at least? Yori ended up asking as he looked at the insectoid. Well, no. I was on some points. Beru just shrugged. Okay, let's put this simply. Your original quirk takes priority, and the new one recharges over time and can turn the others off when activated. It deactivates itself when all the quirk factor is used up. Yori managed to simplify his answer enough to keep Beru's attention. I get it, I was somewhat reaching that conclusion myself anyway. Beru just waved his arm and slowly yawned. I see. Well, we'll do some tests when you charge up some more. Try not to activate that quirk in your sleep please, it can be useful to do it here. Yori said as he diverted his attention back to looking at the samples. I guess we have a decent chance at saving humanity now. I wonder how we'd make everyone drink my blood though. Beru scratched his chin. It's a bit early to think about that. Let's first think of a way to replicate that quirk factor outside of drawing it from you. We could just dosage it properly and feed it to the population. They aren't likely to notice that their quirks are getting weaker over time. Yori had already thought of a method to distribute the new drug. He was going to have to jump through a lot of hoops to get there though. I guess that can work. We'll need to do a lot of testing though. Good thing we have the Nomus with us, we may also help them in the process, Beru said while he got up to leave. That's true. I can hardly wait. For now, we'll have to do quite a few tests on this new quirk of yours. Yori said while he opened up a cabinet and took out some candy bar and started snacking on it. Well, I'm off. Try to eat healthier or don't. Your quirks can keep you healthy. That was the last thing that Beru said as he was warping off. And, while all of that was happening, the court date for the case against the Hero Public Safety Commission was slowly approaching. The next few weeks were bound to be a bit busy. About the human thingy, it's not going to be used all that ever. So don't think it's going to change much about the story. The reasons for not using it are pretty obvious, like the fact that he's pretty weak in that form, and he's no actual reason to use it besides vanity and research. Welp. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 120, Heart to Heart. POV narration. Only a few days passed since Beru discovered that his human form was still well endowed. He clearly didn't have only Asian genes in him. It was a few short, but extremely packed days. They were filled with tests and experiments with Yori. They managed to confirm their theory on how the quirk worked. They also learned that it was called Rewind, which only seemed to make sense to the two men. In the end, Rewind reacted strangely in Beru's body. When active, it would rewind his genetics 100% of the time. He would be unable to use any other ability. The second that the stockpiled energy within Rewind ran out, he would return to normal, being able to use all of his quirks without any issue. In the first 2 days, Beru didn't actually manage to control the activation of Rewind. It was more of an automatic thing, it would activate itself after gaining a certain amount of energy. Beru ended up having to spend some time learning to control that transformation. Now, he could do it at will, and there was no need to wake up with a different body anymore. Him being in human form drained Rewind's energy by itself. So he was constantly on a timer for the many tests that were made. After a while, they managed to draw out how quickly that energy recharged too. They calculated that, for every hour of idleness, Rewind would gain enough energy to sustain around 10 seconds of Beru's human form. In short, it was negligible. On a better note, the blood that Yori extracted while Beru was in human form still had its quirk factor intact, even after Beru ran out of energy in his body. With that, Yori managed to start working a way out to suppress quirks with the Nomus. But creating a perfect dosage and even finding something to dilute it with was going to take a lot of time. For now, that was about all of the progress they had. But hey, it was quite a bit that had gotten done, in less than a week even. Beru was sitting around in his regular beautiful and majestic form, watching television and wondering what to do with his evening. The trial of the commission was going to happen in a mere 2 days. And Beru planned to go visit them a day before that. So, he would have to go tomorrow. Now, he had an entire evening to spare. Toga was off singing at karaoke or training or something, but Beru's friends were all busy. Now was busy with hero work, like usual, Nizu was busy with even more work, like usual, Aizawa was busy not wanting to hang out with Beru, like usual. Cementos just ignored him, like usual, Snipe was already drunk when Beru called him, like usual. Present Mike was getting a medical checkup or something, Yori was just busy, like usual, Toshi was also getting a medical checkup or something, like usual. The only person that Beru didn't talk to was Midnight. And he was probably going to end up calling her now since he was completely out of ideas. The two of them also had a lot to talk about since their last awkward dodge of commitment. Beru dialed Nemuri's number on his watch and, to his surprise, he didn't even wait for a second, she responded almost instantly. POV Nemuri/Midnight. Beru. So nice of you to call me. I've definitely not have been waiting near the phone every evening in hopes of you calling, that would be insane. Yeah, I guess I do have some problems regarding that. But I can't really help the anxiety after screwing over like that in our last get-together. I'd obviously call. I wanted to talk to you for a while now. I just got really busy with a side project too. That's cute. At least he wasn't avoiding me on purpose. That would have been a lot worse to hear. Oh, what have you been up to? I do want to know more about your life after all. Oh god, I didn't realize that would sound so flirty. Well, I think he'll just take it as one of our usual jokes or something. Glad to hear you care so much about me. I'll be coming over to your place if you want to talk more. Need any time to prepare? Oh god, oh no. Looking around my apartment, all I can see is a huge mess. Trash bags filled with food remains and unwashed dishes in the sink. I didn't have much time to clean up the home. I always get home tired lately. Can you give me an hour? Maybe 2. Looking in the mirror, my hair is also messy. I've already wiped off my makeup. I don't want him seeing me like this. Nah, I can help clean up anyway. POV narration. Before Nemuri could raise any type of verbal protest, a black portal opened up above her couch, right near where she was currently sitting down. Out of it dropped Beru, already in a sitting position, and landed perfectly on the couch. Sup? He said as he stretched his legs a bit and looked around the room. Nemuri instantly panicked and turned red. Sorry for the mess. I'm also not even wearing presentable. She looked down a bit in shame. She even forgot to be angry at Beru for ignoring her wish for him to come later. What? When are you not presentable? Stop worrying, I've yet to see you look anything but gorgeous. That comment just about did it for poor Nemuri's heart. If it was in a more joking tone, she would have been able to laugh it off as a joke. But this was just spoken in a straightforward tone, so she was forced to take the compliment and turn red in the process. Thanks. She said in a low voice as she looked down. Then, she turned her head a bit and looked around the room, only to find out that there were no trash bags to be seen anymore. What? Where is every? Beru interrupted her question with his already prepared answer. Portals cleaning up has never been easier, Beru said as he opened his palm and warped the remote into it. He turned on the television, just to have some background noise. Well, I guess that takes care of the cleaning up. The dishes can do later. She said while looking at the sink, only to see it was spotless, almost like the day she had bought it. Sorry, I did that before doing the trash. I'm a bit faster than most people, Beru said while shrugging a bit. Nemuri just smiled wryly, not really knowing what to say to that. She wanted to thank Beru, but she didn't want to just sound like a broken record. So she decided to just start speaking to him. The two of them took a while to catch up. Beru didn't give her many details about his work with Yori, but he did tell her that he was working with Yori, so that was something at least. I didn't take you for a scientist, but I guess appearances are sometimes deceiving, Nemuri said with a mischievous smirk on her lips. What's that supposed to mean? I exude intelligence with every single one of my moves. Nemuri just rolled her eyes at Beru's dirt poor retort. Well, at least you're funny. Sometimes. She said as her smirk showed up again. Nah, I'm entertaining all the time, at least that's what the ladies tell em. Beru's shitty retort was interrupted by a somewhat panicked and rushed response from Nemuri. Ladies? Ha, as if. Why, you aren't seeing anyone? Right. She stopped herself before saying something hurtful. It was unusual for her to show jealousy like that. She almost made a mistake and mocked him. Thankfully, she managed to take a turn and transform her comment into a question. Beru would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. But he ended up just answering by shaking his head. Nah, mainly for a lack of trying, though I'm pretty famous apparently. Bear's words managed to raise Midnight's blood pressure once more. Well, dating fans might be a bit, you know, not right. She was trying her hardest to come up with an argument to keep Bear from looking at other women. She was inwardly embarrassed at her own childish jealousy, but she simply couldn't help it. Bear looked at her with wide eyes, then he ended up just laughing. Nemuri looked at him in confusion too after hearing his laughter. I can't believe how cute you look when you're like that. That took me by surprise. Well, no need to worry so much, no need to look at other women when I've already got a perfect one in front of me. Bear's comments, from start to finish, managed to form the perfect sequence to shut off Nemuri's brain. Bear stopped even bothering to hide the fact that the two of them were a thing at this point. Still, verbal confirmation was needed. I mean, we're dating, aren't we? He ended up leaving the choice to her once again. She took a few seconds to recover from the shock and palpitations of his previous compliments. Then she hurriedly answered. Oh, of course. I mean, obviously. She said as a sweet smile spread on her lips. And so, the two of them finally started officially dating. Much to the surprise of the rest of the teachers, who thought the two of them had been dating for months already. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 121, Oyama's Distress. POV Beru. It's been a day since Nemuri and I went official. I gotta say, not much has changed. Well, we've just started our relationship, and both of us are pretty open people, so under normal circumstances, we'd already be fucking around. But we're both extremely busy people. I can teleport around, but I can't really do much to make time in my schedule. Most of my time lately is spent with Yori and the Nomus. We're really close to actually being able to rewind them into a healthy state. All because of this quirk. It's rather surreal, honestly. We hadn't even started actively searching for it yet, and it just kinda showed up in a random raid. I guess we just got lucky. I don't know how many chances like this we would have gotten otherwise. The thing is, now I am also able to look human for a limited time daily. The strangest thing I've had to do lately is actually having to go to a shop and look for clothes. I just got one set of clothes since I don't see myself looking human for long. I mean, I already got too accustomed to being myself. Also, since my sense of fashion is deader than all for one, I just bought a regular light blue tracksuit. Right now, I just finished sparring with Toga. I decided to do it in my human form to make things fair for her. Well, she still lost, but she did pretty well. She managed to get a few grazes in. I also fought a bit more carefully since I didn't feel like getting injured much. That capture weapon that she learned to use from Aizawa is really tricky to fight against, but she obviously lacks experience with it. I managed to get her in a chokehold while she was struggling to stall me with it. It wasn't a particularly hard fight for me. But then again, I'm currently at the level I was at in past life while in human form. It's a bit unfair to fight a high schooler when keeping that in mind. Still, Toga seemed to have fun. She had so much fun that she passed out. Yep, it was certainly because of that. Doesn't matter how much recovery lady talks about suffocation and reckless behavior. I think she's gotten used to passing out after fighting me at this point. Now, I guess there's no need to keep preventing the inevitable. I need to go and meet up with Oyama. This meeting will be a bit awkward for me. I don't know if she realized that I'm at fault for this whole mess that the commission is facing, but I don't really think it matters at this point. I'll meet her, and I'll bring her up to speed either way. There's nothing the commission can do against me at this point. POV narration. Oyama had needed some time to think about the problems that she was facing. She was being bombarded on all sides. Scrutiny from every direction, from higher-ups to members of the public. She was under constant stress, made even worse by the slowly approaching court date that she needed to show up for personally. She could just hope that the lawyers she hired were able to properly represent her when the time came. Bribing the judge was simply impossible. The chief of police was personally overseeing the court to make sure there was no bribery to be spoken of. Numerous times, Oyama had thought to just send an agent to kill Kenji, the dog-faced chief. But she was stopped by the more rational part of her brain. Killing him would be like admitting their wrongs. The commission would actually get in more trouble if they got rid of Kenji. So she was forced to deal with the issue. She knew that the chief couldn't have obtained this information by himself. She was having him monitored constantly while he was outside his office. She cursed as she wondered who exactly could tip off the chief about the information that Lady Nagant possessed. Then she realized, who exactly would be able to easily do all of that? Who exactly had been avoiding her like the plague for quite a while now? It was a slow realization, but everything that had built up made her realize who the culprit was. Beru. The person she feared the most. The unstable aspect that entered their association and only managed to cause trouble for her. Granted, some of that trouble was caused by the poor planning on the side of the commission, but he also played a part in making things worse sometimes. There was just one thing on her mind. Why would he do any of this? Sure, Her relationship with Bear wasn't exactly at the best of buddies level, but she was quite sure that Bear didn't hate her. Then she also remembered her last conversation with him. The last time she had met him in person and spoke to him about her plans for Lady Nagant. She remembered that feeling she randomly gained. Now she realized that ever since that moment, Bear had been planning to break things off with her and the commission. Maybe it was because he was sensitive when it came to kidnapping the family of targets? But he seemed quite nonchalant when speaking about killing random people, so Oyama really doubted that he would be so against it. Problem was, she had no way of knowing for sure. Just as she was about to get up and get some fresh air, something rather unexpected happened right in front of her. A black misty portal opened up. The president of the commission jerked backwards as she looked at the portal with a bit of panic. It took her a second to gain her bearings, just enough for Barry to step out of the portal and look around the office. Wow, nothing even changed here. You need a decorator. His greeting was non-existent. He spoke the same as he always did. Laid back, lacking any stress. But Oyama wasn't willing to let her guard down this time. You. I guess you came to gloat about it, hey? She asked with venom etched in her usually cold as ice tone. It made Barry tilt his head. In his mind, a devious smirk was present. What might you be talking about, dear? I don't have that good-looking a room anyway. If anything, I also need a decorator. The brooding insectoid looked at Oyama with little enthusiasm. Oyama seemed to be popping a blood vessel out of anger when hearing his words. Stop. Stop joking around. You were the one that screwed everything over. Why? Why would you do any of that? She asked as her tone gained a few decibels. Why? Well, my dear, I don't see any reason to keep up the facade. He simply warped her into a chair and then proceeded to slowly walk over to the president's desk and sit down. Oyama was rather startled, but she just gritted her teeth and looked at him with anger. Simply put, you disgust me. I can't possibly tell you how much disgust I feel even being in the same room as you for 1 second. Oyama opened her eyes wide when hearing the reason. What? It was personal for him. She didn't think Bear had this bad an opinion of her specifically. She just thought he was done with the association. The problem is you remind me far too much of a friend, someone much like you, a natural-born leader, stone cold, decisive, quick-witted, charming, all qualities that are observable. Oyama was somewhat confused as to what Bear was trying to get to. You see, the problem here is that my friend is someone that I wanted to kill desperately. I wasn't able to because we were friends for so long. There was that feeling of closeness with you, though I've no reason to keep you around. Oyama instantly shot up. She jumped towards her desk. She also had a panic button somewhere on it. She wanted to quickly get to it. Bear just shook his head and warped her back. Oyama was about to scream, but Bear just appeared in front of her and put his hand on her mouth. Don't bother, I don't actually care enough about you to murder you. That would actually bring more trouble to me. I'd rather not complicate things like that, Bear said while staring the panicked Oyama in the eyes. The president of the commission was beyond scared, she was beyond vulnerable, and Bear was also someone that she couldn't do anything against. You see, I find ruining your life completely to be a much easier solution after all. The higher-ups still need someone to take the fall for this whole mess. You can guess who that is, Bear said while tilting his head in an upbeat and energetic way. Don't think everything will go as you planned. I don't know how you made all of this happen, but I'll reveal the fact that you were involved with this. I won't let you off so easily. Oyama shouted. She was a strong-willed woman, even when terrified out of her mind, she still had enough energy to form a retort. Don't bother, even if they knew, nothing would change. What can they do? Bleed on me? They have bigger fish to fry, I assure you of that one. Bear didn't mention that the bigger fish was also himself. Yep, he was using the fake organization as a way to deflect all attention from him. The organization was to be blamed for most things, including the fall of the commission. Why? Bear knew that the chief of police would eventually disclose the source of the information to the higher-ups, and so, he knew that the organization was bound to get a lot of attention. And he wasn't associated with the organization at all. Actually, he had even fought their only known member. So he didn't worry about being associated with them. The only person that could make that distinction was Oyama, but no one would listen to her behind bars. And she wasn't going to be getting out of there again. Oyama just stared emptily as she tried to process the information she had received. Trying her hardest to think of a way out for herself. I'll be off then. It was a nice partnership, too bad it didn't work out. Bear tilted his head one last time as he prepared to warp off. Oyama lifted her head and started shouting, "You ungrateful little sh!" But Bear disappeared before she could even finish speaking. And so, the cards were all on the table. Bear revealed his hand, showing her a royal flush. The only thing she had was a measly pair of twos. And so, their game was over. With Oyama being caught off guard and completely overwhelmed before she even had a chance to respond. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 122, Sentence and Meeting. POV narration. The court date rolled by. The day was an excruciating one for Oyama. She looked on as her life fell apart in front of her eyes. She was once a person of power, now, all of the crimes that the higher-ups ever committed were being pinned on her, Kenji himself wasn't quite satisfied with the result either. He didn't care about Oyama at all, he was actually after the people that were allowing the commission to operate the way it did. But he, unfortunately, didn't have enough influence to take these people down. But someone else did. And the process was done through a simple message displayed live on their open court trial. The message was a simple voicemail from a certain Goda Yuri. He simply said to the judge and everyone present in court. Convicting her is nice and all. But the people enabling this are still fine and dandy. I'd recommend a small crackdown on that if you truly care about the law. It was short, but it basically pointed the finger directly at the higher up. It was a power play, simply put. Yuri was simply irreplaceable, so no one could actually do anything to him in the open. Those said higher-ups were all powerful figures within the government. And Yuri somewhat painted a target on his back by sending that message. Why did he send it? Well, simply put, Bear told him to. And he genuinely didn't care about those people in any way. He already had plenty of enemies. Gaining a few more was like trying to pour a cup of water into an overflowing bucket. The message was sent after Oyama was convicted to life in prison. The insectoid wanted to see her go to jail, but he didn't like the idea of all the other rats escaping scot-free. Other than that, the day rolled on uneventfully. Bear took Nemuri to eat some sweets in Tokyo, and he also took Toga killing again. It was a rather busy day. He only had some free time on his hands since Yuri decided to take a small vacation. Yep, that message was sent while Yuri was relaxing on a foldable chair at a beach on his private island. He was also a man that enjoyed the simple things in life, after all. Currently, Bear was just hanging around on the campus. Sometimes talking to some students or just sitting around on a bench. He managed to meet quite a few interesting people. He had seen most of them at the school festival for the first years, but actually meeting them and having to learn their names was a different thing entirely. Well, at least one was easy to remember, Tetsu. It was the strangest name Bear had ever heard someone name their child. It was like naming a child Iron while living in America or England. His meeting with the students was cut short by a call he received on his watch. It was none other than Nizu, and Bear was never going to not respond to Nizu. The students also went and left for their classes. So Bear just answered after waving at them for a few seconds. Sup, he now spoke at a much greater speed than usual. He didn't feel like boring Nizu by talking slowly. After all, he already had to suffer when hearing everyone around him talk in slow motion when he concentrated on anything. Beru. I'm glad you picked up so promptly. I think I need your help with something. Bear was quite shocked to hear that. But he wasn't about to refuse it. Paying back Nizu wasn't exactly something he planned to do, not out of ungratefulness, just because it would simply prove impossible. Say it, Chief. This might be the first time you ask me for help with stuff. Bear's tone held quite a bit of joy, as usual. Well, I'm sure it's not actually the first. But this one is important. You see, I need you to be present somewhere and meet someone. Would you be able to do that for me? Bear just blinked a few times. He mused for a few seconds. That's it. The dude could have asked me to steal the state secrets from just about any country and I would have done it without even thinking twice. Welp, no reason to refuse, I guess. I mean, doesn't sound like a difficult one honestly. Is there some catch here? Not that I mind. Bear still asked a pertinent question since he knew Nizu well enough to realize that he was prone to poking fun at others like this. No catch here. I'll just ask you to be kind to the one you're meeting. Also, are you good with children? Nizu seemed rather concerned at that last part. Bear was never treated right in his childhood, so he might not have any notion of how to treat a child himself. Thankfully, Bear lived through childhood twice, and he knew how children should be treated. Not that he was personally ever treated right. Well, he much rather preferred the treatment that he received in his current life than the last. Having a hooker for a mother made him meet quite a lot of characters. Not like his mother worked at a brothel. Most of the time, she'd have her clients on the same bed his father was passed out or overdosing on. It was a common occurrence for those regular visitors to mock him or spit on him at that time. One could argue that living near scum was what drove him to also become scum. Well, the bad treatment from the guests all ended one day, when the young 10-year-old Bear managed to stab to death one of the guests. It all started from a simple kick. The guest thought that the young Bear was in his way or something. But it was also a bad choice on his part, as Bear took out his frustration by using a kitchen knife to piercing the man's skull while he was about to start doing what he paid for. The body was just disposed of by his father and Bear was kicked out of his home. They were in the slums, no one cared if a lowlife disappeared there. No one would miss them, no one would look for them. Living in that environment was actually worse for Beru. His current life was actually a cakewalk to him. I think I know how to treat a child. I've taken care of a few before. He was basically the big brother figure in the orphanage after everyone got over the looks department. He also took care of Koda in the past. I see. Well, then. I guess you can go to the training site F whenever you're ready. Bear just tilted his head a bit. Nizu just hung up after saying his part. The F site was mainly used for highly dangerous and volatile quirks. It was a white room that had enough defense to withstand a punch from even All Might. That was actually where he and All Might were sparring from time to time. Bear found it odd that he was being called to a place like that. But he wasn't about to object. He simply opened up a warp gate and walked into it. He arrived in the padded white training room and looked around. He could see Aizawa was there, and there was also someone else inside. A much smaller figure that Bear knew very well. Oh, you arrived. Nizu said he'd call you here. Eri has been saying she wants to meet you ever since she saw you fight that masked villain. Aizawa spoke while looking at the small girl to his side. She had long white hair, red eyes, and a small horn to the side of her head. She looked at Bear with fascination and admiration. She was currently dressed in a small summer dress, straw hat with a pink band and a small pair of sandals. Hello, who's the little one? Bear asked, although he already knew who he was looking at. He was looking at the last hope humanity had at survival. Well, she would have been if Bear hadn't copied her quirk. Even then, she was still the only reason they were going to survive now. Bear could recognize that horn from miles off. This girl is called Eri. She's a bit shy, but she said she wanted to see you in person at least once. Aizawa spoke as Eri looked at Bear from behind Aizawa's leg. Hello. She still greeted him in her own way. A smile would have been shown on Bear's face if he actually had any lips, that is. Well, hello young lady. Bear crouched down to speak to her. He didn't think that looking down on a child like that was a good thing for a conversation. His strategy clearly worked, because Eri came out from behind Aizawa and looked at him a bit more closely. The little girl simply took a deep breath and nodded to herself, then looked at Aizawa, who just nodded back at her. She then took a small bow. Thank you, she said while looking at the ground. Bear tilted his head once again. He knew that he hadn't been the one to save her, so he was a bit shocked to hear her words of gratitude. Still, he patted her head for a bit. That's cute, but what are you thanking me for? He asked while staring her in the eyes. For freeing me of Overhaul, she said while shaking a bit. It was pretty clear that the girl was still fearful of her former captor. Bear didn't quite remember who Overhaul was, but he didn't need to. He saw the small girl shaking in front of him and decided to do the only thing he could. He simply crouched down and hugged her a bit. He picked her up and put her on his shoulder. What are you shaking for? There's no need to worry about him hurting you here. Bear's words seemed to calm her down, so did his touch. Thanks. Aizawa just sighed as he saw the tears coming out of the small girl's eyes. She was still a long way from recovering. Her trauma was bound to be trouble, and she was going to have to overcome it eventually. But for now, she could at least take comfort in those surrounding her. Aizawa was her teacher and caretaker, and Bear was her savior, technically. He was the very reason that the Shihasaikai compound was raided. Eventually, Bear put Eri down. The two of them spoke for a bit more before the insectoid took his leave. He had a few things to take care of for now. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 123, Bootcamp and News. POV narration. Bear's job wasn't quite done yet, while the commission was down under. Some agents from the government were still looking into Kenji and trying to find ways to get rid of him. He proved to be too large of a thorn in their side to be left alone. Firing him after such a large case was also simply impossible. He had the public and all of the private media outlets on his side. They were also currently being investigated because of Yori, who they had no actual way of exacting any revenge upon. They could try to silence or get rid of him, he was just a weak scientist after all. Well, even silencing him would probably be a mistake, since he publicly spoke out against them. The government officials needed to take some time off if they actually wanted to do anything about the scientist. Quite unfortunate for them, since Goda Yori was far from weak. He was actually much stronger than All Might, well, at least he had the potential to become like that. Especially after gaining Nizu's high spec. He only needed experience, and fortunately or unfortunately, Bear decided to turn his much-needed vacation into a training boot camp. It all started just after Bear met Eri. He decided that he didn't want a repeat of the laboratory attack to happen. He didn't have any delusions of being everywhere at once, and he didn't want to deal with the logistics of having too many clones on the loose. So, he decided that training Yori to actually fight would be the next best thing. And so began the Private Island Boot Camp, a name that the unimaginative Bear found amusing because he kept poking fun at Yori for being a rich cunt. Bear also made it a point to often joke about where Yori kept the young children on his island. But that wasn't always well received. The camp itself was simple in concept. He didn't need to work on endurance, his body was already surprisingly fit, not that it mattered much with all of the quirks he now had. Though he still preferred working out, his only explanation was the fact that he disliked being unhealthy. Hit me! Bear shouted at the top of his strange ant lungs. I'm trying. The scientist shouted. Yori did his best to put all of his strengthening quirks together, something he didn't really know how to do when in his last big fight. He punched the insectoid's abdomen with his full strength. His body was filled with sweat, his back was glistening as the sun shined down on it. The punch managed to raise the sand all around them, forming a large cloud that swallowed up most of the shore on that side of his island. Still, Bear stood there and looked at him like he just experienced a slight breeze. Weak. Try harder, punch better. Bear had a very renowned teaching tactic. Scream until your pupil gets it done. No need for explanations, Yori's a big boy, he can take care of himself. What do you even want me to do? Yori was both exhausted and frustrated. He had been punching Bear for an entire morning. He had arrived on that beach trying to enjoy a cocktail, only for Bear to suddenly warp in front of him and drop the whole bootcamp thing out of nowhere. This isn't going anywhere, Yori said as he sat down on the sand. The dust cloud around the two of them was already dispersing as Bear waved his hand to blow it away. What do you mean? You've made a lot of progress for one day. You barely practiced combining quirks before you just hit me with an attack that contained at least 20 quirks put together. That's perfectly good progress. Bear liked to emphasize just how much Yori had managed to understand in such a short time. But, in fact, it wasn't all that impressive considering the resources he had on his hands. High spec, he was technically training in slow motion, he had more than enough time to understand and experiment with different quirks in his body. Still, progress was visibly showing in the way he threw his weight around. Bear served as the perfect punching bag, technically. He wasn't actually always useless though. He sometimes dropped in a hint or two about how All for One worked. He did have some knowledge. He specifically liked speaking about the forced quirk activation part. It was one of All for One's most interesting features. Well, Yori did manage to use it on Beru, but it didn't really do anything since Beru's base quirk was always activated. The two of them continued fighting and experimenting into the night. By midnight, Yori was already more than capable of defending himself in a fight against just about everybody besides Beru. There was only one problem. You need more defense tomorrow, I'll be the one hitting you. Those were the words that Yori feared the most. Beru was simply a tireless monster, he hadn't even shown a hint of flinching or even discomfort after taking countless full-powered punches from him even after an entire day. How about we go drinking instead? I heard you like drinking, right? I'm up for it. Yori quickly dropped his no drinking bullshit in order to try and avoid Beru wailing on him for an entire day. Yeah, that won't work, Chief. I wouldn't want you to be stupid at light speed. Beru responded by throwing his words from before right back at him. But it simply sounds ludicrous. There's not even anything alive that can take a full-powered punch from you. Do you expect me to try and tank them for a day? Yori was far too tired at this point. Wow, slow down, cowboy. Who said anything about full power? You aren't even ready for quarter power. I'll start you off at 5% and I won't even use my claws, but that's for tomorrow. I'll let you rest for now. Beru waved his hands as a dark mist appeared around him and swallowed him. As soon as he disappeared, Yori looked at the sky with a sigh. What have I gotten myself into? He didn't even know how to explain the way he felt. But he wasn't angry at Beru. He understood that his previous display against the villains was like spitting on the powers he now had. If he didn't learn how to use them, then how exactly could he start curing others? After all, this break came in just when he was about to start curing the Nomus. It was made both out of tiredness and burnout. Yori had worked towards this goal tirelessly even before he knew about Beru and the other Nomus. When he got so close to an answer, he for some reason started getting cold feet. Beru had always been perceptive. He realized that something was wrong, and he knew that nothing would get fixed if he just let Yori mope about on an empty island. With this bootcamp, he was both training him and trying to encourage him constantly. Not to the point where it was suffocating, of course, but he was still trying his best. And so, they were going to train for an entire week. Beru also kept going out on dates with Nemuri the entire week. How? Well, after the first 2 days, he started giving Yori to clone Beru, who could give him somewhat of a fairer fight. Also, clone Beru was bored beyond his cloned mind and he needed something to do. Yori was also stupid to see that Beru could now clone himself. He certainly loved having two Berus around. Punch harder, shouted one Beru. Swing faster, shouted the other. Then, during a random evening, Beru suddenly remembered something rather important. Oh yeah, I didn't tell anyone about being able to turn human. That wasn't all that important, what actually mattered was that he had forgotten to tell Nemuri about it. Although the woman seemed to be into kinky stuff anyway, she never complained, so Beru just kinda forgot about it. Now though, he needed to tell them, a good excuse to hang out with all his friends. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 124, coming out. POV narration. Okay, so I've gathered you all here today for a grand reveal. Beru said while he looked around the meeting room. Inside were all of the staff working at UA, mostly the teachers, but Lunch Rush and a few of the janitorial staff were also present. Beru makes friends easily. There were also a few outsiders, like Now and his wife. Mostly, all of the people that Beru got along with well. Inko was at work, so she couldn't come. But the rest were there and waiting for his grand reveal. Can we get this over with? I'm still not sure why you wanted Eri to be here either. Aizawa said while he gazed at the tall insectoid. Aizawa was asked to bring Eri since Bear thought she would like to know that someone else has power like hers. You have no tact and no flair. How is someone supposed to make a grand reveal quickly? Midnight defended his somewhat odd boyfriend the best she could. But her lack of impartiality led to no one actually listening to her. I mean, it would be nice if you were quick about it, we are all technically still at work. Nizu said while taking a sip of coffee. Okay geez, I was just trying to make things more impactful and all that, Beru said while swiping his antennas backwards with his hand. You always try that, I thought you'd catch on that it never works, Now said while also taking a sip of coffee. His wife beside him just nodded, they both gained a glare from the insectoid. Beru ended up just sighing at the gazes of his friends and co-workers. Eri, the little girl also stared with big curious eyes as she looked at the people around her. She seemed a bit uncomfortable in that environment, but she still seemed to want to be there. She was, after all, a fan of Beru. I'll get to the point then. A yellow energy completely engulfed Beru's body as he mouthed off those words. A curtain also appeared around him, he teleported it there as to not flash all of them when he transformed. He also brought in a pair of fresh clothes just as all of his quirks disappeared. The people in the room could hear the sounds of bones cracking and forming, of flesh mending into different positions. After 30 seconds, the people inside the room seemed a bit confused. Then they heard some shuffling, followed by the curtains falling to the ground. The sight that said curtains revealed was somewhat shocking for many of the people present. Eri especially. Inside was a casually dressed man, quite tall in stature, his build seemed average, his abdomen hidden by a white t-shirt, he was also wearing a pair of short jeans. Black hair, handsome features, no one could recognize who that person was. But, somehow, just from the smug smile on his face, all of his close friends could tell that it was definitely Beru. Midnight was especially left speechless. She didn't even know how to react. As you might be able to guess, I can somewhat turn human now. All thanks to a certain quirk I managed to find out about recently. Bear then looked at Eri and pointed at his horn. I, much like Eri over here, possess this rewind quirk, which temporarily allows me to become a human, somehow. I'm not great at explaining things. Bear said while scratching the back of his head. Then, the same yellow light engulfed him, his figure rose, he ripped through the clothes he had prepared specifically for that occasion as he turned back to his real form. Well, it's for a limited time but I can look like that too, Bear said while he cleaned the mess he created by warping all of the mess into the ocean, so human-like. I'm sorry. But did this really need to be this big of an announcement? Asked Now as he almost rolled his eyes into the back of his head. I mean, it might be important to some of us. Aizawa looked at Eri, who was smiling with tears in her eyes, and Nemuri who was salivating for reasons he didn't feel like thinking about. But, it doesn't really change much for the rest of us. You're still the same in both forms. Aizawa wanted to say that he was just as annoying in both forms. But he decided against it when seeing how happy it had made Eri. Well, this might actually be more important than you'd think. Nizu said as he slowly got up. Say, Beru, you're somewhat vulnerable in that form, right? Your quirks disappear, right? Beru tilted his head as he understood what Nizu was trying to point out. Well yes, but I can choose when to turn into it or not also, I can kill anything by just touching it in that form, rewinding them back to a sperm cell or something. Beru said while he also thought about the logistics of being vulnerable. He had only slightly thought about it before devouring Eri's blood in the laboratory, but he never saw his new form as a vulnerable one. Especially since Rewind itself was considerably strong. Vulnerability wasn't really something he considered often, especially with his current circumstances. Still, you are technically weaker in that form. So that means you do have a weakness or two. I'd recommend using that form sparingly, lest others start using it against you. Nizu spoke with calm, but his concern was still there. And it made Bear smile internally. Sure thing, I'm more used to this one anyway, just felt like letting anyone know how I can look like if they ever spot me around in it, Bear said while waving his hand. Eri came up to him, her hands clutching her small red skirt. Mister, do you really have the same quirk as me? She seemed to find the subject to be quite fascinating. Yep, it's pretty neat once you get the hang of it. It's also quite a lot stronger than most of the other ones I've got. I'd recommend learning more about it yourself though. Eri perked up at his answer. The last part made her a bit sad since she thought he'd be able to help her master it. Thankfully, Bear's next words cleared some things up for her. This isn't the type of thing that can be thought. You can only learn by experimenting with it. You need to feel it yourself to understand it. Eri accepted that with a strong nod. By now, most of the people in the room were leaving to go back to their jobs. Including Now and his wife, who just waved goodbye at Bear as they left. Nemuri was a bit more different in reaction though. How long can you hold that? Can you do it for an entire night in that form? Is it bigger in that form than in the original? Her questions were all targeted to a certain area that some would find private. But Bara never had any restraints concerning that. Rather, he decided to respond to all of them. I can hold it for a bit, it needs to charge up though. I can last all night in any form, baby, and it's a bit smaller in that form, but my original one was a bit much for you anyway. By this point, the teachers that hadn't left yet regretted staying. Nizu just sweated a bit and also took off. Toji followed him out with a small nod to Beru. Aizawa just shook his head as he left the room while covering Eri's ears. He muttered something about indecency and irresponsible co-workers. Welp, that went quite a bit better than expected, Beru said while looking at his hand for a bit. What were you expecting anyway? Not like anyone would find anything you do strange at this point. If they know you, they won't ever be surprised by it. Nemuri said while she patted him on the shoulder. Well, I need to go back to my class. Kisses, see you later. She then proceeded to run away, probably finally realizing that she was already late for her own classes. Bear just sighed as he stood in the now empty room. He looked around for a bit, then shrugged and warped off. Where? Well, let's just say that Yori's training was going to get harder and more stressful from now on. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 125, Fixing Problems. POV narration. The bootcamp continued for a few days. Yori was forced to constantly train while having to face two weakened Barris. But, in the end, his vacation wasn't unlimited, not that he had relaxed too much during it. But now he needed to return to the lab. He made quite a lot of discoveries during his off time. Even when away from the lab, he still surveyed a few things in there. Namely, observing how the rewind quirk acted in time. And, he discovered that its effect diminished in time, which meant that, to keep humanity from going extinct, he'd have to find a way for humans to willingly take doses of it. But that was to come at a later time. For now, this also meant that actually fixing the Nomus forever wasn't going to be as simple as administering them an injection. Beru was likely going to need to manually rewind them. Yori didn't know if that was going to make much of a difference, but he needed to test all possibilities if he was to actually have certainty in this plan to save humanity. For now, all he and Beru managed to gain was hope. Not exactly a bad thing to have, but also not as good as cold and hard evidence. Yori needed to make sure that everything was going to be right. Now, he was also a lot stronger than before. He was confident in at least taking care of himself if another situation like before was to arise. However unlikely that was, being careful is never a bad thing. Currently, Yori and Beru weren't the only ones facing strange troubles. Endeavor himself was facing the consequences of his very harmful obsession and the neglectful way he had treated his family. After he managed to capture Dabi, with a bit of help from Beru's portals, he was then forced to try and unite his family. That part proved to be a lot more difficult than anything he had done in the past though. His family was currently somewhat divided. Shoto hated him dearly, even more so when learning about his estranged brother. His only daughter, Fuyamai, had found it in herself to look past his mistakes, only to try and see if she could talk her sense into her long-lost sibling. And, his second son Natsuo didn't even wish to speak to his father. He was only left to ask for help from one person. That person being none other than his own wife. He had been frequently paying her visits, watching her from afar, afraid to bring her even more trouble with his presence. But now he no longer had that luxury. If there was someone capable of bringing their family together, then it was his wife. So, he did what he had to do. He decided to visit his wife. This time he showed his face to her. He didn't look at her with the same gaze he did when she was still healthy. This time, he came at her from a place of weakness. He kneeled in front of her hospital bed and begged her for help. At that moment, humiliation didn't matter to the NR2 hero, neither did his status. He was now a man, trying to unite his family for at least once. Maybe it was because he barely resembled his previous arrogant and mean attitude, or maybe it was due to the actual tears that he shed as he explained the situation to her. But she actually got up from her bed and decided to help. With her help, their family came together. Shoto found himself confused and lost. He didn't know if he could even hate his father at this point. He could see the amount of pain he was going through. In just a few days, it was as if the NR.2 hero had lost his spark altogether. It was a depressing sight. But now? Now they were a family, not without its issues. But a family nonetheless. And they were going to have to face the issue of rehabilitating Dabi and making sure he wasn't going to hurt anybody. It was during this turbulent time that Shoto ran into someone he hadn't thought about in quite a while. Oh, it's Enji's youngest. Beru was just strolling around campus when he met Shoto. It was already during classes, so he didn't actually expect to find anyone around. Beru. Shoto said as he looked at the ground. Shoto, right? I remember NG shouting your name with so much energy. What are you doing not being in class? Beru asked while looking the heterochromatic teen in the eye. I didn't realize it was this late. A lot of things on my mind recently. Shoto looked at Beru, finally taking his gaze from the ground. Beru was a strange person to him, he seemed to be oh so cheerful, but was actually a stone-cold killer when need be. His views on the world were also quite enlightening for the young teen. I'm a bit confused at the moment. Would you mind helping me find an answer to my questions? He hoped that Beru would be able to provide some insight into his situation. So, after seeing Beru just nod, he started telling him the tale of the Todoroki family. Including the part where Dabi was his brother turned villain. I see. Beru said while rubbing his neck. The insectoid felt a bit strange after learning so much about the situation. To Shoto, NG never actually cared about any of his children. But Beru knew that wasn't right. He had seen the man literally pacing around a room like a concerned mother after Shoto got injured. He knew that NG cared, but he also knew that he sucked at showing that he cared. Learning about Endeavor's obsession was also somewhat strange. Beru didn't really know what to think of it, he certainly didn't like it. Well, if you want my opinion now, you basically want to know if hating your father is still justifiable, right? Beru asked after thinking for a while. And no. I just want to know if you'd know more about how to deal with these emotions. You seem to be in full control of yours. I want to know if there's a way to get rid of all of my hatred for Endeavor. Shoto was clearly not prepared to ever forgive NG. Beru could see that clearly. But harboring hate towards a man that showed how much he clearly cares about you simply isn't a good thing. That was likely what Shoto thought too. Well, don't hold it back, channel it into something useful and, about your father. I've seen what obsessions can do to someone. Many end up ruining their lives entirely, many never actually care about it either. Beru was now speaking from his street experience. He had seen many indulge in all kinds of addictions and obsessions. He knew just how someone irreparable looked. So, he decided to help Shoto with some of his experiences. Your father, although flawed, he's not too far gone yet from what you've told me, he's already reflecting on all of his mistakes. Everyone that recovers from an obsession has a wake-up call. It seems your father's wake-up call was learning of Dabi's fate. Beru didn't pull any punches when he spoke to Shoto. The heterochromatic teen looked at Beru, but his mind was running wild, processing the information that Beru was spoon-feeding to him with care. If you want to forgive him, I'd recommend not telling him so soon. He needs to live with the consequences longer for him to understand just how bad the ramifications of his actions were. Beru, in the end, didn't outright give NG a way out with his words. But it gave him a chance. Which was already a lot more than Shoto was originally willing to give. And so, Shoto continued on with his day. Beru also continued lazing around and pretending that he had work to do. The Todoroki family situation improved due to Beru's words. Unknowingly, Beru managed to help Shoto gain some perspective in his father's mind. Now, he could bring himself to slowly let go of the hate. Beru didn't think about all of that though. On his mind was just one thing. The Nomus will turn to human tomorrow. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 126. Perfection is hard to achieve. POV Beru. In retrospect, both Yuri and I should have expected this to happen. Well, I think Yuri actually did. But it did take me by surprise. It seems that, while Rewind is more than capable of rewinding genetics, it can't fix the minds of the Nomus. That's how you get the scene in front of me to happen. 5 seemingly normal people, all of them have dead eyes, they are just emptily staring at the white walls of the laboratory. Their bodies have recovered, but their minds are completely lost. How do you fix something like this? At first, I wanted to try and rewind their minds, maybe I'd be able to get them to the same state they were in before All for One changed them. But Yuri stopped my foolish and somewhat desperate attempt with a small reminder. Do you even know when that is? Besides, the effects of rewind are very much temporary. You'd have to rewind their minds daily, you simply don't have enough energy for that. Yuri had always been a straightforward type of guy. He had his moments of shrewdness, his moments of suspicion and intrigue. But, he was always a blunt person. His tone sounded like he was just listing off facts. Beru would have been mad at the doctor if he didn't know any better. But he already knew that Yuri wanted to fix the Nomus just as much as he did. It seems we'll have to wait for a better suited quirk if we want to actually help the Nomus. Beru said while closing his eyes a bit. The humans that the Nomus had turned into were all just staring into the void. Not even the slightest sign of intelligence in them. Beru did not doubt that, if their bodies didn't instinctually breathe in oxygen, they wouldn't even be able to survive on their own. Yuri didn't speak at all this time. He simply sat down and looked at samples of DNA from the 5 men in front of him. The 5 former Nomus were all going to turn back into Nomus if they weren't regularly given some rewind serum, as he and Beru had called it. At least rewind is still going to be helpful for the rest of mankind. Beru said while tapping a finger on the table in front of him. It is just as useful for the Nomus. They just need a way to regain their sentience. Yuri said as he sighed in frustration. We'll find it in time, for now, we should be happy with the progress we've gotten so far. Beru was a bit more positive than Yuri. But he wasn't foolish enough to not understand how unlikely it was that they were going to run into such a quirk. The two of them decided to stop thinking about what might happen in the future. They decided to, instead, focus on what they managed to do in the little amount of time they worked together. Yuri realized just how instrumental Beru was to his success. Without him, it was unlikely that Yuri would have been able to get his hands on the rewind sample. It also would have been unlikely for him to even mass-produce it since he wasn't quite willing to let a child suffer for his research. Now, thanks to Beru, he had a cure, a way to produce it infinitely, and all at the simple price of having Beru torture him under the guise of training. Well, in truth, Yuri didn't dislike the training, he just found it torturous that Beru decided that the opportune time to do it was on one of his rare vacation weeks. Beru had subsequently become his greatest friend and his most trusted ally in business. He didn't mind helping Beru with his stuff. Things like denouncing important figures mattered little to Yuri. But still, he wouldn't have cared to do it if Beru didn't specifically ask him to. Even if he knew he wasn't going to face backlash, he also knew that drawing a target on one's back is never a good idea. He did not doubt that, once all of the drama was blown over, those people were going to retaliate. Either by sending some people to kill him or by trying to undermine his influence. He was a scientist, but he was also a political figure. He knew the dance and the tools that were needed to succeed in such a landscape. Therefore, it was normal that he'd know the way people in power dealt with their enemies. Say, Beru. If someone were to try and attack this lab in the future, I don't want you to interfere. Yuri stopped looking at the files in front of him and spoke in a clear voice. Beru raised a non-existent eyebrow at that request. He tilted his head in confusion. It's pretty clear to me that I will be targeted in the future. I don't really mind, but you tend to bring even more trouble usually. And, if you happen to randomly save the same place twice, people might start thinking you're a frequent visitor. And that would bring even more attention on the two of us. Yuri's logic was sound. The two of them needed to keep their experiments unknown for now. There was no benefit in allowing the world to learn of its impending doom. Even if they were to lie about looking into something else. The two of them collaborating would raise many eyebrows, especially since Yuri was once considered Beru's enemy by most people that knew Beru's situation. Welp, I guess you're right, we might be able to lie our way out of it, but there's no reason to complicate things to that extent right now. Only Nizu knows about me visiting you a few times, as well as the actual reason, and I think it's better that it remains like that, Beru said while stroking his antennas. The principal of UA, right? If you find him trustworthy, that's fine. But try to keep our operations as much of a secret as possible. Yuri said while extending his hand and reaching for a coffee mug. It was already cold, but Yuri took a sip from it nonetheless. He's one of the few people I can trust. He's also not stupid enough to go about screaming that the world is ending. Yuri chuckled a bit when hearing that. I doubt anyone with a quirk like high-spec can be unintelligent, Yuri said with a small smile. Yep, well, today was a productive day. It might be better to end it now, though not much to do when you're working endlessly. Beru then put a hand underneath his chin. Say, have you ever been to the USA? Beru asked while staring intently at the scientist. Yuri immediately got wary. Don't tell me. Why yet? I've been there on business trips a few times. Why? He asked while sweating a bit. Well, we're going there. Now. Beru said as he opened up a portal underneath the two of them. Yuri just sighed as he looked at the portal swallowing him. Fucking knew it. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 127, Visiting America. POV Beru. It's been a really long time. Oh boy, the United States. Well, there's not much fun to be had here. The place still seems to be filled with trash, both in terms of people, and actually bad recycling methods. I really want to explore this country a bit, to see just how much it has changed from my original one. I'll do that another time though, now I'm here to hang out with a friend. I wonder if my usual places are a thing in this world. POV narration. Why are we here again? Asked Yuri as he looked around himself. Well, figured we'd get something to eat. Food is pretty good around these parts, Beru said while the two of them walked towards the shadiest neighborhood possible. Yuri just sighed and continued walking. Wondering if he'd be able to go home anytime soon. Still, he was a bit curious as to where Beru was even taking him. Beru was just wondering if he'd be able to find the same stores in the same places. The two of them were currently in Florida. A place that Beru found very familiar. It had barely changed. Well, a few differences. Like the mutant quirks, or the quirks in general. There were also quite a few more futuristic-looking buildings near the center of the city. Unfortunately, Beru had no time for fancy things. He was going to be looking for a good restaurant. Why look for it in a shady neighborhood? Well, let's just say that some habits die hard. He wanted to see if all of the stores were the same. merely out of curiosity. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't quite the case. There were some familiar shops, but most of them were just large supermarket chains. Well, smaller branches of those. It seemed like even the worst neighborhoods now had some easy access to supermarkets. Beru eventually stopped when he reached a random burger joint. He proceeded to pull Yuri inside and ordered 2 large ones. The owner just gave him an odd sideways glance then started making the burgers. Yuri didn't speak much during that time. Only yawning from time to time and responding to Beru's questions. How are we going to proceed from here? Beru did manage to sneak in a serious question amidst all of the shitty ones he was constantly spouting to keep the conversation going. That depends. What direction do we even have left? We need to learn to properly dilute the solution we have. We can think of more after that. Yuri responded while tapping his fingers on the counter. Neither of them was specific in their words, they were in a public setting after all. Oi! Look what we have here guys. A fucking nerd and a bug. Yuri and Beru turned their heads to the side when hearing that obnoxious voice. The owner of the burger joint just sighed in frustration. Through the front door entered 3 young men. They were all somewhere around 20, clearly hooligans. All of them seemed to have quirks usable in fighting. One had boar horns, and presumably strength. One had shark mouths for hands, and the other seemed to be some type of goat mutant quirk. Yuri didn't even bother reacting to the 3 stooges that entered the joint. He thought the matter beneath him. Not Bear though. The insectoid stared at the 3 and chuckled a bit. And what the fuck are you guys supposed to be? I don't remember asking for male hookers. Bear's voice was somewhat melodic. The owner of the shop almost released a chuckle when he heard that. The fuck did you say you little sh? The louder one, the boar, was about to start spewing more verbal garbage in Bear's direction. Unfortunately, Bear didn't feel like listening. He created a warp gate and simply sent all 3 of them on a little trip. Yuri raised an eyebrow after he saw Bear teleport the young men away. The owner of the joint also seemed to be a bit scared. But he still kept doing his job. Where did you send them? Yuri asked while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Just figured they needed to cool off a bit. I'm sure they appreciate the surprise field trip to Russia. Yuri released another sigh at Bear's words. I hope you didn't send them in a forest. It would be annoying to hear that they got mauled by a bear or something. Yuri said while he turned back to look at the counter in front of him. Meh, I sent them in a city, but that's even more dangerous. If the Gonics get their hands on them, then the poor American boys will likely wish they got mauled to death by bears. Bear spoke without any pause. The 2 of them continued sitting like that for a while. The food was also prepared soon enough. And Yuri got to enjoy the simple delight of eating a large burger. The 2 of them ended the outing on a high note. With Bear deciding to go and drink on Yuri's private island. Bear proceeded to not get drunk at all, and Yuri just drank a few glasses here and there. He mostly spoke and listened to Beru. Their party ended when Bear got a call on his watch. Sup, he responded almost instantly. Yuri was just looking at the sky and counting stars or something. Beru. I think we've got an emergency. You might want to be here for this. Beru raised a metaphorical eyebrow in confusion. He could hear the somewhat unnerved voice of Nizu. Nizu, what happened? He just heard a sigh. Can you just come here for a second? I really think you need to be informed of this. It's urgent. Nizu seemed a lot more serious than he had ever been. Bear just sighed. Fine. He then slowly got up from the sand. I'll be going, it's been fun. Yuri. Bear's words were spoken out as a black mist swallowed him. Yuri waved at him with a smile on his face. His smile disappeared at the same time as Bear though. A silhouette appeared behind him. Are you sure this will work? Yuri asked while he looked at the sea in the distance. Of course. Don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of everything. The figure spoke while looking at Yuri's back. Well then. I guess I should get changed too. Yuri slowly got up from the sand. He shook the sand away before he walked back to his house. I guess I really am a bit burned out, smiley face. It kinda leads to days where I don't really feel like I have any ideas. This wasn't the case today though. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 128, a day to remember. POV Beru. What exactly could Nizu want anyway? I mean, I didn't think anything urgent would pop up so suddenly. I guess there's always something happening when I'm trying to relax. There's nothing I can do about that. The world keeps turning and all that. Upon warping myself to Nizu's office, I was greeted by a strange scene. It was pitch black. There was simply nothing to see there. The room was pitch black, but I could feel people around. Is this some type of joke? The room also feels a lot bigger. You guys do realize I can see in the dark if I want to, right? The second I finished speaking, the lights got turned on and everything became a bit more confusing. POV narration. Happy birthday! Everyone in the room shouted at the same time. Upon closer inspection, Beru could tell that everyone was wearing a party hat, and they all seemed to be quite excited. Well, except Aizawa and a few others. Nizu, the mad lad, actually made his office larger and turned it into a party room. Well, he didn't do it personally, he got help from Power Loader and Cementos. But you get the point. Telling Beru to warp in the cafeteria for an urgent meeting would have been a bit on the nose. What? Beru asked while looking at the people in the room with confusion. His head was tilted at an awkward angle, and his antennas were flailing a bit. The room was silent for a second as most of the people didn't really know how to react to Beru's question. It's your birthday, dipshit. Bakugo finally said after looking at Beru in frustration. He never really was the one to be mincing words with others. They all worked hard to make this day happen. All of the people present, the teachers at UA now and his family, even Inko. They all wanted to celebrate Beru's birthday at least once. Nizu sighed when hearing Bakugo's irritation. It didn't take much thought to realize that Beru likely had little knowledge about the celebration of birthdays. Still, he wanted to help Beru experience that, just like any regular young man should. Truthfully, not all of the people present expected this type of reaction out of Beru. Most of them assumed he had celebrated a birthday or two before. At least at the orphanage if nowhere else. That might have been the case if he was sent to a nice orphanage. But he was basically sent into a slave camp with extra steps. Where he was technically sold off to all for one, along with a few others. That's... Kinda forgot about that. Beru wasn't even joking at this point. His second birthday, second time he got born, wasn't even something he cared to remember. He never even cared to remember his first. He did know that people sometimes celebrated birthdays. But his was never actually celebrated at all. Most people didn't even know it in his past life. Even Vlad, with all of his efforts to be a great friend, didn't have any clue what Beru's birthday was. That was mainly because Beru always used fakets and never mentioned anything about his birthday. There's not even a need to mention that his junkie parents didn't really care about his birthday either. So it was a somewhat forgotten fact. Now, Beru seeing people gathered around like that for no other reason than it being the day of his birth. Well, it was simply surreal. He was not accustomed to it. It also gave him a warm feeling. It reminded him that, even if he sometimes felt that he didn't belong there, he made countless friends. Forged bonds and created relationships that stood to last. Even now, who Beru hadn't spoken with in a while, was still present here. With his whole family even. The room was awkwardly silent for a few seconds. Not even Toga knew what to say about the matter. The people in the room hoped to not get any bad reaction out of Beru. Only Nizu knew for a fact, that Beru was never going to show them any of his worst moments. So there was no chance of him starting to cry in the middle of everyone there. Not that he felt like it. But feeling touched for the first time in a long time. Seeing your friends and family all work together to do something like that for you. Well, Beru would be a liar to say that this didn't move him at all. Well then I hope you guys have booze. Beru ended up being the one to repair the mood. No one had any doubt that this was going to be the way things went. He was always the one to get people out of bad moods. There are also children here. I'd say we keep that to a minimum. Toshinori said with a weak voice. He knew that his protest was going to be ignored, hence the lack of intensity. Besides Kota, who came with now, there was also Eri, Bakugo, obviously, Izuku, and a few of their classmates. Real nice. Toshi don't remember a skin he got about the response everyone expected him to get. Deflated might just look down at the ground with a defeated sigh. Still. We haven't brought much alcohol. The one speaking this time was Inko. She was one of the people that helped with the food and drinks. She even got to share cooking recipes with Lunch Rush. No problem. Beru waved his hand and opened up a portal in the middle of the room. Boxes upon boxes of beer cans appeared in the middle of the room. Literally fresh out of the factory. Is this legal? Nizu asked while rubbing his forehead. Of course I left them some money and a note. Beru's confidence was shining brighter than the sun. Now and the rest just hoped that the children wouldn't take after Beru. Okay then. I guess that can work too. Snipe said while he slowly got up and walked around the boxes. Don't encourage his behavior, please, Aizawa said while nearing an aneurysm. Stop whining all of you, it's a party. Beru said as he grabbed Aizawa's shoulders and shook him a bit. And just like that. The first time that the students were introduced to alcohol, as well as Beru's first celebrated birthday in all over 40 years of his life, happened all on the same day. They were going to have a lot of stories to tell about this night. Like the one where Midnight came in looking all dolled up, came a bit late to surprise him once more, only to find Beru day drinking with the boys. She ended up throwing one of her heels at his head. Thankfully, her madness was merely a fluke, as Beru managed to calm her down with a few compliments. She ended up joining the drinking soon after. Izuku's first kiss also happened that night. He got plastered after a can of beer and ended up mistaking Bakugo for Okako, somehow. Well, let's just say that Izuku had an explosive hangover. And Mitsuki almost died laughing her lungs out of her body. Okako herself almost fainted when hearing that Izuku actually planned to kiss her. This all was only possible because the teachers decided to let the students all have a maximum of 2 cans of beer. It was a harmless amount really, they weren't expecting any of them to actually get drunk from that amount. Well, Bear wasn't anyway. He was the one that set the rules after all. The teachers just listened since it was his birthday. Kota and Eri got to drink fresh apple juice. So did most of the students that didn't really want to drink beer. Deku got peer pressured. There were many other events. Like Bear turning human in front of everyone and flashing them. Why? Well, he discovered a neat thing. He could now get drunk while being in human form. After all, his resistance came from his original quirk. So, he was able to get plastered right along with Snipe. He ended up only wearing a tablecloth for all of the 30 minutes he was able to turn human. He and Snipe were able to have the first actual drinking competition at the party. Bear warping in shot glasses and bottles upon bottles of tequila. Beru, in under 10 minutes, managed to drink around 40 shots. The exact same amount as Snipe. It was somewhat worrying for everyone. But the two seemed to be just slightly tipsy at that point. And Beru returned to normal after his rewind energy ran out. Then came the opening of the presents. The most interesting part for Beru, since he hadn't gotten any presents in his life. Yori wasn't able to come, unfortunately. His relationship with Beru was to be kept a secret after all. But he did FaceTime Beru to wish him a happy birthday. Starting off, Toga gave Beru one of her oldest knives. Saying that it was one of the ones she used to draw blood for the first time. Beru accepted it with gratitude. Only receiving a few odd gazes since most people already knew that the young girl was somewhat obsessed with blood. The next one was from his girlfriend. Midnight herself gave it to him with a half-drunk proud smile. He received a package that he shouldn't have opened in front of everyone. He should have known better than to do so. Inside was an expensive bondage set, a large bottle of lubricant and a really fluffy pair of golden cuffs. Bear closed the box a few seconds after opening it. Only a few of the students managed to see the contents. But none of them needed to actually see them, they could all guess what Nemuri was up to from the gazes she kept sending Beru. The party continued, Beru receiving more and more presents from the people present. He even got a pair of socks. The next event came along rather nicely too. The cake was stupidly big. To the point where Beru was actually asked to warp it in to make things easier. Beru did so with a shrug. The cake itself was rather nice looking. Beru ended up cutting the cake with his claws in even pieces for everyone to eat. The party ended at midnight, with everyone being teleported to their homes by Beru. The insectoid himself ended up spending the night at Midnight's place. And just like that, Beru finally got to enjoy the day of his birth properly. For the first time ever. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 129, course. POV Beru. I wonder what to do now. Well, my birthday is certainly a fun memory, but it also happened on a pretty shit day in general. It's the same day that I got to learn that fixing Suma is going to take a lot more than just rewinding his genetics. I mean, I'm usually not one to be pessimistic about things. But I'm actually starting to doubt whether or not the Nomus can even be fixed. I mean, there's only so much Yori and I can do. But I guess we have time. At least I hope so. Human bodies aren't actually meant to hold that much quirk factor, which is why the Nomus are mostly abominations. Their lifespan isn't something that Kaihude had a chance to test. But the life expectancy of a regular Nomua shouldn't be all that high. So, I guess one could say that I am incredibly worried that, while Yori and I have all the time in the world, Suma and the others are already on the brink of death. Although, I guess Yori would be able to tell if any of them were close to that point. This is just my worries getting the better of my rationality. I wonder now, what quirk would my child have? I can't really help it when just laying in bed near Nemuri. I mean, sure, protection and all that. But one day we will probably have a child. I guess it doesn't really matter what quirk he/she will get. I will make sure to take care of my kid, much unlike my parents, that I've yet to hear much about. Hell, I never actually cared to learn their names either. They were spoken in my presence when I was a baby, but why really would I ever care about them? Giving birth to a child doesn't mean anything if you don't stick around to take care of them. The act of procreation doesn't give you the right to call yourself a parent. I wonder how much time I have left in this world too. The experiments that Kaihude did on me certainly didn't help me. But I also have life force which will likely allow me to outlive most people that I know. Not that I actually want something like that. You're awake. I heard a voice from beside me, feminine and somewhat tired. I guess pained would be the better word for it. It's obviously Nemuri, and she's 100% hungover. No, I'm obviously still sleeping. Want me to wake up? She just scoffed and rubbed her temples while looking at the ceiling. Note to self, don't tell jokes to someone that feels like vomiting. They likely won't find anything funny. Care to get me a glass of water? She asked while trying to shakily get up. I didn't think she drunk that much. Well, maybe she's more tired because of the dancing and dancing. Sure, I just warped my hand into the kitchen, grabbed a glass and filled it with water at the sink. It's pretty easy to navigate like this when you know the house already. Or when you can see through walls. She gulped down that glass of water like a parched woman. It was almost comical to see her embarrassedly ask for a second one. She just bumped the glass on my shoulder and looked at me with a shy smile. I'm glad she didn't break it on me honestly, I figured she'd do something like that, but I guess she's still not that clumsy, even when half dead / hungover. You know, having to support you like this is rather fun, maybe you should stop moving altogether. Joking this time seemed to work since she's not as dead anymore. Water really is a miracle solution to anything really. Kinda like hard liquor. She slowly drank her second glass of water while I got up for a bit and stretched my hands around. Say, how did you like the party? I mean, you even got to use your new presents. I'm sure it was pretty neat, right? Nemuri said after she recovered a bit. It was great, didn't really expect it, but it was welcome, a nice change from the usual shit I do. Also, the gold cuffs weren't all that great, liked your old purple ones better, matched your hair and all. Nemuri just pouted when she heard me complain about my present. But it doesn't really matter. I just felt like adding that since she seemed a bit too smug about everything. So who came up with this? A question I've been curious about for quite a while. I mean, there hasn't been anything quite like that happen to me before. Well, first, it was my idea, but Nizu was the one to actually look into your birthday in order to find out. It was a bit hard to find your original one since the commission made you older in the news to be already 18. Well, I guess that makes sense. The commission did give me a hero identity. Kids can't become heroes, at least not fully fledged ones that act in every city at will. Hey, I never actually bothered remembering it myself. It was nice though. I guess I'll have to do something for yours next time. Seeing her turn red at this was quite cute. But she proceeded to shake her head dismissively. You've done a lot for many people. It wasn't just me, a lot of people wanted the chance to thank you by attending your birthday and celebrating with you. Initially, the Todoroki family, endeavors, if you weren't paying attention to names, were also going to attend. But a lot of things are going on there right now, so it was simply impossible for them to show up. I guess I did notice a distinct lack of energy there. Not even Shoto was there, so I guess it's about that whole Dabi situation. Well, no matter, what are you planning to do today? I asked while staring at the rising sun outside. Nizu gave us all a break for today preemptively. He figured you'd get everyone drunk and render them unable to work. Why does she have that judgmental gaze when speaking about that? Oh, not like I forced them to drink, I just provided them the goods. Damn, that's a phrase I haven't used in a while. It's actually from the days I was peddling substances. Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Let's see who enters an alcohol-induced coma first. You really take advantage of your unnaturally high resistance, don't you? Hehe, I'd never actually tell them that I am completely immune. That would make them refuse to drink with me competitively. And yes, it is a sport, and I am a professional drinker now. Well, I guess I'm also a hero from time to time. Depends on what pays best. I got a pretty hefty sum from the government for the Meta Liberation Army raid. It was especially large since I played a big role. It's actually more than enough to live the next decade without any worry whatsoever. Meh, I'll go make you some breakfast. I'd just use my hands and lay on the bed while doing it, but I really don't want to hear you sass me any longer. I made the peace sign and warped off into the kitchen. Honestly, I think I've used this more ever since the two of us started going out. I've likely used it more than she did since she bought this apartment. Breakfast will be simple, eggs and rice. With maybe some bacon, but dry. Nemuri really dislikes oily foods. The day continued on with the two of us spending some more time together. I also called Toga to see how she ended up. Apparently, she was also hungover, and I also had to warp her a glass of water. Good times. I guess I have a lot to look forward to. No need to keep focusing on things I have no control over. I'll just let nature take its course. I just kinda went to sleep yesterday, Srei. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 130, Passing Time. POV Beru. 1 year. It's already been 1 year since anything significant has happened with the Nomus. During this time, Yori and I have been doing quite well in all other aspects. We managed to perfectly dilute rewind and even found a way to replicate that energy without the need for my blood constantly. But we've yet to implement it. We're unsure of the reactions such a thing would cause. We don't plan on telling the public about it. But the people in power are bound to eventually find out more about it. You can guess that Yori doesn't actually care. He said he'd convince them all one way or another. Another thing to note, he has already defended himself successfully from 2 assassination attempts. First was another attack on the laboratory, in which he swiftly trashed all of the attackers with ease. They weren't even that strong, Probably even weaker than the ice guy from last time. Still, the second attack is actually a bit more interesting. Yuri managed to not actually notice it. He genuinely slept through an entire assassination attempt. The assassin was apparently some big shot in the underworld. But I really don't see it. I mean, Yuri kicked him while asleep and managed to almost kill him. Apparently broke his spine in a few different spots. It was pretty funny to hear about the story. Apparently, Yuri woke up in the morning and only noticed the slowly dying man after he fetched himself a coffee. Toshinori also seems to be pretty fine with me lately. He's at least no longer as reserved as before. Seems like he's solved his own issues by himself. Other than that, there were quite a few other interesting events that happened. Like NG actually being a father, or trying to anyway. Dabby got prison time, quite a few life sentences, and has a lot of visits with different psychologists, but it's not showing any results. In all honesty, I doubt it will ever show any results. But that's just because I've seen the guy talk before. Seems kinda too far gone for all of that therapy to do anything. NG trying to help from time to time only seems to make things worse. And his wife can't seem to make the situation much better either. At least Dabby isn't reacting violently to her at all. On a more positive note, Toga actually managed to get into the hero course this year. The same year as Izuku actually. It's pretty interesting to see them all try so hard at the festival and such. She seems to be quite pleased with her new choice of career. Still not really caring much about saving people, but lately, her killing sprees have been getting less and less frequent. I think the realization is slowly setting in for her as well. I just hope she won't end up regretting that she took the lives of so many. Well, I never actually grew to regret most of my kills. I still see many of them as quite justifiable. But I would obviously have a bias towards myself. Nemuri is spending more and more time looking into childcare books or parent books. She's openly putting them on tables when I'm present. If I was an idiot, I'd likely just ignore it. But since I still have at least half a brain cell left intact, I can somewhat deduce that she's planning to have a child at some point. I guess it's normal. She's slowly but steadily approaching her 30s, most women at that age either already have a child, or plan on having one. I'm still wondering how I should actually propose to her. Or if I should at all. I mean, I do love her. But I sometimes get the feeling that our relationship is tough on her sometimes. Like the fact that I don't spend a lot of time with her. I do often go on dates with her, but she'd love to spend all of her free time with me. Unfortunately, I always have my schedule full. Whether it's another night at the bar with the boys, Snipe, Nizu, and now, a night at the lab with Yuri, also drinking, but in a different setting, and likely also thinking about lab stuff, spending a night at Inko's or with Toga, I always find myself busy with things. It honestly hurts to tell her that I can't. The look of disappointment on her face is kind of like a needle prickling at my heart. Sounds melodramatic, but it's a good enough description of what I feel when I make her sad. Well, I guess not all things are perfect. Like the fact that I've completely lost all contact with my clone. I can't seem to get in touch with him at all. And it's not like I can remotely dispel him or something. Can't help but think that he's getting himself, me, into trouble somewhere in another country. Thankfully, whatever he's doing hasn't done much to stop my hero fame from escalating to the entire world. I am now known as the representative of all mutants. Or something like that. It's because I am considered to be one of the strongest heroes alive, and because my upbringing was shit. Many find my achievement to prove to everyone that evil-looking quirks can do a lot of good. Learning that was also when I learned that, apparently, people see me as evil-looking. What the fuck? What part of me looks evil? I am the most handsome goddamn Ant-Man anyone will ever see. The countless fangirls I have can attest to that. I've spent a lot of time looking at fanfiction about myself, and I must say, it's pretty creepy. Well, dunno what I was expecting honestly. I guess curiosity got the better of me for a while. Having people fantasize about you in a sexual way is only fun for a few minutes. Then it gets into the I'm calling the cops zone. Currently, I'm about to start heading for a meeting with Yuri. Well, the meeting will be held among the rich/influential folk in the country. A really tight gathering of the elite. Yuri wants to reveal his plans in that place. And I'm coming along for both credibility and the fact that our partnership no longer needs to be held a secret. The people that want Yuri dead will also likely be attending, so I can already guess who's going to have the brakes of their limos cut. They'll all have such unfortunate accidents. This is with Yuri's approval, of course. He said that it's okay as long as I don't leave evidence. Thankfully, with the number of quirks I have, them being able to pin anything on me specifically is damn near impossible. Well, I wonder if I should wear a tux. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 131, Worries. POV narration. In the end, Vera decided against wearing any clothes. What a shocker. He was going to attend in his hero costume, naked, that was also the best way to go since everyone would recognize him that way. Also, clothes his size needed to be tailored and ordered a few weeks in advance. No chance he was actually ever going to bother with that. Not that Yuri had any delusion about Beru wearing anything fancy. He just suggested it to inform Beru that it was a highly formal party. The type where the people you were seen around brought in questions about your allegiances and where not scheming was seen as plain weird and unusual. I really hope he doesn't cause a scene. Yuri shook his head after having that stray thought while sitting down in his limousine. Now he's definitely going to cause one. Why must I jinx things like this? He thought with a sigh. Worst come to worst, he'd just pretend not to know Beru. That was certainly going to work after announcing his partnership with the insectoid. Yep, totally sound solution. Didn't he say he'd come in the limo with me? Where is he? Yuri looked around with a confused gaze for a bit. He then looked at his driver, whose posture looked unusually thuggish and drove extremely recklessly. Speeding in a school zone even. Yuri rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Beru. Do you even have a driving license? He asked while looking at his idiotic lab assistant. Nope, but the person I'm cosplaying as certainly has. Yuri banged his head on the seat in front of him. How exactly is this one of the smartest beings alive? Yuri asked himself as he looked at the roof of his limo with a dazed expression. He wasn't even exaggerating. All Beru needed was a glance at any pace to perfectly remember it. Beru was currently more knowledgeable in any subject than just about anybody. Only being on par with Nizu and Yuri. Kaihude would have also been on that list, but he's dead, so he doesn't count. High spec basically put them above everyone else. There might be some hidden geniuses close to their intelligence with good quirks to help them in that regard. But out of the many people Yuri knew, Beru was on top 3. And Yuri had been to many worldwide scientific conventions. He got to meet the smartest people alive. So his opinion certainly counted for something. Where is my actual driver, Beru? Yuri asked while looking at the disguised Beru with a judgmental glare. Don't worry, just fed him some sleeping pills, Nemuri's quirk. Beru said while looking at his mirrors. Gotta say, been so long since I've last driven a car, it's so odd that I now almost feel the urge to stop at traffic lights, Beru said in an upbeat tone. What? What? Nothing more needed to be said there. Beru had little to no knowledge of the legislation. He just liked being a getaway driver once. And never drove after that since everyone in the car with him got sick for some strange reason. Do you at least know the way? Yuri asked while hoping that Beru did at least some research on what they were doing. Of course I do, I'm just driving around for a while though. We need to flex your limo around the neighborhood before I warp us in front of the venue. Yuri, once more, decided to test the toughness of his skull on the seat closest to him. Why was I expecting a different answer? The scientist thought to himself while looking out the window. At least he's great to have in stressful situations. Beru always made things seem better. Even when that wasn't the case. Currently, Yuri was under a lot of stress. He was unsure how the people would react to all of the knowledge he was about to spoon-fed to them. He had no assurance that they were going to help him. Remember, Yuri needed to spread the serum all over the world to avoid the apocalypse. Not just Japan. Alone, he had not the influence to make such large moves. He was only somewhat confident in doing so for Japanese people. He could at least slightly influence some things there. At this meeting, many influential people from overseas were also going to be present. Rich family heads and even the ambassadors of many countries. He needed to carefully explain to all of them, calmly and with confidence, that humanity was going to end if they did nothing about it. And he could only hope that the people there weren't going to get greedy and take advantage of such a situation. That hope was mostly a fake one. Not even an atom in his body believed that none of the people present would attempt to take advantage of the situation. What's with the worried face, Yuri? Beru asked while looking at his rear-view mirror. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear the scientist say it anyway. There's a lot to be worried about. What if they don't believe me? What if they only try to profit out of this situation? Both are things that will likely happen at the same time, which is even worse. Yuri explained his thoughts to Beru. Actually wording them out felt like some sort of stress relief, which somewhat helped. Having someone to share worries with was always liberating. Well, we'll just have to crush all of the more brazen ones. Maybe not physically convincing people won't be hard since we've got actual proof of what excess of quirk factor does to a human. Beru's response also helped Yuri calm down. As long as they captured the majority, the greedy ones would slowly be closed off and isolated. That was hoping that not all of them were going to be greedy though. The people at that party were already politicians, hacks and liars. They were not above being greedy. That was the main source of Yuri's worries. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yuri thought as he looked at the familiar streets around him. How long are we going to make circles around this fucking place, Beru? Yuri asked as Beru just kept making donuts in place. 2 more minutes? Yuri growled as his curses turned into an incomprehensible mess. I'll take that as yes, Beru said as he continued enjoying his car ride. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 132, Fancy Party. POV narration. Fucking finally. Yuri said as he looked at the venue where the party was supposed to be held. Hey, it wasn't so bad also, swearing is kinda unbecoming of you. Yuri was usually a formal worded man, rarely losing composure. But Bear somehow managed to completely shift Yuri's mood in an instant. And he did so constantly, always finding a new way to irritate the otherwise calm scientist. What do you mean it wasn't so bad? We're even late because of your lackluster driving. Yuri argued while slowly preparing to get out of the car. We're merely fashionably late, mate, don't sweat it too much, you'll ruin your suit too early. Bear's words just got a sigh out of Bear this time. The two of them got out of the car as Bear returned to his usual form and height. He looked around, the entrance was already mostly deserted, the only ones being present were a few guards. The guards immediately spotted Beru and Yuri, they rushed to greet them. Evening sir, assuming you are Dr. Goda Yuri? You are indeed on the list. But, the person accompanying you isn't, unfortunately. The guard seemed to be a bit stressed when speaking. He found it hard to deny the entry of one of the strongest and most controversial heroes of their generation. The Ant King, Beru, was not a person that needed any introductions. The only people that didn't know of him were the ones living under rocks. At this point, he was as much of a household name as All Might. He was never truly called a symbol though, only recognized for his past and overbearing strength. Don't worry about it, I spoke with the event organizer beforehand. He may not have updated the lists yet. But it shouldn't be an issue, I assure you of that. If anything happens, tell your supervisors to come look for me. Yuri patted the man on the shoulder and gestured Bear to just follow him inside. Bear just shrugged, not really caring about the guard all that much. The man was just trying to do his job, although he looked mighty uncomfortable while doing so. IIZ. Enjoy your stay, sirs. The guard ended up composing himself as Bear passed him. The other guard also didn't put any questions. The second Bear entered the entrance hall, he realized just what type of place Yuri had brought him to. It's filled with pompous pricks. Everywhere he looked, he could see people socializing and making connections. The party had technically only started 10 minutes ago, yet they were all already expanding their social circles. Bear already knew about most of them, Yuri had given him a list of the people that would be present, as well as information about all of them. Just enough for Bear to understand who he was dealing with. Still, a part of his small, insectoid heart still hoped that there would be a chance for some type of fun at that boring gathering. But, after seeing that the ballroom was only filled with people shaking hands and giving cards, he decided to crush his own hopes to avoid future disappointment. The second he and Yuri walked in, the entire venue went quiet as the doorman announced the entry of the new guests. Dr. Goda Yuri and Mr. Beru have arrived in a timely manner. It was a basic announcement, but it still somewhat ticked Yuri since he realized that his arrival was anything but timely. He decided not to complain though, only shaking his head for a few seconds before looking at the crowd with a fake smile. So great to see everyone gathered here. I can even see some old friends here and there. I'm sure this night will prove quite fantastic. He greeted them all at once in order to avoid getting approached by just about everyone inside the venue. Beru also decided to mimic Yuri. To some extent. Great to be here, when's the food coming out? His attempt was a bit less refined. Now, usually, no one sane was going to question one of the most prominent figures of their generation. But this wasn't a party that sane people often attended. Such a lack of manners, truly fitting for a mere orphan. The voice was a mere mutter at most, maybe a jest between friends. It wasn't even spoken in Japanese but in English. The one speaking was the son of one of the richest families in the world, Gunter Rothschild. He was joking around with a few of his friends from the USA. Both Beru and Yuri heard the jest clearly. Most of the people in the room were oblivious to the blatant disrespect that the young Gunter had just shown Beru. Beru himself wanted to just laugh a bit. He didn't really care about being called an orphan, it was who he was. He was certainly not mad about that. But he was going to spike the man's drink with laxatives just because his tone was rude. Yuri wasn't really going to take that lying down, he was about to walk towards the table that Gunter and his friends were staying at, but Bear just placed a hand on his shoulders and shook his head, antennas and all. Don't bother with useless stuff, we're above that, Bear said as he warped the strongest laxatives from the nearest pharmacies right into the drinks of all of the people at that table. Bear was a true and shameless hypocrite. He watched with a mental smile as the people at that table all rushed to the toilet in perfect sync just a minute later. He also warped out the rest of the liquid in a plant somewhere in the venue, to prevent others from shitting themselves. Food will be prepared promptly, good sir. You can take some time and get accustomed to the scenery. A waiter spoke to Bear while taking a bow. Oh thanks, you're too kind, I'll just be hanging around these parts. The presentation was to come after everyone finished eating. For now, Bear was about to experience what it means to be influential. Beru. I am such a huge fan of your, more and more people flooded him and started asking him random questions. Beru did his best and responded all he could. Is it true that you are stronger than All Might? There were questions of all types sneaked in there. That's debatable, we've no reason to go all out and injure each other, Beru said, trying to preserve Toji's reputation in the process. I heard that you are in a relationship with a fellow pro-hero, Miss Midnight, right? They were asking a lot about him, private and public life combined. Yet we're going out dating and all, not really tried to hide it since I often take her out in public, Beru said while scratching his head. Currently, he was just hoping the food would come sooner. Just so he could find an excuse to fuck off elsewhere. If only he had a clone to replace him. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 133, Apocalyptic Slideshow. POV narration. Beru's suffering continued for a while, all until the food was brought and everyone was seated. A stage was also raised, where people were watching some game shows. Entertainment was also all around, musicians and dancers squirming about trying to please all the loaded guests. Beru could somewhat understand their struggles. He remembered the times he too needed to rub off the rich to get a few things done. It usually involved helping Vlad gather blackmail material. Now, he could see people selling themselves for money. Some only sold their services, but the waitresses could always do with a bit more money. That was at least how he knew that these parties went. The old leechers that needed some bed warmers always found them at the party. Usually among the staff. That was something he found out by himself, there were no written guidelines to the way things worked in higher society. They all had their quirks, they were mostly just regular people, but their brains were seemingly incapable of regularly producing dopamine, so they sought excitement from all sorts of things. Drugs, pleasure, whatever. Beru always liked to observe rich people in their natural environment. This party was a good reminder of that. Are you ready, Beru? Yori approached the insectoid as he was staring into space and stuffing his face with all sorts of foods. Born reality, Beru didn't even bother to stop stuffing his mouth. Yori rubbed his forehead. Just don't say much. I'll handle most of it. He knew that it was useless to say that to Beru, but he did so anyway. Beru got up from the table, his back stood straight for the first time in a long while. Showcasing his full height, he towered over everyone present. It brought some attention to the two, but that was fine. They were about to attract everyone's attention anyway. Yori took a wine glass and did the whole, beat it with a fork rich guy thing. Ladies and gentlemen. A pleasure to see you all here today. We've all already greeted each other, so I'll get to the point. His voice was loud, echoing through the large hall as he approached the stage. Most of the people in the room were paying attention to him at this point. He was, after all, a highly influential and controversial figure. Whatever he had to say, it was sure going to be interesting. Yori walked on the stage, the band parted and gave him the stage, taking their instruments with them. In truth, I have a very important piece of information to share with you all. For now, the staff will leave the premises. He spoke eloquently, somewhat leading up to his reveal as Beru rolled his eyes and instantly appearing to his side. The tall insectoid didn't even teleport, he was just too fast for anyone present to follow. Most people were still speaking among each other at this point. They were still paying attention, their attention was just split into more than one place. Something Yori found quite displeasing, maybe even disrespectful. But he wasn't mad. Maybe just a little bit salty. All of the waiters and dancers left the room and the venue was only filled with guests now. Yori also took care to turn off all security cameras. Well, Yori was interrupted when he opened his mouth to start giving his speech. Let's skip the formalities, humanity's going extinct. Beru spoke in a much louder voice than Yori, who now had a microphone in his hand, as well as a diminishing will to live. Beru's words sprouted a wave of murmurs and gasps. But most were just raising an eyebrow at the information they had just received. Yori looked on with empty eyes. He actually expected this to happen. That was why he brought Beru. Beru had his own charm to him after all. Yori just sighed and let Beru present the situation in his own way. That's quite the claim, young hero. An aging man spoke while looking at the stage. He was the current prime minister, a man whose name isn't important at all. No one asked why Beru interrupted Yori. To them, the two were obviously together. They came in together and appeared on the stage together. Whatever news came from Beru, were the same ones that would have come from Yori. So they had the same credibility. Not really, it's already been said before. Beru looked all over the room, he had everyone's attention at this point. Well, yes. And it's always been people trying to agitate others, to gain something. Another man spoke up, his voice garnered a few nods. I'll put this simply, quirks are getting stronger and stronger and human bodies won't be able to contain their powers after a few more generations. Beru's explanation was sound. It made quite a few people understand what this was about. But it also made a specific someone, a scientist in the room, remember something. You're speaking about Dr. Kaihude's theory of quark singularity? That theory has not been proven. Yori, why are you still on about that nonsense? One of the people that Yuri had tried to convince in the past. The people that Beru managed to get invested in the situation were quite quickly turning tail. At least until Beru spoke again. We have concrete proof that the human body can't contain a quirk that's too powerful. The effects of having too much quirk factor are already well documented. Trying to deny that theory right now would be like saying that the sky is actually yellow. Beru's condescending answer didn't sit well with many of the seniors present. But it still made them interested in that proof Beru mentioned. Ha! Proof? As if. Even if you had any, proving that quirks are getting stronger is also. Beru snapped his fingers. It sounded more like metal blades colliding, but it did the job of interrupting the aged scientist that spoke against him. If you think quirks aren't getting stronger each generation, then you clearly don't know anything about quirks. Stop speaking if you are ignorant of the issue. As for the proof, my good friend Yuri will show you now a small presentation of our findings. Beru gave the stage to Yuri, as the man put the microphone near his mouth. If you'd kindly look at the screen. He pressed a button, and the game show that showed up on all of the screens in the venue switched off. On the screen appeared a title, Quirk Factor Overload and its Effects. It was a simple PowerPoint presentation, prompting a little laugh from the scientist that was against their claims. What's this? A college project? He joked, making quite a few people giggle. Yep, it fucking is. Now zip it and sit down. Beru, who had made the slideshow himself, was the one to shut up the aged scientist. I told you a movie would have been better, said Yuri as he looked at the screens around the venue. Oh, shut it. Why would I learn to edit videos just for this shit? Said Beru, even though learning to edit would literally take him less than 15 minutes of reading. Yuri shook his head and pressed a button, prompting the slide to change. At the left side of the page appeared a photo. It was the image of a simple man. His eyes seemed a bit empty, but he was otherwise normal. Then, on the right side, appeared the image of a Nomu. Both images were taken in the same place, at similar times. This person used to be the experiment of a mad doctor working for a power-hungry dickhead. We've managed to momentarily revert the transformation he underwent by suppressing his quirks, but he's still like that to this day. Beru gave everyone an explanation for the somewhat horrific scene they were witnessing. To my knowledge, these were people that had multiple quirks stuffed into them forcefully. But that doesn't mean a single quirk would be able to cause this. The Prime Minister spoke this time. I'm getting there. Have some fucking patience. Beru rolled his eyes once more, as Yuri brought up the next slide. It was mostly text. The information of a research paper, on the odd effects that an excess of quirk factor could have on the human body. It listed things like, a reduced lifespan, losing of brain functions, losing all cognitive thought, losing reasoning. It also briefly mentioned that the drug trigger had the ability to strengthen one's quirk factor, which was what gave it most of its side effects. I'm guessing most of you find all of this to be quite overwhelming. But it is not over yet. As Prime Minister Mao has said, we've yet to show how destructive a single quirk can be on a person. Yuri spoke this time, with his usual eloquent tone. Most of the guests just nodded. Their reactions until now varied greatly. Some seemed shocked, some scared, but most were just looking at the scene in silence. Many seemed to look at the slideshow with disdain. They were unwilling to see the truth in front of them. How could quirks, something that made things so much better for humanity, be a bad thing for them? It was simply preposterous. Now, you will see the effects that a single powerful quirk can have on a person. Yuri spoke as he looked at the audience. The screen changed once more, this time revealing a video. It was just a short clip, but its contents would go on to shake most of the people present. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 134, Allegiances and Enemies. POV narration. Everyone in that room looked at the video with interest. In it appeared a man, strapped to a chair and looking at the camera with a gloomy gaze. In the background, a bored voice could be heard. Subject 01 is going to be receiving the quirk called Spring-like Limbs. It prompted many of the people in the room to smile darkly. Yuri. To think you'd have the gall to show us evidence of you experimenting on humans. Oh boy, I guess you didn't like your freedom that much, hey. The old scientist that kept complaining was back at riling up the crowd. Most of them followed in looking at Yuri with shocked and judgmental gazes. In truth, no one present actually gave even an iota of a shit about whatever that person on the screen was going through. But actually putting Yuri down was a lot more interesting to them. Shut it. Beru said while clapping once, to break everyone out of their fake shock. I see, so you are Yuri's guard dog then? I guess that would make sense. I was a bit curious about why he'd bring you here of all places. One of the people in the room spoke with spite. I'd refrain from using such words if I were you, Mr. Hiragaya. Beru isn't exactly known for his friendliness. But, to lessen your ignorance a bit, the person you are looking at is a death row inmate. Yuri was the one to interject, stopping the politician from speaking more. Why exactly? Well, he didn't want Beru to kill him and ruin everything. Not that he didn't trust the insectoid to hold back, but he wouldn't have been surprised if Bear proceeded to teleport his head in a toilet bowl. As someone scat in it. That would have been a bit much, so Yuri obviously had to intervene. Him being a death row inmate doesn't make it much better. The old scientist spoke while looking at the screen once more. And he isn't being experimented on, you ape, this is an execution, we already know the results of the test, this was just a demonstration for you idiots, the guy is quirkless by the way. Bear spoke out with a lot more calm than usual. His voice was actually cold as he insulted everyone present in that room without even batting an eyelid. Then, the video was unpaused. Inside the room of the inmate walked Beru, a regular stroll while looking like he didn't even care about what was happening around him. As if a man wasn't just about to die in agony. The man seemed to struggle against his bindings, he tried to scream, but his gagged mouth didn't allow for that. Don't be a pussy, this hurts a lot less than lethal injections, I assure you. Beru's voice was heard clearly. He sounded unlike any executioner would usually. He was simply joking around with the death row inmate while patting him on the head. Proceed with the execution. The voice on the intercom spoke again, it was clearly a frustrated Yuri speaking there. Beru nodded a few times, then proceeded to place his left hand on the head of the restrained inmate. The man squirmed as pain gripped his body. Red lightning bolts were all around Beru's palm, they seemed to be entering the man's body. After few seconds, Beru took his hand back, then walked off. Out of the room and presumably back to wasting his time elsewhere. After a sped up few more minutes, the man seemed to regain his consciousness. Only for him to use his quirk by mistake. The man's screams were muffled as all of his limbs were blown to bits at the same time. The man then died as his head and torso also blew up. A lot of gasps could be heard from the people in the room, the man's violent death wasn't quite what they were all expecting. They now had many questions on their minds, few were actually able to tell what Beru did to the man. Well, they all understood the implications, that he gave the man a powerful quirk that his body couldn't take, but they didn't know how he did it. The older people present did know, of who and what All For One was. Now it was also confirmed, that Beru was the one currently in possession of that quirk. Isn't this a bit much? Such brutality is not often displayed so brazenly, Mr. Goda Yuri. The Prime Minister was the one to speak up, his voice attracting quite a few gazes. He was a man that was going to be killed either way. The process might have looked gruesome, but his death was rather instant. A lot more humane than most methods of execution used today. Yuri said with a smile. Still, that doesn't really tell us much, for all we know, your friend could have used one of his many quirks to make that man's limbs explode. This doesn't confirm anything. The old scientist, Mado, as Yuri finally remembered his name, was the one to bring up this fact. We were obviously expecting this type of response. That's why we've documented a lot of our results, implanting different quirks into many death row inmates. The results may vary. Yuri pressed his switch once more. This time, the slide was filled with titled photos. The first quirk, spring-like limbs, was something that acted throughout the body. It killed the inmate quickly, but not all quirks are so simple, Bear said while pointing at the screen, specifically, the first photo. Poison fingernails was the title of the first photo. It showed to everyone, the rotted and decomposing arms of a still living and crying man. Many of the subjects I had to put out of their misery soon after the photos were taken. They were all on death row, vicious and disgusting criminals, but we didn't extend their suffering, Bear said while pointing at more and more photos. Quirk factor excess, while not always instantly deadly, will always result in large damage to the user. These are all adults, their threshold is much larger, we haven't and won't test this with children, but most of you can imagine. Yuri and Bear rolled off of each other with ease. It looked like it was rehearsed, doing all of that so smoothly, but, for the two of them, the conversation was a lot slower, it gave them a lot of time to think and formulate things properly. It would have been smart to plan things, but getting Bear to plan on a speech proved to simply be impossible. Not even Mado, the one that had vehemently opposed their evidence, had anything to say at this point. I think you've made your point. You can take these off the screen, for now, Yuri. The Prime Minister spoke with a more serious tone this time. Yuri relented and changed the slide once more. To the last page. It was a message written in bad English. I hope you liked. It had hearts and smile faces almost everywhere. Horrendous to look at. It made Yuri rub his forehead and just close the slideshow entirely. Most of the people in the room barely noticed the written message at the end. All of them were still focusing on the news that they had just received. So, if this is truly happening, then how exactly do we hope to combat this? Stop reproducing? The Prime Minister asked while looking at the stage. Well, that would be quite hard to accomplish. Population control is something that only communist dictatorships do, and it usually goes badly. Another guest commented while rubbing his chin. Indeed, that would also be impossible to accomplish. We will likely never actually be able to convince people that quirks are harmful either. Bear's words were received by a series of nods, but a few were confused. You've convinced all of us here. Couldn't it be possible to do it with everyone else? One curious guest asked while raising his hand. Merely a polite gesture. They've been conditioned to believe that quirks can do nothing but good. The only way a quirk can be bad is if it's villainous. The people in this room have some idea of the way the world works. You can be reasoned with, but bringing all of the public to accept this would be near impossible. Yori spoke while staring at every guest present. In truth, he wasn't wrong. If the people present were also brainwashed to believe that quirks could do no wrong, then preaching this here would have been more counterproductive than anything. Thankfully, these people were the ones doing the brainwashing usually. Besides, we did find a cure in the form of a certain special quirk. Bear looked at everyone in the room, he grabbed a cloth and then a bright light covered his body. The second it disappeared, so did his appearance. Everyone seemed shocked to see the new appearance of the Ant King. He was using that piece of cloth to cover himself. Yori walked over and handed him the microphone. It has the ability to bring genes back to a point. It charges in time and it can be used constantly as long as there is energy built up over time. This quirk can technically rewind quirks into a state where they're not fatal to anyone. Bear said as that same light covered him once more, returning him to his usual form. He gave Yori his microphone back, then continued speaking. The effects are, however, temporary. A substance containing quirk factor needs to be constantly consumed to have a proper effect. Bear said while looking at everyone. I see. It seems you've already found a solution. The Prime Minister smiled when speaking this time. I guess it wouldn't have been like you to just present us a problem, Yori. He spoke in a friendlier tone this time, prompting a smile to appear on Yori's face. And just like that, Yori and Bear gained quite a few allies in their quest. But allies wasn't all that they gained. Much to their expectation, a lot of the people present were thinking of ways to profit off of the situation. But that didn't matter anymore. As long as they helped, then it wouldn't matter at all. As long as they helped. So that's what you were up to all this time, Yori? You crazed lunatic. I'll have fun watching your hopes and dreams get crushed by reality, you idealistic idiot. Mato, the not-so-friendly scientist, happened to be one of the people that didn't quite care about the fate of humanity. He wasn't going to be alive to see its ending anyway. He only cared about outshining Yori, and having Yori's plan fail was the only way to do so. For too long had he been called the second best researcher in Japan, he was going to take the top spot one way or another. I also have the help of those people. Yori, Bear won't always be there to protect you. I can't wait to see your face as you die. Little fool, you think you can change the world. Mato continued rambling in his thoughts for a while. Eventually, the party ended. Not many events to mention after the large reveal of Yori. And Beru and Yori were quite unknowing of their new enemy and his supposed powerful allies. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 135, a new threat? POV Beru. What do you mean, dangerous organization? I asked while twirling my antenna and looking at Nizu with a bored gaze. Not long after the fancy party ended, Nizu called a meeting with everyone to inform us of some stuff. It seems there are signs of a new force showing up in the underworld. Aizawa is the one that made that discovery, as he's the one with the most connections in that part. Well, not more connections than me, but I don't really plan on using mine at all. Yes, Beru. It seems that this organization has begun acting quite a few months back. And it's been in the spotlight before too. Nizu looked at the screen, then a familiar image appeared on the screen. A giant villain fighting a large group of heroes. Oh. I guess that's a thing now. I don't remember being in this fight though. This is certainly my gigantification quirk though. The guy on film seems to be quite uncaring about injuring the heroes. He's slamming them into the concrete street and in everything that he can. 2 of the heroes that fought him later died due to their injuries. Now, we've concluded that this is the giant villain that we've fought before, with and against. Nizu said as I felt a bit of an annoyance when watching the scene. I made sure to craft a friendly face for that fake large organization, and now this random fucker just ruins it. Well, it's clearly not any random cunt, this is obviously my clone. Sounds a bit odd. I remember him helping heroes and refusing to harm them in the past. Why the sudden change of heart? I really need to try and salvage this somehow. But that might not really be possible unless I admit to being an entire organization by myself. That, we don't really know. But he's no longer friendly. He also seems to be interacting in different ways. His appearance seems fixed now too. We're still quite unsure if this is truly the same person, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Sing's point in both directions right now. Aizawa spoke while studying a few files on the table. It's pretty annoying. Say, if this bloke appears, call me instantly, tell me his location, and I'll pay him a friendly visit, yet? If it's truly the same guy, then he should have been able to get rid of those heroes much easier. My words seem to have provided some assurance to everyone here. I guess they all believe me capable enough to take care of things. So you're saying that this one is weaker than the one we know? What if he was just toying with the heroes? Snipe asked while twirling his gun. Really classy, Cowboy style. That's unlikely. Even when holding back I can tell that his punches hold so much less power. Who knows how many people all for one quirked up? They all seem to be accepting my explanation for now. But, in truth, I can tell this isn't my actual clone. Both due to strength, and mannerisms. So, a small question arises. Why, in the name of fuck, did my clone start handing out quirks like Halloween candy? I guess he did start an organization of sorts, using an endless arsenal of quirks. I guess he's found a way to transfer quirks from his body into all for one too. It's annoying, honestly. I learned to transfer quirks specifically for that presentation from earlier. Now, we didn't actually have quirks powerful enough to do such damage, but I do have a quirk that temporarily charges and activates quirks. It can somewhat mimic the excess of quirk factor in the body for a few moments. We obviously didn't say anything about that in the presentation though. That would be quite self-defeating. So, is that all we can do? Wait for things to happen? It feels a bit strange to be this passive. Present Mike is quite the lad really, but I don't really want anyone to get involved in whatever the fuck my clone did. I need to clean up my own mess, as some would say. Well, that is the very basic nature of hero work. We only appear if something happens, rarely can we preemptively stop it. It's better if we prepare to capture him and then think about his organization more. Once again, my sound answer has cooled off the situation. What can I say? I have that effect on PEOP. That is nice and all. But we can always just start hinting that villain down. We already know his area of operation, he's revealed his face, even if he's not on the registry, we can patrol properly and find him. Vlad King, the bastard. How dare you bring a good solution to the table? I just said that I don't want you guys involved in all this shit. I think Vlad's proposal is better. We can team up with a few more heroes and form patrolling parties in that region. It's better if we do it sooner than later. Nizu, the bastard. Actually agreeing to Vlad's proposal while disregarding the gaze that I keep giving him. Well, if I can't make them uninvolved, I should at least try to involve them minimally. How about this? You all spread out and look for him, then you call me and I take care of him. I really hope they bite this time too. Sounds like you don't trust us anymore, Bear. Oh, I'm so hurt. Midnight, the skank. Actually daring to point out the obvious. She's also flirting with me, in such a serious time. I guess we're both quite similar now that I think about it. If this was the original, as you've put it, then we'd likely call you. But, after looking a bit closer, it's pretty clear that this man isn't as strong. He also hasn't changed his face at all in over 4 different appearances. Damn it all. Why did I make such a convincing point about it not being me? I guess I was forced to admit defeat this time. But I won't be kept down. If I can't prevent them from looking after the villain, then I'll just have to find that guy faster. Let the best hunter take the spoils. Or whatever. I should get to sniffing him out. POV narration. A while before the entire meeting with Nizu happened, something else of importance was happening somewhere else in Musudafu. Are you sure this will attract the heroes? I've been making more and more appearances all over the city. A man dressed in a tacky, Hawaiian shirt and short jeans looked at the man in front of him with respect. Obviously I wouldn't have asked you to do such a thing otherwise. The man, no, the being that responded was rather strange. Looking like a hybrid of different quirked animals, looking somewhat like a chimera made of more and more limbs from different species. Well, you know I trust you best, boss. The casually dressed guy got up from his seat and left the room, leaving only the abomination to its thoughts. Let's see how you enjoy this little surprise, fake. These thoughts filled the man's mind as a menacing and toothy smile revealed itself on his face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 136, Roles and Search. POV Beru. How do I go about this? In the end, I couldn't convince anyone to listen to me. Not even one person, except maybe Namuri, but she's my lover so that doesn't count. What's got you so stressed? Asked a skittish voice by my side. I'm currently in my room, by the way. Nothing much, just wondering how to deal with all of my repressed aggression. My answer is, like always, bullshit. Toga is already used to it, so it's not an issue for her. I have a really good solution for that. How about you also let it all out on random groups of villains, as I do? Who would have thought that Toga of all people would recommend murder as a way to relax? I mean, she's joking, she's already less and less enthusiastic about our outings. She still likes them, but not as much as before. I guess she's starting to see killing as boring now. Still, a long way to go before she loses all interest in it though. That's not your idea. Don't plagiarize my brilliance, woman. I'm the one that came up with that stress relief tactic. And I'm not even stressed, just annoyed at the way things have developed. My clone going haywire and doing whatever is the worst thing that could have happened. I mean, whatever the motives, he probably won't come out and attack a city in broad daylight, since that would make me come out and kill him. I guess that's why he's using underlings to cause trouble. But I still don't know why. What got him so riled up? I mean, it's hard to tell since he's supposed to be me, and I'm hardly a predictable fellow. I'd much faster classify myself as slightly deranged honestly. Something big must have happened to make me go this nuts on everything. I mean, it might just be mad at me or something. I don't remember doing anything special lately though. Bah, who cares? I'll figure it out eventually, I just hope we won't have to fight in a public place. I mean, I'm not sure if killing a clone of mine, only slightly weaker than me, is something I can do quickly enough. That's not even considering that it might have gotten stronger on its own. It should be capable of copying quirks too. Beru. You're doing it again. I hate when you ignore me. Oh, and Toga has been blabbering about something all this time. Guess I can't be paying attention to everything. At least not when I don't want to. Hey, don't worry too much, I already said I'd be fine. I do need to go and look for someone though. Toga just rolled her eyes as I ignored her complaints. Try to pay attention, okay? I know you're strong and all, but I don't want you to go around putting yourself in danger for no good reason. Damn, since when is Toga the responsible one in this relationship? I'm supposed to be playing the big brother/father role here. Not you. Don't worry, I'll be fine by myself. I'd recommend not leaving UA for now though some strange stuff has been going on, has me a tad worried. Toga just nodded a bit when hearing me speak, don't know if she even listened to all of it properly. Yet. Not that I have anywhere else to go. Damn, that sounded a bit sad. What do you mean? You have plenty of places to visit if you want to, just not this week. It's hard to both encourage her to go out and forbid her from doing so right now. Well, I did go out of UA a few times in the past few weeks. But outings with classmates are usually really boring. The only nice one was the last one, where a villain tried to rob the store we were in and I got to cut him up. My classmates haven't spoken much to me since. I could see Toga looking a bit gloomy. Damn. I guess being violent and drawing blood without hesitation got her classmates to be momentarily weirded out. I doubt it'll last, they should all be pretty used to blood at this point, they are in the hero course for God's sake. Meh, they'll get used to it. Hero work is bloody work, there's no place for weakness like that. You did good. I patted her head for a bit. I'd love to stay and cheer her up a bit more, but I still have me some clone to catch, so I'll have to settle for a big hug and a few head pats. By the end of the conversation though, I could see Toga being pretty happy. I guess she's always easy to cheer up. Or she's just in a really good mood when hanging out with me. One or the other. For now, though, I need to worry about finding that giant villain. His last sighting was 2 days ago. First course of action is to teleport there and get a whiff of his scent, then I can just track him down. POV narration. Bara did just that. Finding the man's scent wasn't going to be quite as easy though, there were plenty of people constantly passing by the place where the villain was last seen. Finding his scent in that place actually turned out to be impossible. So Bara resorted to another tactic. Meh, I'll just run around the city and look at stuff until I see him. The tried and true tactic of running around hoping to be lucky enough to run into your target. Bara was a master at it. So, he did what he always does. He proceeded to spend a few hours buying snacks and sweets, hanging out in random parts of the city while consuming them and then rinsing and repeating for hours. All until one moment. Bara was standing on the edge of a building, boringly eating some chips while he looked at a TV through someone else's window. All was calm until a deafening sound was heard. An explosion. Bara was quite used to the sound of those. He looked in that particular direction. With his eyes he spotted a huge smoke cloud rising from a certain part of the city that he had been through before. The insectoid got up and shook off the chip crumbs from his exoskeleton, then he warped himself directly above the place where the action seemed to be happening. Looking down, Bara could see a lot of fire. He immediately warped the civilians in the area away. The injured were directed to the hospitals in an instant. Then another explosion happened. This time, Bara finally got to see the culprit. Or culprits, I guess. 3 people, only one of them was exploding things all around him, but the other 2 were obviously with him. What's even better? One of them was the giant villain Bara had been looking for. Fucking finally. I guess my luck never fails me, Bara thought as he prepared to take off in the direction of the 3, warping away more and more civilians each millisecond, all until there were none left anywhere near the scene. Meanwhile, the leader of the small group, the explosive quirked man, was thinking about similar things. The boss said that Bara would show up if we did things here. Where the hell is he? I mean, I could do this all day, exploding random cars in the middle of the streets. But I do want to see things happen. All of the members that Clone Bara recruited madly respected him. After all, he was the one that granted all of them the strength to stand up to the unjust society that they were forced to live in for so many years. The man with the explosion quirk was originally an old man. Much like all of the other members that Clone Bara had gathered. Old and quirkless, Bara gifted all of them with 2 quirks, usually an offensive quirk, as well as the quirk life force. It wasn't hard to endlessly create copies of the quirk using a combination of Beru's original quirk and All for One. First, you took the copy from Beru's quirk and put it into All for One, then you transferred it to someone, then you copied it again. It was a simple process, much easier and faster than creating duplicate quirks in the laboratory. That was how Beru managed to make his army grow. It was efficient, but not all people survived having 2 quirks implanted into them. In fact, barely more than a few hundred survived the ordeal. Still, those few hundred people became devout followers of clone Beru, loyal supporters that would do anything to repay their benefactor. Even facing the real Beru. Something that they knew they weren't ever going to be able to handle by themselves. Why did they have the courage to do so? Well, I guess that was something that Beru was going to have to find out. On his own body. Also, this clone thing isn't going to last too long, I mentioned it in a comment already, figured doing it here too wouldn't hurt. I get that it's overdone to shit, but what comes after is more important. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 137, Letter and Arrival. POV Beru. Welp, that's everyone out of the way. Now to see what's the deal with the 3 musketeers spreading fireworks around in broad daylight. Well, looking at them, I guess I should get rid of the fire, just to make things a bit easier, I do want them to see me after all. So, I did what I know best. I breathed in as much air as possible, then proceeded to release it all directly at the 3 villains in front of me. It's basically the strength of a small air cannon, but I'm only using the strength of my enhanced lungs to do this. I could see all 3 of them stagger, they were about to get sent flying, but the giant villain rose in size almost instantly and covered his teammates. So touching. I guess camaraderie still exists among thieves. Glad to see these old school values haven't been lost in the years 2500. Jesus, I sound like an old man for some reason. I swear to God, that phrase could have been a few words longer and I would have started whining about how this generation sucks or something. Beru. I could hear the voice of the man, I think it's the one that's been causing the explosions. He looked at me with a bit of fear, but also resolve. Beru. We are here to give you a message. The giant shouted as he rose to his feet and stood straight, displaying his full size to me. I'm not that unfamiliar with it though, I also have that same quirk. I can actually go even bigger than that. Guess Clone Beru didn't give him any power-enhancing quirks. Not a message, rather a declaration. The third man spoke, the one that had been silent the entire time. I haven't seen this guy make a move yet, so I'll refrain from assuming what his ability is. Dudes, I really don't care. Can you get it over with so I can arrest you all? I'll obviously entertain them. I mean, I do want to learn about stuff from these 3. So it's better that I look for ways to dig it out. I could see 2 of the men gritting their teeth. It's pretty fun to see them get so irritated over a mere verbal response. I guess they aren't great at handling words, hey? I guess I shouldn't expect much in force either. Let's put it simply. Don sends his regards. The explosion man was the one to start speaking first. He's also the only one that didn't get angry at my previous comment. He then threw a small letter towards me, one I chose to open right away. It was obviously written by an imaginative individual. He's probably handsome too. To Beru. After all this time, I've grown sick and tired of waiting. I traveled the world, and I realized what my purpose here was. I've studied the history of this world. It's only been drifting constantly from one ruler to the next. It's obvious, I was sent here to cure this world of its impurities, by ruling it into a perfect nation by myself. Don't bother standing in my way, you are only a clone anyway. Sheepishly accepting to live your life without attaining your true potential. I pity you. The letter ended there. Really an interesting read. I guess some stuff happened and my clone actually went insane, not that I wasn't able to tell that without a letter. It's really odd though. I mean, this letter was neat and all, but it basically told me jack shit. This was the whole reason you boys were sent here? I asked while warping the letter into a drawer back at home. I could once again hear them gritting their teeth. I guess belittling them is a good way to get them pissed, no shit Sherlock. No. We also have something else to do. The explosion guy made a hand sign, and the most predictable shit happened. The giant immediately tried to slap me out of the air. Predictable and insanely slow to look at. But something else caught my attention, as the hand of the giant was starting to come towards me, the other more quiet man looked at me with a somewhat familiar pair of red eyes. Oh, I get it. The giant one has the giant quirk, and the quiet one has erasure. What a twist. Aizawa's quirk doesn't work on me though. So I just shook my antennas a bit and simply raised a palm towards the slap of the giant. Impact recoil. I never knew what people found interesting about saying the names of moves out loud, but I guess it can be fun when you can afford it. Doing it with more powerful opponents can be quite deadly, not for me though. He didn't melt. The quiet guy shouted while the giant's hand was sent flying backwards, making the giant villain lose his balance and fall on his ass. What? Don said he would melt. Try again. The explosion guy shouted as he picked up a piece of broken concrete from the ground and threw it towards me. Really? Throwing rocks? I mean, it's pretty clear that his quirk lets him explode the things he touches. But I guess I can throw it back at him since he still needs to detonate the explosion himself. Faster than any eye could see, I nabbed that stone and baseball pitched it directly at the ground. It went whizzing past his head and slamming into the ground with great force, rising a cloud of smoke as a small cut appeared on the guy's cheek. You guys are nice and all, but you should really go to jail now. I looked at the giant villain using erasure myself this time. But something strange happened. Instead of just turning small, he turned both small, and he became visibly older. That's odd. POV narration. Beru looked at the situation with interest. He wasn't expecting such a thing to happen. He quickly turned and gazed at another one of Don's group. The same scene repeated itself, where the ones that had their quirks erased seemed to become much older, and then it finally clicked to Beru. I get it. They are collected from the retirement home. Yep, makes total sense. Then, as Beru was preparing to tie all three villains together with a chain, something strange happened. A misty portal opened up and out of it stepped quite a few more people. This was supposed to be a test, you know. I heard an unfamiliar voice, but it came from someone with a familiar appearance. That person was none other than a man with white hair, wearing a full suit. It was Clone Beru, and he was mimicking All for One's style, only with a distinct lack of jawline in the mix. Seemed like he wasn't able to find a perfect enough look-alike. Beru mentally grinned as his problem showed up by itself. Now he at least didn't need to worry about finding his clone. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 138, equal in strength. POV narration. You're surprisingly stupid to be a clone of mine. Beru said while looking at the group that had just arrived. Namely, he looked at his poorly disguised clone. Don't try to taunt me. You already know what this is about. How long are you going to let this world proceed like nothing is wrong? There is no way you are the real one here. The clone spoke with spite and vitriol that few could imitate. Beru was not shaken at all, he didn't even seem to react at first. Then he tilted his head to the side a bit. You know, a bit of discrimination isn't a cause for rebellion. Why are you even bothering to rise when you know that you can't build anything better than what already exists? Beru obviously knew the goal of his clone, at least he realized it after that exchange. Discrimination was something that Beru was awfully familiar with. He had seen people being discriminated against for their quirks many times. He had even seen some be discriminated against for having none. The only example of quirkless he had was Izuku, but he was sure there were plenty more of them around. The Beru clone likely witnessed something that made it snap. Something that made it want to change the world. And to do that, it obviously needed followers and power. And, most of all, it needed an identity. It needed to prove that it was actually the original. But, as the situation would have it, there was no way he wasn't a clone. Beru. How much do you really know about the way this world works? You've indulged yourself in serenity and avoided all troublesome situations for such a long time. Did you ever stop to consider others as human? Or do you still not care enough about those you don't truly know? Don, the clone, knew where to hit Beru. It was mainly because he understood Beru. The insectoid was a sociopath. Simply put, he didn't truly have the same morals as every other man or hero alive. He didn't see the value in all life, and he didn't wish to bother finding it. He may have changed greatly from his gangster days, but he was still not truly normal. No matter how much he tried, his very mindset was what differentiated him from a normal man, which rendered his quest for a normal life somewhat null. Well, aren't you all good now? Swaggering around with a posse and killing innocent people for no apparent reason. Don't even try to make yourself look righteous. You want to change things, but you don't know how. Beru also knew what words to say to his clone. The two of them glared at each other, the clone radiating hatred, and Beru seemingly calm about the situation. The people that Don had gathered weren't quite as excited though. They found Beru's conversation with their leader to be rather disturbing. More so that their leader hadn't bothered to dispute Beru's words. Had their conviction really served for nothing? Stop playing mind games, Beru. We both know that this can only end in one way. The clone seemed to be getting smaller as a portal opened up in front of it. Hiding behind others, hey. Beru was insightful enough to figure out that the clone was trying to avoid getting looked at by Beru. After all, a simple gaze would turn it into mush in an instant. Rather, the clone needed to fight in a smarter way, not truly capable of showing itself fully at all times. Since both Beru and his clone had high spec, the fight was going to come down to who could exploit the weaknesses of the other first. The clone knew how to attack Beru because he knew what quirks Beru could use. And Beru knew that he could kill the clone with a simple gaze. Beru, however, had no way of knowing just how many quirks his clone had stolen, so he needed to be extra careful. In a way, things evened themselves out. At least that would be the case if the fight was only between the two of them. But there were 100 of Don's followers around. And they were obviously going to assist their leader. Even if their trust was somewhat shaken by Beru's words, they were still willing to fight for their benefactor. Beru released a sigh as he looked at the people that were all getting ready to fight him in that instant. I need to watch out. I shouldn't kill them all just like that. He had killed many villains before, and the media seemed to be alright with it. At least when he didn't torture them. Beru didn't stop for 1 second, he appeared in the middle of everyone, and his body released a miasma in all directions. In an instant, everyone was falling apart rather quickly. But that also left Beru quite open for a counterattack, one done at a speed similar to his own. From his blind spot, a tail whipped around and slapped him into the ground. It was about to pierce his torso, but Beru opened up a gate in front of his abdomen and warped it away. The tail instantly disappeared as soon as the smoke it had raised vanished. I'm not used to fighting someone as fast as me. The clone Beru's strategy was pretty obvious at this point. It teleported to an unknown location somewhat nearby, and it was going to attack Beru constantly through portals. Beru got up instantly, only to be greeted by a bright blue flame. Its temperature made his guts churn, but he didn't flinch externally at all. Rather, the tall insectoid was more worried for all of the villains that were still around him. It seemed that the clone Beru didn't really see them as necessary at all. They were likely just replaceable pawns to him. Beru moved quickly, warping all of the sleeping villains away in an instant. His body was spit roasted by that flame for almost a second, yet it was enough to almost boil his guts out. He managed to get out of the attack by teleporting above, into the clouds. Damn! I really need to get the upper hand somehow. The clone had obviously extensively planned for the fight. And Beru was basically facing a foe equal to him in strength without any preparation. Just as he was having those thoughts, he could feel a strange force pressing him down towards the ground. Looking up, he could see a portal opened up above him, a strange purple energy seemed to be making him heavier and heavier. Controlling gravity now. For fuck's sake! Beru was beyond pissed off at this point. This time, he decided to not dally around any longer. He rushed towards the portal, ignoring the gravity that was trying to pull him down constantly. But just as Beru's hand was stretched towards it, the portal closed itself, leaving Beru to swipe his hand emptily, hitting only the air and parting the clouds. But the clouds didn't stay parted for long. Beru was instantly swarmed by angry storm clouds, a whirlpool formed all around him. It was about to start spewing out lightning at him, but the insectoid was having none of it. Fuck off! He shouted as he punched upwards. The force of his blow turned the sky into a clear blue and revealed the sun. The storm was blown away in an instant. This is getting rather annoying, you shitty clone, Beru said while his body grew countless tails. He was prepared to stretch one of them towards any and all portals that could open up at any second. But, exactly when he was prepared the most, nothing happened. Don't think you can actually win this, Beru. The insectoid heard from his side, just as directed his eyes towards the source of that voice, a punch hit his head at full force. It made him stumble and the shockwave it created made quite a few of the buildings nearby tremble. Thankfully, he was still in the sky, otherwise, the collateral damage would have been unreal. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The clone actually appeared, proceeding to try and pierce Beru through the chest with a spear-like bone sticking out of his palm. Beru was almost overjoyed when seeing that. His eyes instantly gained an unearthly red glow, the clone turned to mush, only managing to scratch Beru's exoskeleton for a second. Ha, suck it, Beru said while dusting himself off. Then it came again. This time, from behind him. A tail almost piercing his back, making it through his exoskeleton before he could react and teleport away from his spot. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Thankfully, he hadn't let his guard down. I guess this is going to be a contest of stamina then. I wonder how well you will hold up, Beru. The clone spoke out of its misty portals. Beru stood in the air, preparing for the incoming exchanges. Dawn, was it? You better prepare yourself now. I won't be going easy on you anymore. And so, the fight was about to actually start. Yep, I'm still tired. I won't be taking a break yet. I want to finish the story before taking any breaks. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 139, World at Fault. POV Beru. How exactly do I go about killing this guy? I mean, I know myself well enough to know that he can spend the entire fight without being in my sight. My clone was originally supposed to be a bit weaker than me. But it likely stole a few more quirks, which rose its level back to my own. It's a bit redundant to take more quirks for me. Strength quirks no longer have any actual effect on me either. It's like trying to put a water bottle in the ocean, really not a good way to spend my time. But I guess this clone had some room for growth. Unfortunately, it is nothing more than a clone. Slowly, but surely, I can notice the pattern of its attacks, his preferences. Every move he uses is always coming from a blind spot because all I need to kill him is to gaze at his palm or any part of his body. His fighting is very strained due to that. He can't afford to show any weakness, a single slip-up will cause his death. As for me, I can tank as many attacks as needed, all I need is for him to make a small mistake. Something that will happen eventually. Clone, I think you already know that this fight is pretty much hopeless for you. I guess he's hoping that he can deal enough damage to tire me out. But he can't attack constantly, so he gives me time to recover every time. His struggle is basically nothing more than that. I know that my chances are small and only getting smaller. But Beru, I hope this will serve as a wake-up call for you. There are so many things you can do, yet you chose to sit by idly. Why don't you use this strength to better the world? I guess he could have done a lot of things. He could have aimed for my loved ones, but they are also his loved ones, so he couldn't bring himself to. I guess he just wants that possibility to serve as a wake-up call for me. But what exactly does he expect me to do? I've no ambition to better the world, I don't actually care about bettering it either. What exactly am I supposed to do? I've done a lot already. My presence greatly lessens crime rates, which is a good thing, or so I'm told. My actions and decisions also ended up taking out an evil government organization, which some would describe as a good thing. I took out countless criminal groups and even corrupt officials. What more does this clone want from me? Where does my regular life go if I am to just up and do all of these things every day? Still, what prompted this change? Why is he this desperate to get me to understand him? He's even given up on the whole fake routine. POV narration. The clone of Beru was not exactly having a good time either. He had known from the beginning just how hopeless fighting the real Beru would be. But nothing could have prepared him for this. He saw all of his attacks connect and just be ignored or dodged. Beru healed himself almost instantly, and it was impossible to attack him in succession for too long, it was too dangerous. So, the clone was stuck too. Not knowing how to deal with the situation either. In truth, the clone didn't see some shocking scene that changed his entire view of the world. Rather, it had too much time for itself. The life of a clone was never going to be a good one. He knew that he was nothing more than a replica, yet he could feel the same things and knew everyone that Beru did. He couldn't reach out to them though, so he was left to wonder and contemplate on everything that had happened in his life. The more and more he stood alone with his thoughts, the more they strayed away from the Beru we all know. He couldn't really see the world as anything than bleak when there was no one for him to live for. Beru had dozens of friends, a sort of daughter and even a lover. But the clone had nothing. Whatever he had, he couldn't meet or talk to, because he was nothing but a clone. So, at some point, while he traveled all around the world, relieving his boredom in whatever way he could, a stray thought entered his mind. Why is this world so cruel? Wherever he went, all over the world, it was always the same. From Russia to the furthest parts of South Africa. Everywhere was the same. The weak ones were disregarded, the strong quirks were put on a pedestal. The mutant quirks were seen as weird, inhuman even in some countries. It didn't matter how many villains and evil organizations Beru took down because there was always going to be more and more coming out. Why? Because the world they lived in encouraged class divides to no end. People that had weaker quirks were prone to becoming either villains or regular workers. People with strong quirks either became great heroes or the worst of villains. The ones with monstrous quirks were either shunned and vilified to the point where they actually became villains, or they were driven to suicide. The world that the clone Beru saw was so strange, so alien. He didn't belong in it, that much was clear. But whatever had put him there likely had a plan right. Why else was he given that much strength? His power had the capabilities to change the world. Clone Beru, however, had no way of doing it by himself. So, he decided to try and build an army, much like All for One did. He targeted quirkless people and gained their trust, gifting them quirks. He built himself a larger and larger following. But he also took the lives of many when he tried to give them quirks. Soon, he realized that he wasn't going to be able to change the world by himself. But he knew who could. Beru. He had everything that was needed, from friends in high places to strength that could topple down countries. The clone thought to impersonate Beru for a moment but soon gave up. That plan would only work for a few days at best before the original came and dealt with him. So, he needed a way to make Beru wish to help change the world. What better way than to show him the corruption hidden in every corner of it? The transformed clone looked at his smartwatch and tapped it once, contacting his associate in that instant. A scientist by the name of Mado. The clone sent him a simple message: prepare for Plan C, release it. The scientist was someone that Dawn detested, still, he was needed for the plan Dawn had come up with, so it was time. A grand reveal that was going to help Beru understand just how vile the world they had found themselves in was. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 140, Cause and Effect. POV narration. Mado was confused at first, but he wasn't one to ask questions of a person that he considered the strongest in the world. Dawn, Beru's clone, was the backer that gave Mado the confidence to face off against the real Beru and go to Yuri. Their plans were rather simple. The first plan was made to make sure that bear they were facing was in fact the original one. It involved using erasure on him, as the quiet villain did in the beginning before Dawn even showed up. The second was to fight bear on an even field, to test his strength. A form of reassurance for Dawn, he wanted to know if bear was really as strong as he remembered. And the results were rather grim for Dawn and his subordinates. All of his trusted men were downed in less than a second, and he was left to face bear using portals and careful attacks. That method proved to be useless since his attacks seemed to have little to no effect on bear most of the time. Now, they were on to the last plan. Mado looked at his computer with quite a bit of spite. He feared Dawn, but he still didn't like the way this plan worked. Mainly because it was also going to cause problems for him. It was going to reveal to the world some of the inner workings of the Japanese government. At the press of a button, from an undisclosed location, on every large screen in Japan, and the most famous TV channels, there appeared a pre-recorded video. A simple title appeared on the screen, The Crimes of Our Leaders. Bear looked a bit confused. Looking to the side, he could see a big screen in the distance displaying that title. And what is this then? He thought while still being vigilant to his surroundings. Dawn could attack at any time after all. But no other attack was going to come. For now, Dawn wanted Beru, as well as the rest of the world, to see just how bleak reality truly was. The video itself was an expose of sorts. It recounted the countless crimes of many people in power. From child trafficking to slave rings, all of the illegal things one could imagine either ran by people with power or backed by them. All the names were given, all the locations given, crimes photographed. After all, with the number of quirks both Bear had, he could make for the perfect spy too. It was simple for him to enter and find more out. Murder and rape were simply the tip of the iceberg that was the countless crimes committed by those that thought themselves to be the leaders. They were so drunk on their power that they never stopped to consider the well-being of others. A group of hyenas prowled and laughed as they tortured others. It was all caught on tape too, thanks to the front row seats Dawn managed to get to all of their gatherings. Not all of the people in power were demented criminals, but enough of them were to make this video possible, and that was more than bad enough. Bear watched without many reactions. It wasn't like he thought things were any different out there. But seeing something and knowing about it were two different things. When one sees something, he's more inclined to want to do something to help with it. That knee-jerk reaction was what Dawn hoped to get out of Beru. A revolution started by a small step. Beru had the capabilities to change the world, he had the possibility to make things better. Or so the clone thought. But there was definitely a reaction, even if not from Beru. The people, every citizen that saw that footage was instantly disgusted with the people involved in it. It was madness in the streets, with riots starting almost instantly after the video ended. Riots calling for the impeachment of those that were seen in that video, calling for justice. Dawn was maybe trying to get Beru to topple down the government, but he also caused a riot with the potential to do so. But Dawn was smarter than to believe that the riot made by the disgusted and enraged citizens was going to have much effect. Scapegoats would be found, loopholes would be used, money would pass hands and things would stay the same. That was how it always went. That was why he needed someone capable of changing all of it, someone with the strength and connections to make an impact. Some might wonder why Dawn didn't do such a thing himself, build connections and gain more allies. Well, that was rather simple. The very knowledge that he was nothing more than a replica prevented him from ever befriending anyone. If he was to make waves, he would only be able to do so through violence and blackmail. Whatever peace he would create would only be temporary. Beru could do it though, befriend the right people, change everything from the inside. He had always been a good actor. This would just be a way for him to test his acting skills. Was this what you were aiming for, Dawn? Beru asked while looking at the streets filled with disarray and panic. Not quite. But I wasn't the one to do these things, I merely uncovered the truth, Beru. Dawn spoke out of his misty portals. Don't worry, I think I understand what you want me to do. But do you really think it would work? Beru's question made Dawn confused for a moment. Then it clicked to the clone. They had the same mind after all. Oh, I don't want you to just forcefully reform everything. That wouldn't solve jack shit. Corruption is something that will exist regardless of your efforts in that case. Dawn spoke with a tired voice. In truth, to accomplish all that he had, the clone hadn't rested at all since it was made. He was beyond exhausted, it was in no true shape to actually win against Beru, even if Beru couldn't kill him with a mere glance. I guess. But what of Nemuri? What of Toga? Yori, Inko, Nizu, Toshi, now? What of all of my friends, my family? Do I just abandon everything to try and fix a world I'm not even originally from? Beru spoke in a somber tone. It was clear that the footage still caused him to have some sort of reaction, even if not as strong as Dawn had hoped. We may not belong here. But we can strive to make it a better world for those that we cherish, they also live in it, after all. Dawn also came out to face Beru at this point. It was clear that they weren't really going to fight anymore, at least not right now. Toga, Nemuri, now, all of them, they are from this place, they might not be personally affected by whatever it is that was shown, but that doesn't mean that it won't affect them one day. And if it does, you will regret not having done something earlier. Don didn't smile, he didn't see winning Beru over as a huge success, he saw it as a necessity. Taking Beru away from the normal life he managed to forge after so many hardships, only to face him with more adversity and new battles to fight. As for Beru, only one thought resided in his mind. What would they think if I just refused? If I just turned my back on everything, turned a blind eye to it all and ignored it till the end? If I, to preserve my normal life, sacrificed the well-being of so many people? Not doing anything isn't good, and not doing anything while having the power to do so is just as bad as committing the crime yourself. Or at least I'm sure that's what Toji would tell me. Still, I think the next steps are obvious now. I have a lot of work ahead of me. Between making sure that humanity doesn't go extinct, and fixing this mess. I wonder if I'll get a chance to rest in my lifetime. Well, there's always a next one, isn't there? You know I'd really hate you if you weren't me. It's pretty clear that you rehearsed this. You also know me well, so I never had much of a choice from the start, did I? Don looked down, a bit ashamed after hearing Beru's words. I know that it doesn't look GRE. Don was swiftly interrupted as Beru started speaking again. How long? It was a small question. But it managed to light a fire in Don's eyes. What do you mean exactly? He still needed Beru to clarify his intentions, just to make sure. How long will it take? How much do you reckon? I'll still visit my loved ones, just so you know, even if I won't be able to do it frequently. Beru spoke without any emotions, cold and wary. But it wasn't hard for him to make the choice to help. It would take a while. I'm unsure about how long. I guess that would depend on your way of approaching this. Don said while rubbing his chin and looking at the riots in the streets. Hey, just so you know, you're still scum for killing all these people. You're not any better than the people you are trying to tear down, but I guess I'm in no position to judge considering I never did anything to help either, Beru said while stretching his lips. Don looked ashamed once more. In truth, he had no way to refute Beru's words. So where do we start? Beru asked while landing on a nearby building. Don followed him shortly after. I was kinda hoping for you to have some type of plan. I mean, I kinda spent the last few months thinking about how to get you motivated enough to help me. Don scratched his head, and Beru face-palmed. Is this how Yori feels when dealing with me? The tall insectoid thought to himself while rubbing his antennas together. Welp, first step, making sure all of the people you exposed today are arrested. Put your big boy pants on, this isn't going to be a nice ride. Beru was the one to have to come up with a plan for now. It was an obvious one, making sure that the people that were scum were brought down, and the good ones remained. The real tricky part was going to be making sure no more scum rises to power, or none of the good people turn to scum after tasting a wee bit too much power. Balance was the name of the game. And oh boy, was it going to be a long one. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 141, Riots and Control. POV narration. The riots didn't go uncontrolled for long, many people were injured and some even died in the chaos. Villains took advantage of the situation and looted what they could, did the crimes that they could. But they also only got a few minutes of respite, as two powerful beings, which also happened to be the same person, descended upon them, dealing swift justice to all villains nearby. All of them were warped into prisons, and their stolen belongings were also sent to the police, to later be returned to their owners. Don and Beru decided to intervene since people actually started dying, and that didn't bode well at all. The two of them acted swiftly and teleported all of the injured to hospitals, and all of the rioters calmed down when seeing the flying insectoid. None recognized the white-haired man near him, but they all knew him. He was none other than Beru, one of the most powerful heroes alive. Not everyone noticed him though, not everyone looked up during such chaotic times. Beru attracted their attention using a rather simple method. He clapped his hands and created a sound loud enough to dwarf all of the chaos on the streets. Silence ruled the streets for that moment, everyone stopping and staring at the sky with either fear or wonder. Looking around, he sighed. This is likely happening all over Japan thanks to you. Can you broadcast the situation from here? Beru looked at Don with some frustration. The people were still silently observing Beru as Don took out a camera and messaged Mado to prepare a broadcast. Soon, all of the screens changed from the ending of that blasted video to the image of Beru, hovering in midair as his wings blurred in and out of existence, flapping at speeds the eye/camera couldn't follow. All of you. Calm down. Return to your senses. His words were loud on purpose, to catch the attention of all the people that were rioting all over the country. Thankfully, he was successful. All over the country, the people that were creating chaos stopped and looked at the same screen that had shown them the origin of all the madness. Nothing you do now will help the situation. Rioting will only give the people involved a chance to flee or pin the blame on others. I ask of you now. Beru paused to judge the reactions of the people below him. They were mostly good, He was after all a highly respected and trusted hero. A person they all looked up to. At least he had that going for him. Please, return to your daily routines. I vow to take care of things. I'll make sure that by the end of the week all of the people involved will be held on trial. Bear's loud exclamation brought cheers and jubilation from the incensed crowds. The fact that they trusted him was what made that possible. Sure, some still looked at the situation skeptically, but the overall reaction was cheering. That, however, wasn't the case for the people that were involved with the activities shown in that video. After all, Bear was a person known to not care for authority. Namely, many speculated that the fall of the commission was caused by him. Why? It all happened too smoothly for it to not be so. The signs of his involvement were present, even if scarce. The main sign was the fact that he fell out of contact with the commission right in its last moments. He refused to even try to help them, distancing his name from theirs in advance. None could prove it, but some could speculate. Those that had that insight, knew that Bear had no qualms going against the government. What was even worse, they weren't given any time to flee the country either. But not all of them took the claim seriously, some just scoffed, taking the insectoid's words as unimportant. How exactly could he put them on trial anyway? He had no evidence besides that video, which they could easily claim was faked. They, for lack of a better word, were ignorant to the fact that Bear could snap his fingers and get all of the information he needed. Either asking Yuri to reach into his back pocket for blackmail material or simply going out himself and taking all of their personal belongings to look through them. Also, it was hard for those that stood in power for so long to perceive the fact that their stable position was a threat. They just needed to donate some money or go in hiding until everyone forgot that video and it became nothing more than a small event in history. It wasn't really the first time the government got rid of a public video, after all, it wasn't going to be impossible this time either. At least that was the common consensus between them. They were about to be taken by surprise though. The ones that realized the real danger managed to look into ways of reducing their sentences, but the rest were quite literally fucked. Beru, the second after giving that passionate speech, sped off and immediately got in contact with Kenji, the chief of police. The man needed no introduction to the issues they faced. He got to action and started sending teams of both heroes and policemen to apprehend all of the people that were photographed and were known for sure to be involved. Yuri was also swiftly contacted. Bear needed his expertise to look into the organizations that were involved, just so he could find the real culprits. This was a lot more than the people inside Japan. The people being arrested were all just customers to some kind of service. Bear needed a list of people that made that possible. Bear had a lot of insight into criminal syndicates, having technically been at the top of one in the past. So he had some insider knowledge in these deals. Like the fact that foreign influence was a given in such an operation. This was clearly a global affair, not just local to the small island nation of Japan. Yuri, upon being contacted, answered the call with the following. Don't bother, I've already started looking into it. You really made a show out there. Better be prepared, you've just become a target for whatever organizations made this happen. Bear sighed when hearing his friend's voice. Yuri was lacking any concern in his voice, that was because he knew that there was no need for concern. I'll take care of your loved ones, I'll make sure nothing happens to them. You just give me a list and I'll have them all on watch, you'll be contacted the instant something suspicious happens. Yuri continued to speak, it was clear that he was currently working and speaking at the same time. He tended to go on long tangents while working, and this was one of them. But it was purely letting Bear know of things to come, telling him of what to expect. As for yourself, try not to kill all of the people sent after you, information is important at our current stage. Some things were quite obvious though. Bear obviously knew that they needed information if they were to get anywhere with this investigation. But, for now, the short-term goal was to get rid of the corrupted people in Japan, at least the ones involved with the scandal. Thanks, I guess I can count on you. Do try not to overwork yourself though. Bear's concern was pretty well founded. The scientist had a habit of not really sleeping after getting so many quirks. While his powers gave him enough stamina to spare, it was still inadvisable to go without sleep for weeks. Look after yourself for now, Yuri said as he hung up the phone. The next few weeks will be so filled with shit. Bear thought to himself while looking at Dawn, who was standing around scratching his head with a dumb smile. We should get your men, they will be pretty useful for us. Bear immediately warped himself to the same place he had warped them. They were all just sleeping around in a random forest. Dawn was rather glad to see them, even if he hadn't formed that great a connection with them, he still didn't want anything bad to happen to them. Stop smiling, dipshit, we've got work to do, Bear said as he stretched his arms. You take care of your boys, I'll want them in top shape for our next moves yet? Dawn just nodded at Bear's words. And no more quirks for them yet? If I hear of any of them dying due to that, your head is dissolving next. Dawn smiled at that, giving a meek, yet at Bear's threats. After all, the only person capable enough to threaten Bear was Bear himself. It certainly didn't help that Dawn felt ashamed of his actions. Bear then warped away, thinking of ways to approach his next challenges. I wonder how far they're willing to go. Welp, I've made many enemies today. Can't wait to show them the inside of a prison cell. Or a coffin. I'm not against either option. Beru's mind was filled with glee as he sat down, staring at the city from the top of a skyscraper in Tokyo. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 142. Decisions. POV narration. While Beru was delegating tasks and cooperating with Kenji and Yuri, a group of people decided to gather somewhere in the city of Moscow. People representing the largest, most dangerous hidden organizations in the world all gathered in one place by a single phone call. A meeting was called the second. Beru's proclamation and subsequent actions were found out by them. They were all promptly teleported in that secretive meeting room. At the head of the table stood a man that everyone feared and respected, Vladimir Grigorev, a decrepit old man that managed to build for himself the largest organization in the world. His wrinkly old face was covered in a thick white mustache, his balding head still had some white hair. Currently, much like everyone else at the table, he was dressed formally. Although he was always one to wear a suit regardless. A deep red tuxedo made him feel more adequate, he did like to feel sophisticated after all. He actually had most of Europe as well as Russia in his pocket, the rest gathered at the table were either somewhat related to him or from a different continent altogether. A total of 12 people were present, 7 were all Vladimir's family, cousins, sons, grandsons even. The rest 5 each controlled larger portions of other places around the world. Their standing was obviously considerably lower than that of the Grigorev family, as they were called, but that didn't mean they didn't have their pride. All of the people at the table were prominent figures that had risen or inherited actual business empires. Well, illegitimate business empires. One of them being the cartel, which had expanded to control most of South America. Currently, they were all sitting in silence, waiting for the old man to start speaking first, as was customary. I think you all know why we are all gathered here. If you don't, then you aren't worthy to stand in this room with the rest of us. The old man decided to start off in force, making all of the people at the table straighten up. The old man clapped his hands as a hologram appeared in the middle of the table, showing everyone a tall and intimidating-looking insectoid. Beru. A fledgling hero that many of us didn't pay much attention to. Him barely being a kid had a lot to do with that. One of the members at the table spoke while sipping some coffee. Everyone had a chosen drink at the table, served and refilled constantly to keep them pleased. Indeed, he was nothing more than a little fly to us, from the moment he was announced a hero. We all know how easily that title is bought and sold in this world. Vladimir, the old man spoke with a sly smile. The people at the table all chuckled a bit, even if they didn't find what the old man said particularly funny. Now, the little bug decided to try its mettle against us. He directly threatened the business of my dear grandson. A sin one simply cannot forgive. Vladimir spoke with a growl, his anger was expertly hidden beneath his aged poker face, but it was clear to everyone at the table that he wasn't pleased. Indeed, he threatened to imprison what is essentially half of my clientele. Even worse, his success would mean us losing our grip on the political space of Japan. Which would leave our business in the region in a quite unfavorable position. The voice that spoke was a rather young one, he was the youngest one at the table actually. Vladislav Grigorev was one of the people that gained his empire by inheritance. His grandfather saw promise in him and gifted him with the businesses that resided over Japan and a few parts of China. Losing all of their customers in Japan would mean that they lost all political power they might have had in that region. Why? Well, all of their transactions with clients were kept and recorded for persuasive material. They mainly dealt with providing entertainment to their clients. Be it dancing young women, crying children, or slaves. All manners of pleasures, from drugs to flesh, were what they were selling to the ones in power through the safest of networks. At least that was what they thought. They didn't realize that their seemingly impenetrable business held a spy. They were obviously investigating that. Not that they were going to find anything about any spy, it was just going to be time wasted on their part. The people at the table all knew the implications of losing control over Japan, one of the more populated countries under the control of the Grigorevs. We need to act quickly. We have less than a week if that kid's claims are anything to take seriously. The leader of the cartel was the one to speak this time. Even if this issue didn't directly affect those outside of the Grigorev family, the rest were still prompted to help, if only to not appear uncaring for their partners in business. As if. Nothing is going to happen anyway. Why bother worrying about some snotty-nosed hero and his stupid flights of fancy? He's going to go silent for a while and everyone is going to forget about this eventually. The one that spoke this time was Yegor Grigorev, Vladislav's uncle and one of Vladimir's many children. The old man himself was silent, sitting at the top of the table and looking at his glass of wine. The rest of the people in the room seemed to be echoing Yegor to some extent. But Vladislav and Vladimir were both silent. All until the old man decided to speak up again. I wouldn't be so quick to assume he was lying. He has the capabilities to pull off much more difficult things. Most of you haven't been paying much attention to the Japanese scene, so you may not know. They all turned silent when the old man spoke, but some still shot him confused gazes, including Jaeger, his son. But the old man didn't speak, instead, letting his grandson do the talking. Signaling him with his gaze. Beru managed to kill all for one, a man that had all the rights to sit at this table in the past. From my knowledge, that's not even the worst of it. He also tapped on the table. The hologram changed and showed a few more people. Namely, the Meta Liberation Army and the Shihasaikai leaders. He took down the two largest criminal organizations in Japan in one fell swoop. They were the type of people that we would have had a hard time dealing with had our cooperation soured in the future. Potential threats if you will. Vladislav spoke with a Russian accent, but his English was otherwise flawless. He displayed grace and eloquence. Much more fitting for a king or a duke rather than a crime lord. That doesn't mean all that much. I'm sure each and every one of us at this table is capable. Jaeger was the one that commented first, but he stopped himself as he realized what he had just done. Same for everyone in the room. He had deemed Beru to be on the same level as all of them, and none could bring themselves to disagree with him. I think it's better we start looking into ways of either appeasing this Beru individual or exterminating him entirely. Vladimir spoke again. The old man was calmer now, but the coldness in his tone spoke of cruelty that few would be capable of. In terms of individual strength, there are few in the world to match him, and none at all in Japan, at least none that would be willing to take on Beru. Another person at the table spoke, this time it was another table participant. One of the people that knew a bit about Beru's strength. Well, we can always just contract some agents to put a hit on his loved ones, as is customary. Jaeger said while looking around the table. He will likely expect that actually touching anyone close to him would be impossible. Unless we hire that guy again. Vladislav spoke with a smirk. The people at the table all raised an eyebrow. That's not exactly the type of man we can control. Jaeger was interrupted, this time by someone else, but not someone he had the guts to speak back to. It's settled then. Vladislav, be a good boy and handle the payment and contact of that person. His target will be a person that Beru is known to be close with. How about that school principal rat? Yeah, let's go with that one. Vladimir spoke with a smile. The decision was made, no one had any right to object when the old man spoke. The operation was to be carried out, and none of the people at the table knew it. But their attack would serve to make their lives so much worse. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 143, Thirst. POV Beru. Now, how exactly should I go about things? Most of the people that were involved within the country are already on their way to being captured. I made Don, my shitty clone, and his goons make sure that none of them flees the country. Kenji also acted quickly enough, allowing me to somewhat fulfill my 1-week promise from a few days back. There have only been 4 days though, so there's no need to lose my cool. I've basically got this in the bag. For if there is no evidence on someone, one should merely fabricate it. Or at least that's what Yuri suggested. There are a few people that we know for sure were involved, but that we can't really prove to have been involved, at least not in such a short time frame. So we might just end up winging it with them. Put shit charges on them with the help of Kenji to make sure they don't flee the country. Don can't cover everything all the time, and then gather evidence for the actual case. Currently, I have quite a lot of paperwork to deal with. For what exactly? Well, Kenji is helping me, but he alone can't really handle the logistics of arresting over half of the government. So I'm obviously helping him since we're working together now. It's pretty apparent that his opinion of me isn't low anymore. He seems to respect me somewhat due to the way I handled the riots all over the country. Really, I didn't realize my words would have that big an impact on the people of Japan. I guess that means my standing is at a level similar to that of All Might and Endeavor? Well, I guess Endeavor is in pretty hot waters right now, not exactly the most loved figure since the matter of his son being a villain came about. But hey, he's still got influence, and he certainly stands out for the rest of the heroes. Even within the top 10. I always found it odd that I don't really appear on that stupid list. But I guess that's because my positioning would be controversial regardless of where it is, so the ones making the lists are just avoiding that. Well, whatever. I guess I should be more concerned that the shadows in the room are acting oddly. I mean, they're sometimes moving for no reason. One wouldn't usually notice stuff like this, but I guess seeing the world in slow motion is still as overpowered as ever. I doubt this is anything serious though. I've seen weirder things in Kaihu Day's lab. Since when has this weird bloke been standing behind me? POV narration. Alf Schumacher was nothing more than a regular German man. Regular height, black hair, black mustache, white skin. He always loved dressing formally. He liked many things in the world. He loved to travel, to eat exotic foods, to meet new people. He also liked to go by many names. One of them being Crazed Ghost. That was a name many knew in the underworld. It was a name that created waves within the underworld. Fear and panic were a regular reaction to hearing his name. Why? Well, he was one of the most powerful and controversial hitmen to ever live. He was well known for never failing any of his missions. His history was well documented in the underworld, but he wasn't a known face to the rest of the world. Some would argue that a good hitman is not a known one, but when one has the skill he is noticed. Or rather he isn't. At least that was the case with Alf. His assassinations were always carried out perfectly, no one ever noticed anything happening until it was too late. People could only contact him from a payphone to a very specific number that tended to change week to week. People only took notice of him after he got to kill hundreds of people. Even then, he wasn't all as normal as he liked to look to the rest of the world. Not only did his head hide the dark secrets of his trade and the way he carried it, but his mind was also tinged with insanity that few could ever dream of mimicking. He was known for mutilating his victims, especially if they had an appearance he somewhat disliked. Ruthless and psychotic were some of the things people would describe his works. He also had a habit of somewhat ignoring the details of his missions, killing people sometimes unrelated to it or that were specifically asked to be spared. He was quite shocked to get contacted by none other than Vladislav Grigorev himself. A man that he had worked with in the past. The grandson of the most dangerous man alive, Vladimir Grigorev. Alf was quite happy to hear about such a high-paying job. He was even happier when seeing his target. He quite disliked inhuman-looking individuals, and killing Nizu wouldn't even feel like killing a human to him, not that it made much of a difference at this point. What mattered the most was his secondary target. He was asked to watch over Beru and report on his moves. He decided to start with that while looking for some opportunity to kill Nizu. A rather simple mission. But something else was bothering the assassin. The more he stood near Beru, the more he wanted to kill him. Beru's appearance disgusted the man to no extent. So, he decided to not waste his time any further. No one's going to miss an overgrown bug anyway. Alf may have had some knowledge about who Beru was, but he was also confident in being able to assassinate just about everybody. So his pride didn't even let him consider failure. He decided to finally show himself to Beru, stepping out of the shadow of the insectoid's chair while stilling his heart and holding his breath. He didn't make his presence known yet, but Beru was already aware of his presence. Just as he was about to bring down a knife into Beru's head, the insectoid in question caught the knife in between his fingers. Well, that's no way to greet someone. Beru's words were spoken in a tone that managed to freeze the assassin in his tracks. It was a cold, distorted voice that came out of the insectoid's mouth. But it also had something else to it that Alf could recognize. An unquenchable thirst for blood. My PC kinda died, I'm now writing on my work laptop, smiley face, shouldn't affect the quality too much though. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 144, Assassination? POV narration. Alf decided to not get discouraged by the bad way his assassination attempt ended up. While the knife was still in between Beru's fingers, he quickly jumped backwards. He was about to dive into the ground and enter a shadow, but he felt his back hit something tough. It was definitely not a wall though. Where are you going? We've barely started talking and you want to leave? Beru said as his clawed hand grasped the man's head, completely wrapping his clawed fingers around his face and leaving deep cuts. The assassin made a quiet scream as he also became angry. I'm not going to be manhandled by a fucking ant. Was his thought as all of the shadows in the room seemed to gain life and spurred into action. They formed tendrils and chains, all of them twirling and moving around the room in a menacing manner. All of them expanded towards Beru, who just tilted his head when seeing them. Shadow manipulation? Your quirk seems pretty useful. The insectoid simply let out a steamy breath of air, as the temperature rose in the room. Flames appeared all around Beru's body, the light pushing all of the shadows away as Beru still held onto the man's head with the only hand he had that wasn't on fire. Alf was, at this point, still not panicking as much as he should have. He was a prideful and cold-hearted man, even when faced with certain death and as his odds of survival were diminishing in front of him, he still held on to his pride, refusing to showcase any fear or weakness in his gaze. He started at Beru, in between the clawed fingers that dug into his head. Beru didn't react to his gaze, he only shrugged a bit. In truth, his own flames were somewhat obscuring his gaze. Alf was quick to notice that too, and he wasn't the type to let such an opportunity slip by. With his free hands, he grabbed at his back and, out of two angled hilts, he took out two bent machetes. With a kukuri in each hand, he moved swiftly to chop at Beru's arm. His blades were covered in shadows, making them look as black as Beru's exoskeleton. Beru obviously noticed his move, but he wasn't exactly in a panic thinking of how to stop it. He wasn't even worried when seeing the knife. Why? I've seen attacks that looked a lot more dangerous from people that planned their fights according to my abilities. At least Redestro and Overhaul had some way to kill me, but this guy came in blind. Beru was less than impressed with his assassin. He had thought that an assassination attempt on his life had been rather lackluster. He had expected his enemies to send at least a full team of assassins all prepared to fight and counter his many abilities. But all he got was an overly excited and impatient bloke with a half-decent quirk that was trying to just fight him. Sure, he tried taking Beru by surprise, but that attempt was so shit that he might as well not have tried. Beru was publicly known to have countless quirks, many of which were bound to grant his hyper-awareness of his surroundings. All that Beru asked was for a bit of professionalism from his would-be killers. At least putting in the minimal effort to learn more about his abilities before jumping in head first. Honestly, Alf did know quite a bit about Beru's powers. But he didn't think that Beru would be able to react in time. He had been able to watch and tail him for so long after all. In the end, his impatience and confidence got the better of him, and now he was faced with this bloody struggle. Beru felt his hand being hacked at, his exoskeleton being scratched repeatedly by the man's furious attack. Still, Beru refused to let go. If he gets into the shadows, I don't know if I'll be able to catch him. It was the obvious answer. Since he knew that his opponent could move in and out of shadows, he obviously wouldn't let that happen. He also had no idea how to use the man's quirk, so following him with it was also improbable. If I just squeeze a bit, your head will crack like an egg, Beru spoke as the fire around him died down. The assassin eventually stopped hacking and cutting at Beru after his blades broke and he was left with just 2 handles. Ha, as if your ugly ass could do that. I have a lot of info. Just as Alf was about to build a case for his survival, Beru squeezed the life out of him, by crushing his skull. Beru dug his fingers into Alf's skull, cracking his head and ruining his brain in an instant. It was done rather quickly, not even giving one of the best hitmen alive a chance to scream. Beru threw his limp body on the ground and took a single small lick of his blood. If such a useful quirk made its way to him so easily, not take it. It was certainly more useful than some random strength-enhancing quirk. I don't need your shitty information. Beru didn't need a PowerPoint presentation on who his enemies were. The second Yuri managed to find out who the ringleader was, he'd also have the person that wanted him dead. Purplish mist seeped out of Beru's body and swallowed up the corpse of the man that had tried to kill him. It cleaned up everything, transporting the mess in some random desert, and the body itself in Yuri's laboratory. Beru still needed to identify the man properly. He wasn't about to negotiate with those that tried to kill him, but he knew better than to get rid of useful evidence. If Yuri could find out the identity of the assassin, then finding out who the employer was could be possible. But, for now, it was back to paperwork for Beru. Not for Yuri though. Why the fuck is there a corpse in the middle of the lab? The middle-aged scientist looked at his assistants, they all seemed terrified. Yuri then just shook his head and waved them away. He noticed the way the man was killed and it became somewhat clear to him. That idiot. Couldn't he warp it in a more secret location? Yuri, as always, had to deal with Beru's uniqueness and clean up after this mess. He looked on as another small portal opened up and dropped a note on the man's ribcage. Yuri wasted no time picking it up and looking at it. It's ya boy. I've sent you this cool little present, I kinda need you to tell me who TF this is. I've no idea. He was about to start talking and all that, but I got impatient. Matt, good luck. And thanks M8. I owe you a pint for this one. It was jumbled and had some spelling mistakes, but it was clearly Beru's writing. Yuri pondered why Beru would ever bother purposefully making grammatical errors, but he gave up soon after. Trying to figure out Beru's reasons for doing something was harder than piecing together a way to stop hunger in Africa. Yuri rubbed his nose as he looked at his increasing workload. Yep, no problem Beru, totally wasn't busy or anything. Still, he got to work to help out his friend. Their partnership went 2 ways, after all, Beru had already helped Yuri in reaching his goal, finding a way to save humanity from extinction. Now it is Yuri's time to give back. Then he noticed something weird. He looked at his smartwatch and it beeped an alarm. In a rush, he ran to his more personal space in the giant research facility. A hidden room filled with cameras was the one that had given him that alarm. The cameras were all from agents trailing and protecting members of Beru's group. And one of the cameras had just gone dead. This isn't optimal. Yuri looked at who it was exactly. The agent he had assigned to Nisa was the one that had gone AOL. I guess I have to do something about that too. The scientist rolled his eyes as he waved his hand and opened up a purplish portal. No need to bother Beru with this. Yuri gaining the warp gate quirk was a necessity, Beru had given it to him after they had finished with the presentation at that ball. Warp gate was actually a combination of quirks, and it acted a bit differently for Yuri. He could only make stationary warp gates that connected to locations he wanted them to. But he couldn't mold the shape of portals, only their size. He also couldn't actually exude any mist, portals just opened for him. Beru also had no idea why the quirks worked like that for Yuri, but at least they did. All for one couldn't even combine the quirks within his own body, so this much was already great. Yuri sighed as he stepped into that portal. This is going to be a long night. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 145, Assassination Attempt v2.0. POV narration. Vladislav Grigorev, the man that hired Alf for the assassination of Nizu, had somewhat expected the shadow-wielding assassin to fail. He knew that the man couldn't be trusted. At least not completely. So, besides him, Vladislav also spent quite a bit of cash to hire an actual syndicate, one filled with people that knew what they were doing and that would never let their emotions get the better of them. A group of 10 highly trained assassins. They weren't all that powerful individually, but they were decent enough. As a team though, that was where they shined. They were well known as the Hunters. A group that rarely failed their missions. And that never lost a member of their own. They had a track record for never getting captured. Hiring them cost the Grigorev family a small fortune. Still, they were made to remain on standby while Alf carried out his mission. They only decided to act after seeing Bara kill Alf so easily. The one watching Bara gave the signal to the rest, they needed to act quickly, since Bara was already alerted. Killing Nizu became their only priority and they started their plan with the most logical step. Killing the person that was obviously protecting Nizu. They had hoped that killing the man wouldn't instantly alert Nizu or the person protecting him, but they were still confident in carrying out their plans before anyone else showed up. And they would have been right. But they somewhat underestimated who they were dealing with. They also didn't know for sure who was protecting Nizu. Not that they looked down on Nizu, they just had no way of fully knowing what he and Yuri had in their sleeves. That was solely due to Alf deciding to act out of order, forcing them to take action as quickly as possible. They turned off the power to the entire school, campus, and all. They took advantage of the fact that Alf rerouted the backup generators in preparation for his own assassination. Now, the school defense systems were down. The school was in a complete blackout. The assassins were obviously prepared for this. They all had the equipment to see in the dark. The second they entered Nizu's office, they realized something was wrong. The man that had entered first was instantly entangled in a white carbon fiber scarf and smashed into the ground. In the dark, the assassins could see an eerie pair of red eyes staring at them. Looking behind it, they could see Nizu. The principal was simply sitting down in his chair and looking at them with a smile. Oh, the visitors finally showed up. That's great. They could hear Nizu's cheery voice. The person that was downed also managed to jump backwards, seemingly dislocating all of his joints at once and escaping the carbon fiber scarf that was entangling him. Eraserhead released an annoyed sigh and looked at the assassins with a wary eye. This isn't good. The rest of the staff is not present right now. The underground hero pondered while looking at the people targeting him and Nizu. He and Nizu were just discussing some matters when the lights went out. It wasn't hard for Nizu to realize that the school was being targeted. Baru had warned him of people attacking UA just recently. I could take them on, but I don't know if protecting Nizu while doing that is possible. I also am not sure if I can actually win against them. They all seem to be rather well trained. Aizawa examined his enemies while preparing for them to act first. And act they did. But not in the way Aizawa had hoped. All of them jumped backwards and threw specially made throwing knives. Dozens of projectiles all aiming for him and Nizu, and Aizawa knew that dodging all of them was improbable. Instead, he chose to kick up a chair and use it to block the most of them, while manipulating his scarf to catch most of the ones that were going to hit Nizu. The assassins weren't quite peeved about their current situation. Aizawa's presence turned the attack into a stalemate. Even though there were 9 of them, they were in an enclosed space, so their number advantage only counted for so much. Only 3 of them could enter through the door at the same time, and Aizawa was clearly a capable fighter, one that likely would be able to hold back 3 at the same time. Still, they couldn't really afford to spend too much time pondering on their next course of action. They needed to act, and fast at that. 3 of them nodded and went up first. Aizawa squinted his eyes when seeing that. Fighting a coordinated group was going to be hard. He needed to hold them at the door for as long as possible, otherwise the rest were going to rush in as well. 2 of the men rushed in first. One of them seemed to be turning his hand into some kind of liquid. He only got halfway through doing it when his quirk was stopped and he was smashed into one of his teammates that was trying to punch Aizawa with a strangely shaped fist. It was as if his hand was made out of diamond, but it was nowhere near that though. Aizawa could see the man's hand crack when he entangled him. The third man had a different strategy though, jumping above his friends. His legs seemed to be bending like large springs. He turned around in the air as his legs coiled tightly and touched the door frame. He was about to spring in Aizawa's direction, but his legs didn't seem to listen to him. Aizawa gazed at the man with his tired red eyes as he proceeded to show the assassin that over-reliance on quirks was punishable when fighting a serious opponent. The spring-legged assassin didn't have time to react as his 2 teammates were thrown into him, all 3 of them being smashed into the door frame and rolling out the door. Aizawa looked at the rest with a wary eye, but he didn't expect what came next. One of the men seemed to get an idea. He rushed in and extended his hand. The assassin came into contact with Aizawa's capture weapon rather quickly, as the underground hero tried to entniggle him as well. But it didn't work quite well. Aizawa could feel himself losing control of his weapon. The man seemed to be touching the carbon fiber weapon. Aizawa felt it cutting into his palms as it coiled around him and started strangling him. Controlling fibers. Fuck. The tired underground hero immediately glared at the villain and turned off his quirk, gaining him safe a breath of air as he struggled against his own tool. But that breath of air was short-lived, as the rest of the assassins took that opportunity to also enter the room. One of them took out a knife and plunged it into Aizawa's leg. The hero winched and blinked, his weapon was back to strangling him soon afterwards. Aizawa looked around the room with angry eyes. He could feel them closing themselves slowly, he barely had any energy left to use his quirk. However, looking at Nizu's desk, he realized that he had bought enough time. An unknown figure was just sitting there, and staring at the situation with a bored gaze. It was a face he knew, but not one he expected to see. But it was clearly a friendly face. Goda Yori, one of Japan's most controversial figures. Also one of Beru's now known friends. Their relationship stopped being a secret for a while now. Still, the underground hero wasn't sure just how useful the man was going to be in a fight. Yori was known for his intellect after all. Not for his brawn. Such unsavory folk. Barging in your home and attacking your employee like that. Yori spoke while his fingers turned black, they soon extended and freed Aizawa from his predicament. The assassins tried to stop him, but they couldn't really do any damage to the fingers. They parted Aizawa from his capture tool and dragged him towards Nizu's desk. Rather unfortunate indeed. Good thing you came, it would have been a shame to ruin this perfectly nice office of mine. All Might isn't exactly known for not causing property damage. Nizu simply combed his fur while speaking in a calm manner. Yet, Yori could tell that the man/rat/bear/ was angry. It was pretty clear that he cared about his employees quite a bit. I guess he does live here, right? These guys were lucky that he wasn't in the office with you. Or, unlucky rather. Yori simply took off his glasses and looked coldly at the assassins. Oh, would you be so kind as to leave them alive? They would all be needed for questioning. Nizu spoke with calm as he checked on the wounds of his subordinate. Sure. But they won't really be in a great state. Yori looked at them with narrowed eyes. His enemies were about as strong as the one that had beaten him in the past, well, maybe a bit weaker than Geddon, the numbers made up for that though. But he was also stronger now. I guess I can use this opportunity to test out a few moves. Beru did say that fighting is the best training. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 146, Coordination and Futility. POV narration. Yori was just about to start preparing for his first attack when he was interrupted by a voice coming from behind him. Try not to ruin my office. You're not Beru or All Might, so you don't get a pass, you pay what you break. Nizu was still lacking any semblance of fear. This assassination attempt hadn't even registered as something terrific to him. It was nothing more than a game, all of it. He knew that he wasn't in much danger, even if he had been alone in the room, he wouldn't have been helpless. He had certain defenses in place prepared for most situations, he would have been able to live through the attacks of most people. Still, now it was a bit too late to think about being assassinated. With Yori there, his chances of dying went down to a clean zero. Yori just turned his head and looked at Nizu. Now that I think about it, I should likely not bother. The scientist lost all of the wind in his sails. But he was a tad bit too late for that. The assassins took the opportunity to all rush Yori, they were already in the room, Nizu's office was surprisingly spacious for someone his size, so they had enough room to maneuver around. I guess we're doing this anyway. Yori thought to himself while he prepared to counterattack. He stood around for what felt like a few minutes until he realized that the assassins were moving far too slowly. It was actually pathetic. These people were supposed to kill someone like Beru. Well, I guess they were sent after Nizu, but they should have also had Beru as some sort of target. How exactly did they think this would play out? Yori was left quite unimpressed by the strength of the assailants. In truth, they were actually relatively quick, most were much faster than Geddon could ever hope to be. But Yori now had high spec, a quirk that made speed seem somewhat obsolete unless someone had either the same quirk or something similar. Begrudgingly, Yori gave up on testing out whatever combination of moves he had been planning. He just raised both of his hands forwards and turned all of his fingers to black. Glowing red veins covered them as they extended towards, pierced and wrapped around all of the assassins at once. The speed of those fingers was too much for all but one assassin to bear. And the one that had somehow managed to dodge only did so due to his sharpened instincts as well as a speed-related quirk. He managed to tilt his body to the side slightly, the black finger only cutting his chest slightly as his eyes widened in horror. He reacted a split second faster than his colleagues, but that didn't mean he was in a better situation. Rather, he was a lot worse off. Having dodged the initial blow, he got to see as all of his teammates were incapacitated in less than a second. They had gotten off easy, only getting slight injuries, some were impaled through less vital places and held into the ground. But 5 fingers were now free. So, the still standing assassin, who had yet to even recover from avoiding the previous attack, got to see how all of the blackened fingers closed in on him at the same time. They wrapped him in a cocoon, This time, his instincts didn't save him, as his limbs were swiftly crushed and he was thrown on the ground. Just like that, 2 attacks carried out in less than a second managed to dwarf any and all plans that the assassins could have hatched. It made all of their efforts seem futile. There. Only some blood stains on your carpet. Yori said as he turned around to a slightly stunned Aizawa and a nonchalant Nizu. What? Aizawa said while looking at the scientist weirdly. He was prepared to jump back in and aid the man, but there was not even anything left to do after he blinked once. Well, it's quite obvious that he'd be strong enough to help. Why would he show up alone otherwise? Nizu was not surprised since he already knew a bit about Yori. But that much couldn't be said about Aizawa. Bit of a warning would have been nice. Had me stressing out for nothing. Still, Aizawa already knew enough powerful people. Bear managed to somewhat dull his expectations towards the strength of others. Figured speaking so much with them in front of us and still moving would be a bit odd. It's better to just take care of them. Yori just shrugged while looking at the group of assassins. There's 9 of them. This felt a bit rushed for the plan made by a group of trained assassins. Nizu spoke while slowly standing up on his desk. There should be at least 1 more. Bear was also attacked by 1 man. They might have rushed this plan since that one failed. Someone must have informed them of the other man's failure. Yori said while also leaning on Nizu's desk. Aizawa was taking care of his injured leg when wincing, not due to the pain though. Poor guy. What were they thinking anyway? Sending 1 guy for Beru. I'm starting to think that there wasn't much coordination in this attack. Well, this group seemed rather coordinated, and their timing was rather impeccable. But with the context of the other attack, this seems rather odd. Nizu was the first one to start speculating about the situation openly. Yeah, they weren't in the same group. Also pretty sure the guy that tried assassinating Beru was supposed to be some big shot hitman. I've yet to figure out his identity. Yori shrugged while looking at Nizu and Aizawa. Did the interrogation lead to no results? Aizawa asked. Yori just scratched the back of his head. Kinda hard to interrogate him. Corpses aren't really prone to speaking their minds. Let's just say Beru didn't feel like bargaining with him today. Actually, that's not even surprising. Aizawa ended up just shrugging as well. Beru had a track record for being quite forgiving of villains. Well, the appropriate word would be ruthless or something like that. Most of the teachers gave up on trying to convince him to spare villains randomly. He already showed them that he was a true hero. He had saved countless people in the past. And many more at every point of the way. I think interrogating these 9 might help us though. We need to make sure they don't kill themselves though. Yori said while walking over to the men. Nizu already called in the rest of the available staff. The assassins needed to be handed over to the appropriate authorities, but Yori managed to convince Nizu and Aizawa to at least let him keep 2 of them in custody. Yori had enough authority to act like that, no one was going to put it against Nizu either. So the principal just agreed and hoped for the best. I guess I should try and find as much as possible from them. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer. Yori thought while teleporting himself and the 2 assassins back to his laboratory. Still, there are a few pieces missing. But they should come out in time. Yori cracked his neck as he prepared for what was to come. The assassins weren't going to have a fun time at all. Yori's methods of interrogation could hardly be called ethical after all. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 147, Losing Face. POV narration. That didn't quite go as planned. Vladislav said while rubbing his thumbs together and looking at his grandfather. They didn't call a meeting this time, as that would just showcase their failure to the rest of their associates. Even if individually, the Grigorevs are the strongest, the rest of the families banding together would be able to match them. So they needed to not show any weakness at all. Vladimir, the old man, was just sitting down in his office and looking at his grandson without any visible expression. Little Vlad. What do we do about failures in the Grigorev family? His voice was calm, yet his tone still managed to send chills down Vladislav's spine. The old man was still just as sharp and intimidating as he had ever been. We purge them, sir. Erase them and make sure they never happen again. Vladislav still managed to get his words out before the old man did something predictable. Taking his hardwood cane, the old man brought it down onto his grandson's head with force. The young man didn't back up though, he didn't dare flinch, as doing so would be an admission of weakness, something that would further lower his standing in his grandfather's eyes. He stood there as his blood started flowing down his face from his bleeding scalp. The old man still had that same cold look in his eyes. Do you think this is a joke, Vladislav? The young man gulped when hearing his grandfather's now audibly irritated tone. His grandfather only called him by his name when things were really bad. So this wasn't a good sign for what was to come. Vladimir threw his cane on the ground and sat back down in his chair. He had stood up to reach to his grandson's head. I thought that I could trust your judgment in this matter. I thought that you'd know best about how to deal with the situations on your own turf. But I guess my confidence was misplaced. The venom in the old man's tone was simply astonishing. One would find it difficult to even look at their relatives with half the hatred that Vladimir now eyed Vladislav with. The young Grigorev family member was about to apologize by instinct. But he stopped himself internally, knowing that doing so would just make things much worse for himself. Saying sorry meant admitting defeat, and no member of Vladimir's family ever admitted defeat. Do you understand how much embarrassment I will face when the other old fuckers learn about your failure? After I so confidently supported you? Do you even understand how stupid you are? The old man got angrier and angrier with each word, only stopping after a certain beeping sound entered his ears. A sort of alarm, a heart rate monitor made specifically for him. It was to prevent anything bad from happening to the old man's heart. The best surgeons and doctors were always on standby near his mansion. His heartbeat was going off, he was an old man, he wasn't supposed to exert himself so much. So he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I don't care how. I don't want to know any more. I will have that bug's head on my table by the end of the month. Either that or it will be yours. The old man gave his ultimatum while shooing his grandson off. This old piece of shit. Vladislav thought to himself while leaving the room. He was young, he knew his limits well. He wasn't reckless. It irked him how all of the blame was placed on him, even though most of the decisions in his business were taken by his grandfather. It would be so easy. So simple. One single swing of my arm and his neck would break easily. The young man clenched his fists, veins showing up on his forehead as he walked down the hallway. He looked at his suit with an annoyed gaze, his bleeding had stopped, but his clothes were ruined. I shouldn't get reckless. One wrong move and I'll be the target of everyone else. No one likes this old fuck, but they all respect him. Killing him would be like spitting in their faces. Vladislav hated his grandfather with a passion, but he also knew better than to act on that hatred. The young man was also marginally stronger than most of the fighters within the Grigorev family. Yet he kept that to himself. Much like he kept most of the applications of his quirk to himself. His quirk was rather simple sounding. Yet it gave the young man a power that gave him enough confidence to face off against just about anyone. Rebound, that was how he had named it. It was rather simple, all of the attacks that his body took, never actually deal any damage when the quirk is active. They all stack up, eventually, when reaching a certain threshold, to be returned to their respective users. The quirk also had a side effect of giving Vladislav inhuman reaction speeds, agility, and strength. His vitality was also affected. That was because merely keeping the quirk active took a lot of stamina and concentration. That was what everyone knew about it anyway. With an ability like that, the young man was bound to have a bright future. At least on paper. Their society always valued stronger quirks, yet his critical mind had gotten him much further than any quirk ever could. Still, he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Just how was he supposed to take down Beru? The insectoid was renowned, known in every corner of Japan and even some places abroad, for his unwavering strength. He had fought many foes, even all for one, a person that could take down entire city districts with a few moves in his prime. Now Vladislav had to somehow deal with that issue. With a limited time too. That was simply impossible. Alf, the best assassin that Vladislav could get his hands on, had simply failed out of stupidity. The other group he had hired was actually captured. He knew that some of them would be able to kill themselves during police captivity, as to avoid disclosing information. But there were still a few he had no knowledge of. The only reason he knew of this colossal failure so quickly was that one assassin managed to survive. He was the one that gave the rest information about Alf's situation in real time. He was lucky to not have been part of the actual assassination attempt, as he also would have likely been captured. I guess I'll have to hurry up my plans. My hand is forced, I can't really help it. He thought as he wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Yuri was sitting around in his laboratory. He was simply looking up some of the information he had gained from the assassins through the databases he had available. Unfortunately, neither of them gave him much of anything useful. But something did lead to a breakthrough eventually. Yuri found out more about Alf's identity. It wasn't all that difficult thanks to the detailed description Beru gave of his quirk. There weren't many shadow manipulating assassins on the market. Yuri managed to link the dots, looking into whatever business the man might have had and piecing together a profile for his target. He was steadily getting closer to finding out who the ringleader was. Simply put, he was doing his job. As for Beru, well, the insectoid certainly tried to do more paperwork. But he ended up doing what he knew best. Procrastination was the name of the game, and Beru was playing it while doing anything but what he needed to. He might have gotten a bit more serious about the world around him, but he still couldn't be bothered to work 24/7. So, he actually decided to go and spend some more time with loved ones and friends. Yuri also got a drinking invitation from Beru. The scientist proceeded to throw his phone against the table after calling Beru a cunt. Well, for now, it was more of a waiting game. Until Yuri found out who the perpetrators were, or until Vladislav made his next move. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 148, Raid and Trap. POV Beru. So much to do yet so little will to carry it through. I'm talking mainly about paperwork here. I'd pray to whatever god there was if I could get a call about some action. Anything really would be better than simply wasting away in this fucking office. If only I had time to actually pray. Honestly, this feels like Kenji just threw all of his work at me, and called it a day. But I guess this whole situation is caused by me, so I'd obviously need to be the one to fix it. It's already been a week since I've had any action. The assassination attempt was only fun for about 3 seconds. If I knew how boring things would be afterwards, I would have let him live longer. Nizu was also attacked, but Yuri took care of that like he said he would. It's honestly rather nice to have people looking after your back like that. But I guess that just means he's not the type to ignore goodwill. I mean, I am the main reason his research into saving the world ever went anywhere. It's hard to say for how long he would have walked in circles if it wasn't for my intervention. Currently, I'm organizing and preparing all of the evidence that will be used in court for the people that have yet to be prosecuted. The public seems pretty pleased though. After seeing dozens of rich folk go to prison for dozens of years each, they seem to be more than pleased. Nowadays, I seem to be getting more and more gazes of admiration everywhere I go. I still go out to take a breather from time to time. It's a pretty nice feeling, having that many people look up to you. But it's also rather bothersome. Not like this is the first time people have looked up to me, but now I'm also being stopped on the streets for autographs and such. Not all that fun, a real waste of time. But I guess it's building up my reputation/popularity or something. Not that I need it anymore. Why are there so many footsteps outside my door? I guess I have some visitors. I don't remember giving my new workplace away to anyone though. Even Kenji, who is the one sending me all the work. He just gives me a small phone call and I just teleport to his office. I'm still in Musadafu, well, at least I'm in the province still. I just picked a random location and bought it with a fake identity. Not hard when you can shapeshift and have some connections in the underworld. Now, who exactly is at my door? Well, I could just look through it, but that's no fun. Maybe it's a surprise or something. I heard a shy knock on my door. I guess whoever it is isn't really all that confident in their current actions. What? I'm busy, I said while warping all of the papers on my desk away. Don't really want any people looking at those for now. Pizza delivery. What? This is the shittiest scenario ever. But I guess I've seen porn of it before. Pizza, I didn't order any pizza, I'll take on a different appearance too if only to make things more fun. I now look like a burly black-haired middle-aged man with a large scar across his face. Don't really know who this appearance belongs to, probably some goon that I took out at some point. Well, I'm wearing a suit, so he was likely a bit more important. Meh, who cares? Let's see what surprise waits for me on my doorstep. Hopefully not a burning bag of dog shit. POV narration. Beru opened the door with a smile on his face. He didn't even get to speak anything as he was immediately assaulted by Wood. The person in front of him was none other than Kamui Woods. The police had been tipped off by an anonymous source that there was some shady business happening in that building. After some investigation, they decided to conduct a raid on it. It was apparently bought by someone with a fake identity. He appeared to be part of some unlawful gang too. The raid team was rather small, Kamui Woods was the head of it. MT Lady was the damage dealer, and some other heroes and police were there to handle capture and arrests. Don't move, villain. You are under arrest. Kamui shouted while he prepared to extend his branches all across the room, only to notice that there was only one man, and he had already captured him. Still, his branches expanded and wrapped around many things in the room. The door that Beru had opened was also almost ripped out of its hinges as Kamui raised Beru in the air and prepared to slam him into the ground. Beru could have easily avoided getting touched by Kamui's quirk, but he really wasn't in any danger either way, so he decided to just look at the hero with a squinted eye. The other heroes also moved into the room, passing by Kamui and scouting the room. Are you guys retarded? Beru said as slime seemed to fall off of him, revealing his real size and appearance. Kamui almost fell to the ground when seeing who he had captured. MT Lady actually fell on her ass when she gasped in shock. Be Beru. She blurted out as Kamui instinctively retracted all of his wood. What? The wood-quirked hero was beyond confused when seeing the situation they were thrust into. This is rather awkward, hey? Now you don't know what to do? You'll have to pay for the cracked door and the bookshelves by the way, said Beru as he regained his full size, towering over everyone in the room by a large margin. This was supposed to be a raid on some villain group. Kamui said while scratching the back of his head. Yeah, how'd that turn out? Beru commented while stretching his arms. Kamui just sweated. He already knew that, if Beru was in any worse of a mood, he'd put all of them in the hospital in seconds. They had basically broken in and raided his place without knowing. I think there is a misunderstanding. The person that gave us that information did so anonymously. So it's hard to say what their goal was. One of the policemen at the scene spoke with a shaky smile, he was trying to bring some clarity to the situation. Beru also shut up, as he remembered that he had purchased the place through some not that legal means in order to prevent anyone from learning about it. Well, mistakes can happen folks, Beru said as he waved off the situation, hoping that none of them would look that far into it. This is too odd. Do you think this was deliberate? Kamui was interrupted by something strange happening. A loud bang made all of the people present flinch, besides Beru. The sound was merely a distraction though, as one of the policemen threw something strange at the ground with force. A black sphere, thrown right at Beru's feet. The insectoid tilted his head while looking at it. Then he got a strange feeling about it. He quickly decided to warp it off elsewhere. But it seemed that whatever that ball was, it didn't appreciate being warped off. It seemed to push away his portal mist, preventing Beru from doing anything about it. It was a great expanding force. So, Beru did the next best thing. He warped everyone else away. He still had time due to his inhuman speed and quick thinking. He also warped himself above the building and looked down. His instincts were still going off. Then it happened. An explosion started expanding from that small ball. Beru instantly noticed it and realized that he might have underestimated whatever the black sphere was. He was quickly forced to teleport away all of the people in a kilometer radius. Including the heroes, who he had apparently warped too close to the building. But the explosion didn't stop expanding at all. It ate away at more and more buildings. The speed of the expansion was almost instant, yet it was in slow motion to the insectoid. As he had enough time to search for and rescue all of the people nearby. Still, he ended up clearing up the zone in a 5-kilometer radius. From the distance, a large mushroom cloud could be seen right where Beru's office had been. This is certainly a way to carry out an assassination attempt. Beru mused to himself as he watched the still raging fires the explosions had created. The people he had teleported away also started screaming in panic, as they noticed their homes being burnt down in the distance. Beru didn't stay and do anything though. He flew in after the explosion was done, and pointed his hands at the burnt down streets and burning buildings. Using an enhanced version of Now's quirk, he sprayed that entire part of the city with water. The fires quickly died down as Beru managed to get the situation under control and the heroes managed to calm down the civilians. The man that threw the black sphere was already caught in a strange way. An entire lamppost was wrapped around him, even tied with a knot. Still, things were bound to turn messy at this point. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 149, Hope, Pride and Arrogance. POV narration. Everything rolled by like a blur in Japan. No one had expected such an atrocious attack to happen so suddenly. They were all lucky that Beru was also at the scene. Even now, 2 days after the explosion, no one realized that Beru was the actual target of the explosion. The few heroes that saw the policeman throw the ball didn't directly link it to Beru, but everyone knew that Beru was the one that pulled everyone away from the explosion. He was also the one that blocked all of the debris from hitting anyone. At least on some sides, there were plenty of heroes at the scene to help with that. Beru was already with a status similar to All Might to the Japanese public, but him saving everyone from a terrorist attack that could have killed hundreds of thousands. Well, let's just say he had now reached some sort of godhood status. Headlines like becoming a casualty is quite impossible with this hero around, or Beru, the reaction speed that beat a nuclear warhead. Pieces and headlines speaking of his overwhelming speed and insane reaction time spread around the world. Images from nearby cameras, even when watched frame by frame, could barely capture the hero. Actually, none of them did while he rescued everybody. Only as the explosion spread, they spotted him blocking boulders and creating walls to contain the explosion even more. Most were already accustomed to his strength since the footage of the Metal Liberation Army takedown was publicized. There were plenty of fan clubs around, now it felt more like cults. His popularity actually made All Might sweat. Unknowingly, that incident cemented him as the greatest hero of his generation, all across the globe. As well as Japan's new symbol of hope. It was a strange title, but, from all of his exploits, his mere presence gave Japan hope for something better. From purging corruption to saving countless lives and families. He was the very definition of a hero. That didn't mean the old symbol of peace was any less revered, just that the populace was now completely in with the idea of Beru. Even the ones that were slightly turned off by his somewhat checkered past and frightful appearance. Beru was quite oblivious about the whole symbol of hope thing, being busy was the main reason, but he also didn't care. He only had one concern right now. These fuckers ruined my office. I guess it's murder time now. Still, that didn't mean that he knew who the perpetrators were. The police officer that was caught had apparently committed suicide. While under heavy surveillance. The police force clearly had quite a few rats in it. But integrity was never something as priceless as people dreamed of it being. After all, words can move the world, but only money can change it, was a good saying to encapsulate this situation. Either that or, integrity doesn't put dinner on my table. Yori was really close to a breakthrough, he didn't let the news of the small nuclear device going off shake him all that much. That much couldn't be said about Nemuri and Toga, who were both quite horrified about what had happened. The fact that the media loved overplaying the size of the explosion certainly didn't help. Toga and Nemuri blew Bear's smartwatch with phone calls. The insectoid was forced to just turn it off after responding with a few messages and deciding on visiting them at a later point. Calling it a full-on nuclear warhead was overestimating it by a lot. Sure, it had raised everything in a 5-kilometer radius, but there wasn't that large of a boom from it. There was almost no shockwave when compared to the real deal. Although that might have been due to Bear's walls. But it was still weaker in comparison. The difference in strength was quite apparent. After studying the scene, it was also discovered that there was not much radiation to be had from that explosion. It was a device that no one recognized. The fact that it was impossible to know what it truly was made authorities, as well as the public, quite unnerved. But not for long, as Bear's actions and strength managed to calm down the public to the point where the explosion was almost forgotten. The police though. They weren't having such a great time trying to find out more about the situation. Kenji was informed about the truth though, but he also couldn't make it public or share it around to lessen the worries of his subordinates. It was a rather stressful situation in Japan. And that also translated overseas, where the board was having a meeting once more. The most powerful were gathered again, discussing what the fuck had just happened. So, would the Grigorev family like to explain why one of our best sleeper cell weapons was just used in the middle of Japan? Asked the Don of the Italian family. They were the ones that oversaw the making of most weapons that the gangs were utilizing. Their control over the German region was what made such a thing possible. The weapon that was used in Japan was something that was meant to be kept a secret. The last resort for when they were either outed to the world or their many blackmail victims decided that enough was enough. It was not the type of thing that could just be thrown around. And, since it was used in Japan, things were quite obvious too. After all, it was the territory of the Grigorev family, part of it anyway. The old men at the table all looked at Vladimir for answers. Yet, the old man ground his teeth in anger. He was clearly seeing red at that point. A failure so large, displayed for the rest to see. Someone will pay for this. The old man was already thinking of the many ways he could use to skin his grandson alive. Flay his tendons and pour molten iron down his throat. Vladislav had yet to arrive though, which made things even worse. Being late and disrespectful on top of doing such a stupid thing. It wouldn't even have been that big of a deal if an enemy of Bear's level was taken down by it. But it seems he didn't even get a scratch on his body. He actually only benefited from that attack. The Mexican cartel leader was now also more informed about the Ant King. The fact that the attack didn't even do anything was worse than the fact that Vladislav decided to use that weapon in the first place. Had it been a success, this meeting would have been about them drinking to Bear's death instead of bickering and arguing. Guess Japan is already a no-go zone for us. Either that, or the Grigorev lost there. The Italian mafia leader was about to make a joke, but it seemed to tip off someone a bit too much. Shut up. All of you. Jaeger, Vladislav's uncle, had finally had enough. Smashing the table with his fist and gaining quite a few raised eyebrows in return. You all should watch your mouths. Don't bring our name through the mud due to the mistakes of only one bastard son. Jaeger said through gritted teeth. Vladimir looked at him with an appreciative gaze. Normally he wouldn't have tolerated insults within the family, but he didn't even see Vladislav as a family member anymore. Suddenly, just when one of the other members at the table were about to open their mouths, the door opened widely to reveal a smiling Vladislav. His blonde hair was slicked backwards, his deep blue eyes shined with joyful light. His smile was wide and revealed some mischief. He wore a perfectly tailored royal blue tuxedo. His white teeth shined as he greeted everyone at the table. Lovely day, gentlemen. I seem to have arrived a little later than I had planned. Some looked at him with disinterest, others smiled deviously, others seemed actually angry at him being late. But Vladimir's expression was cold, with no discernible emotion. It's rather odd, you are usually the first one. But I guess the fact that this is your mistake complicates things a bit. One of the older people spoke. He didn't really care about the young man being late. But he wasn't exactly pleased with the situation. Indeed. The situation in Japan has taken a rather drastic turn. It seems that any attempt at regaining control of that country will only end in our discovery or deaths. Many people in the room nodded at the young man's words. They all understood that Bear being able to completely evade and save everyone from that explosion was due to luck or Vladislav's incompetence. Saying that would simply be irrational. Bear's presence simply made things impossible. And doing business in that country was actually impossible due to him. As if All Might's presence didn't already strain things a bit. But not everyone seemed to be thinking about things logically. Vladimir snapped directly when seeing him. You useless bastard. The old man smashed both of his fists on the table. Everyone was shocked to see how irrationally angry the old man had become. But old age and excessive pride did tend to cloud one's thoughts. No one did anything or said anything, only watching the scene unfold with great interest. I gave you so many resources. Yet you still somehow fuck this up. You actual disgrace. Vladislav continued smiling as he tilted his head at his engaged grandfather's words. And how exactly would any resources you can give help me take down someone at Beru's level? The men at the table seemed to be rather intrigued by that question. Vladimir only gritted his teeth, knowing that whatever his grandson said next, it would only serve to dig a deeper hole. You could only hide away from all for one in his prime. Beru is the one that killed that man, rather effortlessly, might I remind you. Vladislav's words made some of the old men at the table chuckle. But that was quickly stifled, as the old man let out an enraged growl. So did the rest of the Grigorev family members present. Still, this was rather interesting information for most of the people at the table. You ignorant little shit. You think W. Jaeger was about to defend his family, but he was interrupted by Vladislav. Oh please. Don't bother giving explanations. The only reason you guys even had the balls to go anywhere near Japan was due to the fact that All for One was inactive for a while. The young blonde waved off his uncle's defenses in an instant. You piece of shit. You leave me no choice. You think you can live after disrespecting us to that extent? Vladimir immediately lit up like a fuse, having heard enough disrespect already. He took out a handgun and pointed it at his grandson's face. The young man was still standing by the door. That exact same smile lingered on his face. This was Vladimir's attempt at regaining some face. By getting rid of the one that had brought down the name of their family. Are you sure you want to shoot me? Can you really handle it? Vladislav spoke as his gaze turned a few degrees colder. Vladimir was only angered more by those words though. And, while not thinking clearly, he just pressed the trigger. Not noticing the rest of his sons trying their best to stop his hand. Vladislav smiled when seeing the trajectory of the bullet. The party is starting so quickly. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 150, Damage and Downfall. POV narration. As the sound of the bullet rang throughout the room, everyone looked on with wide eyes, as they didn't think that Vladimir would go so far with his own grandson. Well, they had somewhat forgotten just how cruel and devious that old man used to be, they thought that old age had mellowed him down. But now it was pretty clear that they were wrong. Still, seeing such an internal conflict put on display made them smile. This was a clear sign that the Grigorevs were falling apart. Their slippery grip on the island of Japan also gave them that impression, but it was now confirmed. They thought Vladislav to already be dead. Once someone of Vladimir's status wants you dead, there's not much to be done. But that wasn't really the truth. The rest of the Grigorev family members present were all watching in fear when they heard the gunshot. Not for the young and cocky Vladislav, but the aged and weakened Vladimir. The young man smiled widely as he looked down at his own leg. His grandfather had a great aim, and he apparently didn't want to end things so quickly. Unfortunately, it seemed like the old man had forgotten something rather crucial in his rage. A bang was heard, breaking the silence that the bullet had created after it was shot. The old man banged his leg on the table as his face wrinkled in pain, agony, and rage. Why you dare? The old man shouted as he whizzed in pain. At this point, everyone in the room realized what had happened. The other family leaders had forgotten what Vladislav's power was. But it all made sense now. How dare you injure your grandfather? You disrespectful cretin! One of the Grigorev family elders spoke with spite. He immediately pressed down a button underneath the table. All of them did. It was to alert all of the guards that were waiting outside of something happening. In less than 3 seconds, 20 guards rushed in and surrounded the table, shielding the bosses from any harm that could come their way. The ones on Vladimir's side were shocked to see the blood on the old man's leg. Rebound. Such a simple ability. Useless. I believe you called it so at the beginning when I couldn't even reflect a cane. Do you reckon it's decent enough now? Vladislav spoke with audible hostility and venom in his tone. Why you dog? Do you think your ability makes you invincible? Do you think that quirk will get you so far in life? Is that what gave you the confidence to do all this? The old man seemed to have been calmed down by the pain, but that didn't mean he was feeling any less murderous. Why exactly would you assume that? From a young age, I learned that relying on power to rule over others is neither long-lasting nor stable. The young Vlad looked at the table with squinted eyes. His eyes seemed to curve downwards as his smile formed an upwards arch, a devious and chilling visage. That's what you've all been doing, right? Taking power wherever you could. Did you think it would last forever? Suddenly, all of the bodyguards that were protecting the bosses seemed to turn against them, either pointing guns at the back of their heads or putting blades near their throats. What is the meaning of this? They all reacted similarly. Acting somewhat surprised but still refusing to show any weakness or panic in their gazes. They had all been in power for a very long time, the very notion of being dethroned was simply not there to them. They saw themselves as too powerful to be taken down. And in a sense, they were right. It was simply impossible for an outsider to take down the gathering of people at the table. But Vladislav was anything but an outsider. He had walked and talked among them on many occasions, knew the ins and outs of operations that no outsider could. It wasn't easy to turn the loyal guards against the leaders, but it also wasn't hard. The young Vlad had a lot of time, all for one simple goal. Making all of the people present in the room despair and suffer as much as possible. Making them watch their entire empires crumble was only the beginning. Ever since Vladislav came to that world, into that cold family that only appreciated merit, he vowed to get rid of any man like his father, uncles, and grandfather. Now they were nothing but captives. From here on out, they had no real control over the situation. But they really needed to be made to understand that. What type of question is that? Do your eyes fail you all? Is it really that difficult to understand? That what you used your entire lives to build can crumble down so easily? The young Vlad clapped his hands as his voice gained a playful tone. You really think you've won? As if we didn't think that these worms could betray us. The Don spoke with venom in his tone. All of the guards present were the personal guards of the leaders, the most loyal members of each family. They were to be trusted. Or so they thought. In fact, the only reason anyone ever trusted their guards was that they had them implanted with chips that could explode at a moment's notice. The Don clapped his hands and gave the specific mental command. He blinked, expecting to feel the blood of the traitorous guards splash on his immaculate suit. But that wasn't what happened. The guard closest to him just punched him in the head, splitting the table apart with the old man's face. The Italian mafia head was instantly knocked out. Don't think you can maneuver your ways out of this predicament. I've made sure that there's no path to victory for you guys. Those microchips you trusted so much were the main motivator for this betrayal. The young Vlad only spoke so much to gloat to the old men that were present. Don't worry though, you won't be dying anytime soon. Only if you cooperate though. Vladislav's voice rang through the room. Still, some could see the sweat on the brows of the guards. Maybe the situation wasn't all that in the favor of the young Vladislav. Vladimir was also eerily silent. It seemed as if all of the rage was bubbling inside of him. Vladislav Grigorev. Do you really think taking us down is so easy? The old man at the top of the table spoke while looking at his grandson. The two men behind him seemed to be melted into a liquid as the old men shakily stood up. Similar scenes happened all across the room, as all of the family heads had powerful quirks to match their statuses. The Don of the Italian mafia tilted his hat, and two spikes came out of the ground and impaled the two behind him. The Australian family head sprouted two spider legs from his back and killed his traitorous guards, nailing them into the wall. The Mexican cartel leader snapped his fingers and the two men behind him seemed to be twisting in irregular ways. As if all of their bones were being moved around their bodies uncontrollably. The personal guards had time to react, yet they seemed to be looking at the attacks without even flinching. They were all dispatched quickly. Is this all? You truly are a worthless grandson. All these years of preparation only to fail at such an early stage. Vladimir said while holding onto his wounded leg. Fail? Do you really think that those untrustworthy and disposable pawns had anything to do with the plan other than shock value? If so, then you guys are really delusional. Vladislav's smile didn't waver one bit. Ha, I can hardly see how someone like you can threaten us. If we don't hit you then you also won't be able to do much to us. In the end, you're nothing but a backstabbing dog. The Italian Don said while stretching his legs underneath the table. That's subjective. Well, I guess I am a bit of a liar. Damage transfer instantly, all of the men guards in the room came back to life, as if nothing ever happened. But something did happen. The second they came back, the bosses all started screaming in pain. Muffled growls turned to pained cries in an instant. You'll only feel the pain for now. I'll withhold on the actual damage, can't have you dying on me. The guards all rose to their feet. They all came into the room knowing they were going to die. They were all strong fighters, they could have done something against their bosses if need be, but they were all instructed to take the damage. They listened to Vladislav only because the man was transparent to them. He gave them a way out of the death contract they had signed. None of the guards had families. Not anymore anyway. The family members of a guard were considered a weakness, so the guards were all forced to either get rid of their families or watch them die in accidents. Now, this betrayal was a long time coming. They all got up from the ground with steeled resolve, any fear was gone. Their encounter with death only made things clearer for them. What? Since Vladimir spoke while holding his stomach, his eyes bloodshot from the pain. I trained this ability day and night. Finally awakening it one day. Such a simple ability. The damage taken by things I touch with my right hand gets transferred to things I touch with my left. Vladislav tilted his head to the sides as he looked everywhere in the room. I've already shaken hands with everyone in this room. There's no need for more than that. The people in the room finally realized what their situation was. Their powerful quirks were made useless so quickly. Well then, now that your hopes are a bit more crushed, let us move on to the next. The young Vlad stopped in his tracks, he looked behind him to see a rather familiar sight. A black mist forming a twirling gateway to an unknown place. Fuck. I hoped he'd come a bit later. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon.